It all comes down to today. The final race in the Asian Le Mans Series is not far from getting underway. Another 4 hours of drama. It has been a drama-filled season. And, of course, championships up for grabs. In GT, it's largely about castle racing. The Ferrari squad has a pretty commanding advantage going into our last race of the season. In LMP3, the CLX Motorsport squad, which has been on pole position for every race, that has a pretty healthy advantage too. Although I think pretty much now you can safely say is the champion team given the gap over everybody else. But LMP2 is still up for grabs. It's a bit mathematical, admittedly, because CrowdStrike Racing by APR has a 25-point advantage. You get 25 points for a win. Cetilar Racing, if CrowdStrike APR weren't to finish and it won, could tie on points. They'd also be tied on wins, and then you'd have to go back to second places, which would tip the scale slightly in favour of Cetilar Racing. It is very much an outside bet for them, but you can guarantee that Roberto Lacorta, along with Charles Malaysia and Antonio Fuoco, his co-drivers, will be giving it everything they have got. But they start at the back of the LMP2 grid after dramas in qualifying. A spin for Lacorta that brought out the red flag. The penalty for that, you lose your lap times, and also you start at the back of the class. And if you don't do a lap time, you have to put your fastest driver from free practice in for the start stint. That's Charles Malaysia. That means they are effectively going to have to do an extra pit stop and play with the strategy. So they're up against it, that is for sure. But you never know what can happen in the Asian Le Mans Series. The temperatures are high, but we're starting an hour later today than yesterday. We'll be racing towards the evening. And as ever, we're going to finish under the spectacular floodlights around this awesome Yas Marina circuit. So, titles on the line, a great race to look forward to in isolation, and a lot to catch up on, I'm sure. Partly from yesterday's race, and partly looking forward to what we might be able to expect in this championship decider. To talk you through it, and indeed to reflect on what happened yesterday, let's join Ollie Gavin and Graham Goodwin.
Thanks very much, David. It's warming up on that grid today. It's warmer today, Ollie, than even yesterday.
Yeah, 40C at the moment, ambient.
Absolutely. Blistering temperature.
40C, sorry, excuse me, 30C ambient. I'm just saying it's a bit hotter than it actually is. It's 30C and it's 40 degrees on the track.
And it's a bit like a kind of 600 horsepower greenhouse in one of those LMP2 cars. It's going to be a very warm evening. They're going to be looking forward to when the sun heads for the horizon here. It does so very quickly. Remember, starting an hour later today, so the floodlights are going to come into play earlier in this race. David taking us through there the points.
Yep.
It was a very, very unusual Asian Le Mans Series race yesterday with pretty much no serious interruptions.
Are you saying it was unusual by the fact that it was no safety cars? It was just...
Well, we're about to see, because this was yesterday's race. Giorgio Roda starting the race from pole position, looking to get his points on the board for a win. Big lock up there from Crichton and Tudis, which would take out the Nielsen Racing car in the early stages as a really meaningful competitor. But remarkably, a totally clean start in all three classes. 45 cars making it through what is a very tricky first set of corners on this Yas Marina circuit. It's often been the source of, let's call it what we've seen before, carnage. Meantime, it would be the 47 car made its way through the pack to lead to get Lacorta into the car, but there were dramas for the Italian bronze driver pretty early on in his stint. Some great battles underway in LMP3 once again. Julian Kirby side to side, and a bit of contact as well with Alexander Bekantsov. It was a second off-track moment for Lacorta in the hotel section as he came towards the end of his first stint. Ridiculous drama for the number 5 car. Dominant performance from Giorgio Roda, and as soon as Gregoire Saucy got on the car, a highly unusual gearbox actuator problem put the car effectively out of the race. Excellent battle between the number 3 car and the number 30. Griffin Peoples doing battle with James Allen. This would be a very serious moment for the number 13 car later in the evening. We'll come to that in a moment. Still the number 3 and the number 30 battling away. Coming to the front of the order in GT would be the 69 WRT BMW. As the number 9 from pole and a dominant lead would be retired with an engine failure. I mean, I can remember maybe one of those in the past with AMG. Highly unusual. 17 from CLX Motorsport came out. The 25 under a full course yellow. Miscalculation, and a highly unusual one from APR. The car running out of fuel in a position where it could have finished on the podium and been in with a shout for the win. 25 was away, but too late to retain a podium position. It would be the number 4 car coming through to take the win, a third in succession, and a big points advantage. 69 for WRT would take the win in GT. 13 would win across the line, but would be disqualified later for that bodywork not being present.
Yeah.
So real drama in LMP3 again, but of a completely different sort this time. We've seen dramas on track, Ollie, in the junior LMP class throughout the season. This time, well, they lost that panel. They tried to fix it. I think we called at the time that was never going to work.
No, it wasn't.
And as I understand it, the way it's worked is this. They would have got a time penalty for not fixing it properly, but there was a protest post-race from CLX Motorsport upheld, and they were disqualified, and they are out of it. They cannot now win the championship.
I believe that there's a regulation that says that everything mechanical needs to be covered by the bodywork, and the fact that it wasn't replaced, I think that's where they fell foul with it. So, yeah, tough on the 13, but the regulations are there.
They're not happy. They're on the front row of the grid alongside what was their title rival, CLX Motorsport. In terms of the points, it's quite simple. There are 2 cars in it in each class, as we heard a little earlier from David. It is a 22-point lead for the Kessel Racing car, the number 74, over the 69. They're the only 2 that can take that win and the automatic entry for Le Mans, invitation for Le Mans. It's 20 points, it's the gap in LMP3. The 17 ahead of the 29, that is the Cafrestia Racing by VPS car, and it's 25, as we heard, with the number 4 car, CrowdStrike Racing by APR, ahead of the 47. And in terms of that overall championship win, it's pretty simple. Chetelain have got to win, and have got to hope that real drama affects the number 4 car and they finish outside the points. And on countback, remarkably, they would win the title. Yeah,
it would be absolutely extraordinary, but I think it really is something special to sort of see how these teams have been able to deliver the performances, whether you were CrowdStrike Racing by APR or by WRT with BMW. In GT, they did a fantastic job yesterday to get those victories, and they were very clean, very clinical, and followed their plan.
VIPs on the grid, fans on the grid, and it's a packed grid indeed. We're about to go racing in just a few minutes' time, but before we do that, you're going to get an early look at pace around this fantastic Yas Marina circuit, commented by Ollie Gavin.
On board here with Gregoire Saucy, the number 5 United Autosports P2 car, Yas Marina circuit, 16 turns, 5.281 kilometres into turn 1, second gear, trying to get on the throttle carefully and smoothly, nicely done. Third, fourth gear, coming through here, pulling about 3G laterally as you come through this turn 3, turn 4 section, then it's down the hill, hard on the brakes just after the 100 board, all the way to first gear, 3G on the brakes there, first gear, trying to get on the throttle, it picks up that traction nicely, and then all the way up through the box to 6th gear, 290 k's down. This is the fastest part of the racetrack. A little bit of bumpy, little bit bumps here and there, but generally pretty smooth. Hard on the brakes, all the way down to first. 3.2 G on the brakes, locking the rear slightly there. And then back to the right as we come off of there. Good traction again, up through the box, hugging that left-hand side, shortest route, and then winding back to the right-hand side, getting prepared for this banked turn 9 corner. Again, pulling about 3 Gs laterally here. Third gear, second gear. A little bit of traffic in front from the P3 car. Sticking to the right-hand side. Nicely done. And then winding our way back to the hotel here. 5th gear, spotting that break point nicely. All the way down to first. And then first, second gear here. These corners get quicker. The apexes get quicker. The further you go through them. And just trying to get the exit there, nicely done. A little bit of debris in the road there and traffic in front, one of the Corvettes. Just trying to sneak up the inside before this final turn 16, all the way down to first gear. WRT car in front, hard on the power, good traction, and that's another lap here at Yas Marina.
The drivers have decided to go for a little bit of last-minute shade in the garages, including pole position driver Giorgio Roda. But on the other side of the front row, the number 20 Algarve Pro Racing entry, and Sami Megatunith, one of the drivers. You've had a good season, podium yesterday, and looking forward to rounding out the year with a win.
Yeah, Honestly, now back-to-back podium with yesterday's race. We did great. I enjoy a lot this championship so far. Unfortunately, it's the last day today, so we're gonna push to make it another good one. And yeah, that's it.
You really seem to have adapted well to these cars coming out of single seaters.
Yeah, it's a car that is close to Formula 2. So at the end, I jumped in, and it came quite naturally to me. The rest is learning, but I'm trying to not make any mistake and learn quick.
The other new thing, I guess, also is sharing a car. It's not all about you. You've got to look after your other drivers.
Yeah, that's very strange. As you can see, I'm there watching the start when I'm not driving. So that's something really new and really stressful for me. I prefer to be in the car. But yeah, it's a good experience. We share a lot of good moments also with my teammates. And it's a new way of working, a new approach, and I really enjoy it.
Have a good race. Thanks, Sammy.
So it is the end of the season. Always a rather sad moment, really. It's been a magnificent finish to the season here in the United Arab Emirates. 2 fantastic races, Ollie, in Dubai. A good race, but an odd race yesterday with so little interruptions. It sort of lacked something.
Yeah, it did. The intensity wasn't quite there, but it was just really delivering those performances. Teams were really locked into those strategies, and I think a number of teams were trying and wondering if there was going to be that point where it's going to get reset, everything was going to come back together, and they could all attack with their certain faster, quicker lineups, and things sort of reset to the point where they could take advantage of things, but it didn't happen. And now we've got this final race here at Yas Marina, and I think it's got that real sort of end of season vibe to it. And last day of school, great to see such a fantastic crowd here. They've all been queuing up for the last few hours to come out and experience multi-class racing with the Asian Le Mans Series. And fantastic to see.
Yeah, it is. And as you heard from Sammy just a moment ago, second on the grid, by the way, alongside the luckless number 5 United crew.
And I'm not surprised that Giorgio's sort of run away, because I mean, he's now had countless interviews with David.
It's never gone well in terms of the race. I'm not
nothing to do with David.
I'm not blaming David much.
No.
But gosh, they absolutely. It's unreal. I mean, Gregoire Saucier, I think, had been in the car for a lap and a half, lap and 3 quarters before the gearbox went, after a dominant run.
Bad luck they've had.
3rd on the grid and coming on strong, towards the end of this season. High-class racing. Jan Trainer Muller has been strong all season. Really good race yesterday.
Gustavo drove extremely well yesterday.
We were seeing very much more of the old Gustavo Menezes that we'd seen so far this season. It's good to see that too. And what we've got here is pretty simple. Some mathematical calculations over the championships. There's a lot of cars that will feel that they've underperformed, and this is one of them. Georgios Kolovos will start the 43 into Europol car from row 2. Nolan Siegel, Bijou Garg to go.
It's never really clicked, has it?
It just hasn't quite got there. They had a messy first pit stop. Georgios missing, I think, his pit stall. For the first driver
but
change.
That's one of the things that's actually been a factor here. There's been a number of teams, a number of drivers have had that problem, and coming down a pit lane, it's sometimes very difficult to pick out where your pit box is and where your fueling rig is, and they're very, very on it with where you need to stop. And if you don't stop in the right spot, it really does hurt you.
It's 5th in LMP2, but 1st in the points. It's the CrowdStrike Racing by APR crew. And in truth, there you see it. It's 25 points to the good. They have been the class of the field for the last 3 races, Ollie. And that's been George Kurtz sticking to the plan.
Yep.
Melty Jacobsen in Dubai, really setting up a cracking end to the races, and then Louis Delatraz just delivering.
Yeah, George has really sort of understood his role here, and he's not got flustered when things haven't quite gone to plan, maybe in those first few laps, or he just gets pushed back a little bit. He really has been clear-minded, clinical, and then he's delivered the car to his teammates in Molt Jacobsen and Louis Delatraz, and they have executed brilliantly. And that CrowdStrike by APR crew have done a really fantastic job. Preparation, but then also execution, strategy and pit stops.
Yep, great to see fans and families, by the way, out here. A lot of families, or particularly European teams, taking the opportunity for a bit of winter sun. Weather is miserable back in the UK, I can tell you that, if you're watching in from there. Hard luck. It's brilliant here.
30 degrees.
national anthem of our hosts from United Arab Emirates. VIPs on the grid, BFE on the president of the ACO, the organising body behind the Asian Le Mans Series, European Le Mans Series, and of course the FI World Endurance Championship. And in many ways, Ollie, this is a scene setter for that in just about 5 weeks' time. Before we come to Ollie, Gavin, though, let's get back down onto the grid, because in amongst this lot somewhere, in his fire suit, David Addison is with Steve Jans.
Steve Jans, pole position in GT, and yesterday really you should have been a winner, shouldn't you? It was the one that got away.
For sure, it was a little unlucky for us. I mean, the performance of the car is very good. I think we had a perfect weekend so far, unless the result yesterday. We had to retire due to technical issues, but there's still another one. So yeah, all in for today, and I think the starting position is perfect. My sister car on the right side. So yeah, should be not too bad.
Is it a repair overnight or a new engine that's gone in?
Yeah, the guys did the great work because they had to change the engine. So the guys were working almost the whole night to put the new engine in. It was due to safety reason as well, so we don't want to stop again. Gatsby did a great job to put us again a rocket here on the starting line. So yeah, let's focus on today.
Good luck. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Yeah, a very unusual engine failure for the AMG.
I was wondering there whether the team actually knew how to do it, because I'm not sure they've ever changed the motor because they're so reliable.
I was at AMG last winter, and they put one of these monster things on the dyno just to show us. And you'll be aware with dynos, the thing rattled the building. You could feel it through your feet. And the exhaust they were putting on the dyno rig were just glowing cherry red.
Yeah.
Absolutely astonishing thing.
Very impressive.
There you go. All good. And good luck to them. They've been amazing in qualifying. Yeah, John Falb. Enjoying his time in the sun.
Yeah, he's been a real character and a real performer this year, hasn't he?
Hasn't he? He's just looked as if he's enjoying it.
He's always got a smile on his face.
A moment for this car, the 37 car from QMMF by GetSpeed. And the Abdullah Ali Al-Khalafi has been doing his team and his nation proud here. Massive turnaround from form last year for this team when they raced with Herbert and a Porsche. It is another front row start for him.
Yeah, it just seemed to sort of fade away there in the middle part of the race. Didn't quite have that pace all the way through.
They've deserved better.
Yeah.
But, Giorgio Rota then has come out from the shadows and will be joining the number 5 car.
He must have everything crossed.
He must. Giacomo Petrobelli will be hoping for better things. Well, some of that is going to be in his hands. Time lost to penalties, and I think 0.2% less will give him 10% more.
Yeah, and very much so, and I'm sure Johnny Adam, his teammate, has been talking all of that through with him overnight and this morning, and through the warm-up, and just trying to get just slightly cooler heads when on track. These guys, though, 74, Dustin Blattner has been a class act with all of this lineup, and that is the reason why these guys are so far in front in the championship.
It is a truly professional effort here, isn't it? There is the points difference. It's 22 points. They basically need to score, and Team WRT's 69 car has to win, really, to get that done. 8th or better, I believe, is the absolute calculation. But through this season, they've barely put a foot wrong. Yeah,
Kessel Racing have been absolutely brilliant with their preparation, with their engineering, with their strategy, and then the driver lineup that they've got has been exemplary. But these guys as well, 69, Anthony McIntosh can be taking the start here in the 69 car, but they had a fantastic race yesterday.
They did.
Parker Thompson and Dan Harper both drove fantastically, but I saw Kurtz at the end of the race and he just said, we just did our job.
Yep.
We just made no mistakes.
Be boring.
Yeah, it was rather boring, but he said we just executed.
The drama, though, last night came in this class, and it came from this team who come into the race now with a 20-point advantage, and the team you can see through the other side of the car, the 13 car, disqualified from the win after failing to make the repair to the front end of the car.
Paul Longchamp was just getting himself strapped in that car, and again,
pole positions.
Yeah, he has been an absolute class act throughout this Asian Le Mans series, and very much deserving of those pole positions. He's made sure he's got the job done each time.
It's that inspection hatch with the number 13 on it that was the guilty party yesterday. Parted ways with the car early on in the race.
They tried to get it back on the car, but it just would not go back on, and I think the rush that they were going through to try and get it resecured, I think that only added to the problems.
Yeah, ultimately it would have been the better choice to have taken the time to repair the fittings, wouldn't it? But that's not what happened. Disqualification it was, and very sadly for that team, and for that matter any followers of that team. See Lauren Heinrich just walking through the middle of the shop there. Yeah. That means that they are no longer in the range of the title. Just 2 cars remain in that. This one is not one of them. It's a 71 car, has taken a win so far this year in dramatic circumstances in Dubai. Matus Reba, the man at the wheel at that stage. We saw some pace from him, but too far back to make a difference yesterday. The other car, by the way, in contention is the 29 car. Sits back in 7th place. Nick Adcock will start the black and green for SDA Racing by VPS car. Here's the 8. This featured at the sharp end in the early running yesterday. Roman Wozniak, Vic Stevens, Ajita Patel is the trio that will pedal this one. And it's team car, by the way, the number 1, had a much quieter race.
Stronger race, though.
It was a much stronger race. Julian Kirby was on it,
yeah,
no doubt about it. He really did provide the LMP3 fireworks and much of his 2 stints in it.
But more importantly, Ajit Kumar managed to get himself into the race and have himself get the experience of running on track with all of these other classes around him.
He'll have learned more in the 52 minutes, I think it was, he was aboard the car than probably he did through what was a traumatic Dubai for him. And that will help as he progresses in his journey in LMP3. What's going on here?
Yeah, we're on board here with the 1 car. They got an issue here. They're still in the pit box.
That's
looks
in the
like.
box.
That is in the box.
It is.
Here's the Yas Marina circuit, 5.281 kilometers, 16 turns, and it really is a mixture here of high speed stuff, but then real heavy braking and slow speed corners, and then those big long straights. So, yeah, combination. And something very technical and something for every driver here.
Yep, 44 cars then on the grid, 1 in the garage at the moment. Looked like a steering problem or electronics problem for the number 1 Team Forest car.
The first of the 2 formation laps.
Gwen Boursier, our race director, reminds us that it is indeed 2 formation laps for the Asian Le Mans Series, as with all ACO rules racing now.
Yeah, no tyre warmers. Yeah, no tyre warmers. Yep.
It should get fairly warm.
Yeah, 40 degrees on the track. Yes, it's going to be pretty toasty out there. And yes, they'll still have to work through, the drivers will go through their plan on how to get everything going and switched on and up to temperature. We did see a couple of guys coming into turn 1 with some issues yesterday, so hopefully they've learnt those lessons. We're seeing all of these cars leaving here. They are on fresh new Michelins.
It is United Autosports on pole position. Giorgio Roda with John Fowle for the 20 Algarve Pro Racing car alongside High Class Racing and Inter Europol. Second row, Jens Moller and Georgios Kolovos, George Kurtz and Michael Jensen for CrowdStrike Racing by IPR and the Algarve Pro Racing car. Then it is the number 6 car of Phil Fayer from United Autosports, DKR Engineering's Alex Matchell. Next up, RD Limited's Fred Pordad and the 22 Proton car of Stefan Aust, 9th and 10th. 11th and 12th Proton competitions. Hertz Feldbamar, the 88, Ponos Racing, Tezuko Yorikatsu, the 45, the orange and black car. Vector Sport RR's Daniel Schneider sits 13th, Kreitl and Tudis 14th, and the final row
all cars to close the gaps.
LMP2, Mira Konopka in the 44 ARC Bratislava car, and Chatelaar Racing with Charles Malaysi, the only non-bronze driver to start. Paul Lancher, the absolute pole domination from him continues. CLX Motorsports, the 17 CLX car alongside it. Europol's Alex Bekantsov in the 13. 23 Events Racing 71. Terence Woodward, Roman Wozniak in the 8
all
Team
cars to close the gaps. The gaps
alongside
are
him.
too big.
RSGP's Duquesne, Fabien Michel and Tim Whale in the High Class Racing car. They stay at row 11. Row 12, Nick Adcock. Title contention still from SDA Racing's 29. Breton Racing's Jacek Vanolka sits alongside. 23 Events Racing, Louis Stern and Julien
are too
Gerby
large.
in the
Please
garage
close
at
the
the
gaps.
moment. Starts at the moment 26th, but will start from the back of this grid. Into GT, an all-AMG front row. Get Speed's 9, Steve Jans, and the 37Q MMF by Get Speed car alongside. A Courier Cross, Blackthorn, the 56 Aston Martin, Giacomo Petrobelli. Title leaders, Kessel Racing's Dustin Black in the 74 car. 69, Team WRT, they're still in the hunt. Tony McIntosh.
The line
and Team
is too long,
WRT's Renat
ladies and
Salikov
gentlemen. Please close the
alongside.
gaps.
United Autosports 59 McLaren, Andrei Murkozov is next with the TF Sports 11 Corvette of Blake McDonald. Origin Motorsports, Bob
Car
Yuan, the
71, you are
87,
delaying
the
the
10,
whole pack.
and Taras
71,
Al
close the gaps.
Porsche alongside from Montai. AF Corsa, Darren Young, the 21 Ferrari, 34 Racing Team Turkey Corvette of Tom Van Rompuy, that is row 19, and row 20, Kessel Racing's Bill McGidley,
71, please close the
Montai's
gap.
Francois Heriot, the 15 and the 92. 51 and 66 make up 21. Row 21, Charlie Samani and Prince Jeffrey. And row 22, Castadio Toledo,
At
and the Vista
21,
AF
close
Corsa
the gaps.
54, and the 50 American by AF Racing Ferraris of Greg Bennett. That completes the grid, and it is trouble for the number 1 car.
Yeah, looks like they've got the bodywork about
21,
to
if
go
you
back
have an
on
issue,
the 1.
pull to the side. 21, if you have an issue, pull to the side. Otherwise, close the gaps.
We're getting instructions there from race control.
Now, is there an issue for the 21? We'll keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, I thought it was 71. Was it 71 or
21.
20?
21 has got a big gap to the number 10 car.
Yeah,
That is Darren Young, I think, aboard that car.
Yeah, and Gwen will be just wanting all of these cars to come back in one pack.
Reminder to all teams, T12 all information 2 by 2. At the start, all cars through the grid paintings, no overtake before the line, no side movement before the line.
That's the gap.
21, close the gaps.
Yeah, and you know, if he doesn't close the gaps, then he'll be up for a penalty. You're usually not allowed to be any more than 5 car lengths in between the car in front of you, and they really want you to start.
He's back there now.
Yeah, he is back there now. Maybe he did have a problem. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, it's super important for the pack to be packed up, just so that there's not these big sort of concertina moments where cars speeding up and then slowing down, and that's what can cause incidents and accidents just on this very lap.
Sherry Kamara pace car brings them all under control. And that means Louis Hartog's looking forward to his next interview with the somewhat more vertically challenged David Addison.
Yeah, well, I just must have booked it in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's that was what the cheer was for. They've got a time for that, so we can all enjoy that later.
Yeah, obviously there'll be one of the highlights of the race.
Yeah, it looks a little like the Statue of Liberty when he's doing that, doesn't he? Not lurk.
Okay, leaders to start assuming grid position. All cars in grid position. T12. 5 cars lengths maximum between the categories.
One car out on the pit.
That's great to see.
Will be able to join at the back of this grid once they clear the safety car line. Under the hotel turn.
What that was, that problem.
GTs, you have to close the gap. GTs, close the gaps. No overtake before the line. No side movement before the line.
Now the grid will be under the control of Giorgio Roda. We'll wait for the red lights to go out as they come towards the line and let you enjoy the start of this race.
Green flag.
And we are go for the final 4-hour race of what's been a stellar 2025-26 Asian Le Mans Series.
Everybody's through cleanly, it seems. Oh no, 13 off. Sideways. Just maybe a tick too late on the brakes there. Lost the rear.
Didn't seem to be another car involved at that point. I can tell you the number 1 car will be joining us. It's a radiator leak for that car. And already, stellar start from Giacomo Petrobelli, already up to second. You think he's going to take the lead. Charles Lacey, meanwhile, up the inside, trying to take position after position to get to the front here. Again, up front though, Giorgio Roda from John Falb through and into second place.
And Petrobelli's made it to the front. He's fired up after yesterday's somewhat disappointment, but he's got the Get Speed Mercedes AMGs right on his tail.
So big old gaggle of cars. Jetalar Racing's Sharma Lacey looking to make his way through safely, but that was a big hit at the side of the 3 car.
Yeah.
Doesn't look to be big damage though to the 3. I think he's got away with that. Lacey around the outside of the 22 car here, Stefan Aust.
Yeah, just got over that curb there at the apex of 7. Never going to be a good outcome.
So, and now around the outside of Alexander Matchell. Can he make it there?
No.
Not sure that he can.
No, I don't think so.
Switches to the inside, that's covered as well, but Lazy in a hurry.
Yeah, he is. He really wants to make... Oh, up the inside here into turn 12. Nicely done. Matchell gives him the room just, but Malacy on the move.
Yeah, difficult for Sharma Lacey. It's the bronze drivers, of course, starting all the other cars, and they're going to be head on a swivel in amongst this level of busyness of traffic.
Yeah.
So he's got to be careful. 25 car Michael Jensen is his next target, so we are already up to 7th.
Yeah, Malacy will get him here coming down into turn 1. Just a drive off there. He's just got these tyres switched on. The bronze drivers are still working up, getting their Michelins going.
We'll tell you, by the way, Alexander Bekantsov has got away from that spin in turn 1, and also Team Virage's Julian Kirby is also on the move.
Was the Aston Martin running slowly there? It is. Kyrgios Petrobelli, he's dropping down the order. I think he's coming in pit lane this lap after such a strong opening lap. It just seems like it's all unravelled there, and he's on pit lane. 56.
Big
side by side. Whoa.
Now, is that a puncture? He was very close contention with the AMGs. Has he suffered a puncture? And he is indeed on pit lane.
Oh, it is a puncture. Oh, brutal luck. And they're just waiting with the fueling. What happened there?
That was a bit of a kiss between the two title contenders.
Big bodywork there.
And there's a prototype stopped on the right-hand side, the back straight. They're passing it now.
Yikes.
That is in a rotten position. Who's dropping down the order? It's Nielsen Racing's Crichton and Tunis.
Oh, rotten luck for those guys. Oh no.
So there's been contact affecting the 64. Crichton and Tunis is either running very slowly or has stopped.
Yeah, he has. Just watching the 74 Kessel car just winding its way through here, and just I'm sure that there's a few hearts in mouths down there in Kessel. Just watching Dustin Blattner work through these first few laps.
5th at the moment for Blattner.
It's all he needs to be, and he's just going to be shadowing that 69. Sister car 28's right there in front.
Look at the gap here though. That is as he crosses the line. Giorgio Roda with 3.8 seconds.
Safety car coming.
Yeah, not surprised. That's significant. So 47 will pit to take advantage of the virtual safety car.
Well, that's great for them. Great for them.
That is coming in 7 seconds, so that is as good as it gets from this situation for them.
It really does. They'll be able to get Roberto in the car.
Virtual safety car comes in, no overtaking. There was a P3 car heading for pit lane as well.
Yeah, there's been all action. Just being relayed some information there.
That's just telling him it's a virtual safety car. Calm. Also on pit lane, 85 and 23. I think this is going to be them burning a long stop.
Yeah, could well be. Is that from the Nielsen car, that debris?
So who else was involved in that?
Oh, rotten luck for those guys. They've been making such great steps. The car's been fast, and they just needed a little bit of luck, and we were hoping we were going to get that today.
That's
in a 64 car, but
a lot of bits and pieces. Away comes the Jetalar car. That car is going to emerge behind the LMP3 pack, but oddly in a better position in real terms than they were yesterday. So there's quite a lot of debris there. Whatever the hit was, it was quite a chunky one, wasn't it?
Yep. I think that somebody's been driven out there. 13 on pit lane as well.
And that was another car that had a bit of drama.
He flat spotted those tyres.
There you go, immediately taking tyres. That will compromise them later.
Yeah, they'll have to triple stint tyres at some point, because they're not a lot.
Can they reprofile those tyres and put them back on?
They could work them. They could send them down to the Michelin engineers and just see if they could try and find a way.
Here's the start. This was not where the dramas came in P2, but watch the 13 car, the bright green fronted car behind. I didn't see contact. The CLX car is moving over, but I don't think there was contact.
It just looks like locked rears. This is turning into the corner. Yeah, there we go. We're all felt it, Molt.
Yeah, Monty Jakobsen. He's got a career ahead of him in TV.
Yeah.
In a few years yet, though.
Yeah, I would say.
Big wobble for a couple of cars there. There's Crichton and Tunis with 2 cars behind him in a little battle pack. And here is the 56 car. Did get side to side.
We're going to see something here. Oh, that was the
13.
13.
That was the 13.
Yep.
This is
Yep.
turn 1.
Yeah.
But there was also a side-by-side contact with the 34 and it was the 87, wasn't it? Banging wheels. Yeah. That looks like a headlamp lens. Has someone run into the back of him? Was he running to the back of somebody?
It does look like a headlamp lens. It's hard to pick that out.
Say
Maybe
lens cover, more realistically. But either way, where is the 64 car? He has rejoined. He is
still
underway.
He's still running, isn't he? It could have been there was a spin, and he stops just refiring it and getting it going.
So underway now, the 47 car. So we can start at least talking about realistically where the 47 car is going to be in its quest. This car has to win to have any hope whatsoever of the championship and that automatic invitation to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. They're currently sitting in 32nd place. High Class Racing, Jens Reiner Muller is on pit lane.
Yeah.
Now, could just be splash of fuel.
You see on board here with Mansai car, you're seeing that display. It's just trying to hold it around about 80 k's. It's sometimes just popping under, just popping over. There's a tiny amount of tolerance there, and they're all on that sort of VSC mode that all of these cars have programmed in.
Yeah, it's going to take just a little while. There's a lot of very small debris, and not just in one place, which looks like there was impact damage and then something else let go from one or other car. So we certainly know the 64 car was one car involved. So did someone run into him or did he run into somebody?
Yeah, interesting to sort of see what's happened with Giacomo Petrobelli and the 56 car.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. So we're just hearing down from the pits, David, that the 64 had a spin.
Well, the 70 car is on the front end changed.
Yeah. So.
Well, and is that car going? No, it's not going. No, it's just been repositioned.
Repositioned so it can start and leave. Just trying to fire.
And Schneider adjusting it around the 29 car.
Fueling. They have to put that earthing clip on. Oh, here we are on board. This is
the Vector Sport car. I think you're going to see this car involved with. Yeah, we are.
Oh, got into
the back of it.
Yeah. Ran into the back.
If you look at the right-hand side of the picture, he's lost the front corner.
That's
that is for the Vector car.
Yeah. So Crichton was rejoining after his spin.
If he's just run wide, but either way, he's run into the back of the car. So that's what's happened. 70 into the rear of 64. At this point, everybody's still running, but with some delays around. So Vector Sports RLR 70 car has been in for a new front clip. This is the 47 car, championship leaders, dominant championship leaders. They are indeed burning a long stop.
The 17, yeah?
Yep. From CLX Motorsports. Giorgio Roda still leads. Remember, with a virtual safety car, there's still one great big piece of bodywork, and that looks like it might be from the Nielsen car.
I would say yeah, it is. Yeah, it's going to be that rear clip.
The safety car will be scrambled, so this field is going to bunch back up. That will help Roberto Locorte.
It will, and Crichton Lentudis.
Where we get back to full speed running.
So all of these drivers are now running around on this 80k an hour limiter that they have, and that's so that they can all sit and comfortably at that speed, and then once the virtual safety car period is done, which is 2 laps, they will send the safety car out and everybody will be able to release that 80k an hour speed limit, and then the speed will be controlled then by the safety car. See there on that display panel on the right hand side, this is inside the United car, the number 6. There's VSC displayed on that panel on the right hand side there.
In-car marshalling system.
Yeah.
So,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118 just hearing that Giacomo Petrobelli has just done a drive-through in the 56 car. Resetting drive time? No.
It's weird, that one.
Yeah, it is strange.
That'll be interesting to find out from the Aston Martin team. In comes the race leader, Giorgio Roda, and indeed the cars that are following. So I think they're all just going to top up with fuel. I think they've realised there is still debris there. We know the safety car's going to come.
Yeah.
So,
and this helps them just extend their period that they can run for. Drive time for the bronze drivers is 1 hour, and so they're just trying to get that point closer. You know, on this next sort of stint on the fuel.
Well, David Addison, it's almost like he can read our thoughts. He's sprinted down to Kyrgios Blackthorn, and he's with Johnny Adam to find out what that was all about.
Not a great start to the race. It was a demon first lap for Giacomo, but Johnny Adam, on the scale now of wanting to go and have a beer or call the Samaritans, where does this leave you?
Yeah, he was very unlucky, you know, at the start. He had a great start up to first, and then I think he just, a P2 car just turned in quite early at T9, I think, and just caught the wheel in, obviously, a slow puncture, so we thought it would be better to do 2 tyres. And then we've just reset our drive time there as well. So we are at the back, but we've reset that as well. So long way to go.
True. Yesterday, he was a bit leery at times. He'd had one double espresso too many, we thought. Yeah,
unfortunately, we had a few too many track limits yesterday. But we've just, I don't know, we've had pace in the car all the championship from, for first round in Sepang, but we've just never sort of executed the whole weekend properly. So it's not been the greatest start, but still 3 and a bit hours to go, a long way to go. We've got good pace. I think over the 3 drivers, and if we have clean pit stop, we can get right back in this fight. So it'd be nice. Said this yesterday, but nice to finish on a high. It really would.
But you've been calming him down overnight, you know, about these track limits. You've been able to work out what the problem was.
Yeah, different driver today. He's in a good place. Giacomo's fast. He's always been fast. It's just trying to sort of calculate that. And the bigger thing is, it's an endurance race. It's just 4 hours, you know. But we need to be super clean. Let's see. Let's see later on.
Thanks, Johnny.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was in the hotel lift this morning with Jacko and his family. 7-year-old daughter was taking me through the various things he'd done wrong yesterday. That must have been a real boost for him.
Oh boy!
Always, if you've ever had a 7-year-old, and particularly a 7-year-old daughter, I can't express how brutal their judgment can be.
Yes.
On the scale of 1 to absolutely terrible, it must be worse than the Supreme Court, I think. But,
oh, absolutely.
So, Ms. Petrobelli, you were a diamond. What can I say? Absolutely fantastic. Giorgio Roda, by the way, safety car now has been called. Pit entry is closed.
Where is the safety car, though? I think Giorgio is maybe a little confused about where it is. So there's the safety car sat there, still behind the barrier. So exit of the pit lane, we're hearing.
Okay. So he'll be waiting for the team to give him instructions. That may not have come, but as you can see behind, everybody backed up behind Giacomo Petrobelli. Coming
He's back
now
to his 80 k's an hour.
He is.
He hasn't been instructed to go faster, so yeah, I can understand why he's doing what he's doing.
Okay, so no harm, no foul at the moment. So I just called him Giacomo Petrobelli, didn't I? It's Giorgio Roda, of course, from John Falb, Jens Muller, and that full group all pitted. One car that did not was the RD Limited car. Fred Pordad has therefore made up places, but will be behind the little strategy here. So
yeah, that's
an interesting choice. 15 minutes is deep enough for that fuel to make a difference.
Yeah, it is. Every single lap, and all the strategists will be sort of working through and wanting to get these bronze drivers as close to that hour mark as they possibly can.
Yeah, Simon Megatuni there. It looked to me like Matthias Kaiser was trying to work out why they'd done that, but they'll have an idea in their minds, and we're just about to see Giorgio Roda pick up the Chevy Camaro pace car, or safety car as it is now. And the young class at Deco Engineering, they had a strong race yesterday.
Yeah, it didn't quite fall their way in the end, did it? But yeah, they did. They had a lot of pace, and Griffin Peebles did a great job in that car.
Yeah.
And yeah, certainly they look like they're on a good march here.
Scene there, they'll be familiar for you from your career, Ollie. Chevrolet joining from behind the barrier.
Oh man, it's tough today, isn't it? It really is.
It's a long race, mate.
Oh boy.
3 hours 44 minutes to go.
Is going to be that long?
Yeah. Sam Cox there, the co-owner and team manager, team principal of Algarve Pro Racing. Look again at this start. No dramas in LMP2, but the drama came for the number 13 car in LMP3, just about to come into shot now.
Yeah, I think that was alone. I don't think he had any contact.
Doesn't look to be any damage. That was the response from Malte Jakobsen. His range of emotions extended by surprised. And there's been a touch there, I think, between the Algarve Pro cars and DKR Engineering number 3. And lots of bumping.
13 off there.
There you go. Lots of bumping and boring between lots of GT cars. On board now with Antares out. Will not be retaining. This is the run to the front, or the start of the run to the front from Giacomo Petrobelli. Charles Malaysia, meanwhile, going 3-4 wide in his quest to get to the front. There we go, off the curb and into the side of the Origin car from the Racing Team Turkey 34.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal, wasn't it?
And this is the moment we brought out the virtual safety car. Went wide. There was no spin, I don't think, from Kreitl and Tudis. He went wide, rejoined, and that, I think, caught out Daniel Schneider, and somebody hit a big piece of the debris as the rear of the 64 car disassembled. Davids with Charles Malaysia.
Charles, I think this is looking a bit more promising than yesterday in terms of the race, even if the championship is a long shot.
Yeah, no, for sure, it's better for us, also for the race itself, because yesterday we were just trying to stay in the lap, and it was not an easy task. But yeah, no, I think we'll just try to do our best and have a good race. I think now championship, except if there is like some crazy circumstances, it will be difficult for us, and I don't wish them to have these kind of circumstances like a DNF. So no, I think we'll just try to do our best to come back as close as we can to the podium. And yeah, if we can like fight for a podium or a win, it could be nice, and to end the championship like this. Anyways, I think it was a good fight until the end. So no, like I said, we'll just try to do our best.
Does a situation like this help Roberto in a sense, because he's getting into the car but at a reduced speed? He can get himself settled. He doesn't have to be flat out when he leaves the pits.
No, for sure. I mean, like yesterday, because the driving time for the bronze driver is quite critical. So the best is the early we can put him in the car, the better it is for us. And plus, there is a VSC, so that he can catch up and not be stuck in the middle of the GTs when he get out. So for sure, we are not behind another P2. We have like multiple GT between the last P2 of the pack and ourselves. So we will lose a bit of time, but definitely is better than yesterday. Normally we'll not lose a lap, so yeah. Like I say, we'll just try to do our best, and I wish that we can have still a nice race, have some good fight with the other P2s, and we'll see how it goes.
Good luck. Thanks, Charles.
Just taking a look at some other points of order. One of them is Team Virage have pitted twice, did not see their first pit stop, but the second pit stop was certainly a long stop. They've lost the lead lap, as has the 23 Events Racing team, and I think both those teams have done both their long stops.
Yeah, Breton Racing is in the lead of LMP3.
Way in the lead.
Yeah, they haven't pitted at all.
Yeah, the 23 car, by the way, will be getting the wave by. I'm just trying to pick out the number 1 in the order behind their safety car. WRT enjoying their moment on camera.
Yeah, they had a fantastic race yesterday. It was really quite boring, I think, for them.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of yes. I mean, they just executed.
Yep.
They just delivered the plan. Broke no rules, cracked on, took the opportunities to get to the front where they could. A little bit of fortune with that number 9 AMG with that super rare engine failure.
Yeah.
Safety car is coming in this lap. There's no wave by.
No wave by. Lights are off. And Giorgio is keeping pace with the safety car, which is unusual. When's he going to back it up?
Well, he'll have that one move. It's going to be here.
Oh, yeah, that's maybe not the greatest place to do it, because people can't see around that corner. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that's the whole thing.
Don't think we had any contact, did we?
I don't hope not.
Away we go, though. We're going to go back to green flag running. It's 3 hours and 39 minutes, the end of this race and this season. Giorgio Roda's got the hammer down. John Falb and Jens-Reiner Müller right there, though. He's not got the getaway this time, and the chasing pack behind slightly stymied by the fact that they've got the 23 LMP3 car they could not overtake before the line.
No. So everybody's just trying to get things going again here. It would have been a number of laps. You know, getting things would have been cooling down, and they would have almost got things to the racing temperatures and pressures, but they're going to have to work pretty hard on that now. Oh, the 25 APR car was looking left and right to get past the 23 car there. Fortunately just got through, no other incidents.
Thomas Racing 45 tucks in behind briefly the LMP3 car, gets back on it now. Who's going to get the best of this running as we get back up to full speed? Team manager car 23 to race control. There's been some kind of issue there under the virtual safety car.
Yeah, maybe there was something going on there with...
That's why they've not done a wave bar. They think there's a problem with that 23's position in the queue. Yeah. If that is the case, that's going to be expensive.
Yeah, big penalty, I would say. Let's see.
Away we go. Roda, Falb, Müller, Kolovos, Bourdais, Kurtz, Fire, and Jensen, Matschel, and Stefan Aus to your top 10.
Just a bit further down here, 34 car on-board racing team Turkey. So be Tom Van Rompuy. Had a pretty strong run yesterday. They've been given a little bit more performance today with a bit of a BOP break. So I think Charlie Eastwood was quick in the warm-up, and I think they've got higher hopes for performances today.
This is the battle for 12th being fought out between the Corvette, based in the UK, and the UK-based McLaren of United Autosports. Two very different cars. Normally aspirated V8 in the back, mid-rear of the Corvette, and the turbo V8 of the McLaren. This is the battle for 5th position. RD Limited's Fred Bourdais.
Strong race yesterday.
He did.
He was like rejuvenated after his treatment.
Yeah, he missed the 2 races in Dubai with back pain, and he suffered that. Knows that is absolutely no joke. But after treatment, back in the driving seat and providing a good basis for James Allen to attack. George Kurtz, Phil Clare are tucking in behind him. Giorgio Roda getting away again. Meantime, it's a battle between GTs and LMP3s. The LMP3s took the opportunity of that virtual safety car to burn pit stops, and that means, for the most part, the LMP3 pack is behind at the moment the GT3s. This is going to make things interesting.
Yeah, and the GT drivers are sort of talking about the lack of speed difference between the P3s and the GTs, and certainly the way that they generate the lap time on track, you've got to have sort of certain amount of cooperation to get you work your way through. 13 looking at the inside there.
Yeah, Petrobelli there pushing on. He's now 18th place in GT and be looking to make up positions. Driver stint time resets, of course. High class racing and into Europol side by side. That position going the way of the recovering 13 car.
Giacomo
6th.
Close to Banksy there as they came through turn 6. And I think whenever the 56 car appears in shot, most of the team must be sort of holding its breath at the moment, because it does seem to be all action.
Petrobelli taking that position from Banksy, and George Kurtz taking a good hard look at whether or not there might be a way by the 30 car, but they'll be on minimum risk strategy here.
Yeah, I mean, George will know himself, but he will also have quite the briefing from his team manager and engineers. No risk, all high percentage moves.
So Roberto Lacorte has passed the LMP3s and GT3s. He's now up to 15th place. His next target, Vector Sports' Daniel Schneider.
Yeah, Fred was just very keen to get back to the inside of the track, the left-hand side, as I come down here into turn 6. 290 k's an hour here. Hard on the brakes, 3G on the brakes, and just got it all stopped. Working those Michelin super hard, but George is working hard to get past Fred. And there we are, back in the 30 garage. Romain Dumas enjoying the racing.
He is indeed.
George looking upside, on the inside, nicely done. But is Fred going to come back up the inside? No, he's not. That's a strong move there by George.
Phil Fayer looking around the outside there, just doing both Phil Fayer and Fred Portad off track and fully airborne just briefly. Phil Fayer. That's left the 6 car under attack for the number 3 of Alexander Matchell.
25 went round the outside of the pair of them and took the spots, both spots. And just from drifting a little bit wide there and not being able to use all the lock and maybe just being quite tight with your hands means that they drifted out over that curb and then left the door fully open for Michael Jensen to come through.
Yeah, I was hearing yesterday, weren't we, from Fred Portad. Watch it again. Watch the number 6 car as he comes off. This is fully airborne there.
Yeah, bunny hop. Yeah.
It was indeed. That will have hurt, actually. We heard yesterday from Fred Portad that his major problem had been caused by the seat. And they'd got a new seat, which really had exacerbated a problem. Now, not sure, because I've not caught up with Fred, but there is one odd thing about the seats in these Oricas, which is that the air jack point actually intrudes into the space that would normally be taken by the seats.
Yeah.
So there's a compromise there in comfort. Matchell, by the way, past Phil Fayer, and he's also under attack here. Stefan Haus is to his left here. A trouble there for the 85.
And just gone deep at 12, I think. Just sideways on the brakes and then completely backwards.
Yeah, that's not the recommended angle.
Definitely not. And the wiper has also left the surface of the windshield.
Yeah. So trouble for the Decay. They've had a troubled run in this Asia Le Mans series.
It's not been very straightforward, is it?
Title winners in dominant form in the Michelin Le Mans Cup in 2025, but they'll be disappointed with their efforts in their first outing here in the Asia Le Mans series. They move back to Europe for the season in both European Le Mans series and the Le Mans Cup. Now Matchell having a crack at Fred Portad. There's a good run here from Matchell. Goes around the outside. He's got that done.
Yeah, he has. He has.
I wonder if Fred Portad
might have a bit of an issue here.
I think he might have got a bit of a jolt over those curbs. We know he's had back pain.
Yeah.
Has he got a problem with the car, or has he hurt himself here? Because he's definitely, that does not look right.
No, he looks a bit tentative and just not really wanting to attack. And pain inside the race car is just horrible. When something's not right, and particularly in your back, it can be brutal. And so, maybe the team are just talking to Fred, just wondering, what do we need to do here? Is there an issue? Is there a problem? Or does he just need it to settle? Give it a couple of laps, take some breaths, and get himself back on track.
United Autosports, Giorgio Roda pulling away, as we said, 2.8 seconds to the good now as we approach the end of the first half hour here at Yas Marina. From John Falb in the Algar Pro Racing number 20, they'll be looking, both of them, for a win. High Class Racing 2 would love to be on the top step of the podium, as would into Europol competition. Then we get to 5th, and that is George Kurtz, title leaders by 25 points. And it's all about them getting to the end of this race trouble-free.
Stefan Haus up the inside of Fred, just gone very deep there, but it's got the deal done. Just going to have to pinch off turn 7, but that's okay. But Fred does look a little bit backed up, and his Crichton Lentudis is coming back through the field, and he's just killing up the inside of the 37, which is nice. The 9's just
it's a bit further up the road. This is Crichton almost back to the back of the LMP2 order. Just the GT leader now between him and that.
But he's some 20 seconds back, isn't he, from the back of that? So Roberto Lacorte is the back of the pack, isn't he, in P2?
So
these guys were so quick at the start of the race yesterday, and Steve Jans did a great job, but it just all started to unravel when Anthony got in the car, and then they had that engine failure. And they had to park it up. Crichton goes through, gets through
on 16th place. And so where are we? Top 15, separated by just over 30 seconds, and 15th is Roberto Lacorte, and he is trying to catch Daniel Schneider, but at the moment his pace is not quite there. This, meanwhile, is Giacomo Petrobelli trying to leapfrog his way back up the order. Now he's
just taken the place from the 21 car. The 21 car is trying to sneak it back, pick his pocket as they come down into turn 9. Giacomo's, I'm sure that Johnny is on the radio to him. That tighter line seems to work for this Aston Martin as well. Nicely done there by Giacomo. And he's been strong. He's been really been very fast on board, but Darren Leung in the 21 was looking for a way that he could get that spot back. The AF Course Ferraris just haven't looked quite as racy.
Really had the bite, have they?
No.
You were saying yesterday that, you know, Davide Rigon is aboard one of those cars later, and I, like you, cannot remember mentioning his name.
No.
And that indicates that he's not really been in the fight. Meantime, towards the back of the order in LMP2, what are we looking at here? This is 71
29.
and the 59. And this, I think, is the 29 taking that position.
Yeah.
This is our championship contending car, 4th place now for Nick Adcock.
Giorgio coming through the traffic now, 54 there in front. Is he going to sneak past them, and is Banksy going to see him? Yes, he is. But now Banksy's gone wide, and he Vista Ferrari 296 going to have to try and find his way past the 77.
John Falb will have that traffic to deal with shortly as well. That's brought the gap down for the moment, 2.4 seconds into the next half hour now. So United Autosports lead the race again with Giorgio Roda. Just what is going to be thrown at this effort this time? In GT, because that is the next class up, with the LMP3s having taken those long stops in the virtual safety car. Get Speed Steve Jans from Abdullah Ali Al Khalafi in the QMMF car by Get Speed. MG12, Tony McIntosh and Rinat Salikov in the Team WRT cars are in close contention though. Dustin Blattner is holding station and holding off Blake McDonald. That's the top 6. Then we get to the lead car in LMP3, and that's the Breton Racing car, Jacek Jaslonka, but has not taken a pit stop, and some of the other contenders have taken 2. The incident involving cars 3 and 22 under investigation, causing a collision, and car 1 is under investigation for starting from the pit lane. That JMR Corvette, by the way, that we said had pitted, has not rejoined the race. I'm sure David will be on that.
They had a gearbox change. They had a gearbox change after warm-up this morning.
Oh dear. Okay.
And they put the new one in, but maybe they've still got some issues there. Yeah, that was a surprise for them. Just jumped up on them, that gearbox issue they had.
Yeah, John Fowle making short work of that little batch of traffic. And we'll soon see just exactly how effective that's been through the next timing beam.
JMR have had a very tough Asian Le Mans series.
They really have. They've realised where the level is, and they realise they've got work to do to get there. I think is the.
Yeah, I think there's that, but there's also they've just been super unlucky in the incidents they've got sort of mixed up in, I suppose, and bad luck really has really affected where they've ended.
Fowle, by the way, has had a great run through traffic. He's closed the gap by a good half second through that traffic.
John's
seconds.
been excellent
Yes.
all the way through the Asian Le Mans series. He's been brilliant at APR, really enjoying his time there. Smile back on his face.
Yep.
Loves racing on all these tracks.
Looked at his kit bag, found the overalls, found the helmet, and right at the bottom, just under the crease, there was his mojo.
Yeah, he's managed to re-find it. Good
He's
for him.
found his mojo, and that's great to see. Smiling all week long.
Yeah.
So, Roda extending again in clear air. He's extending this lead. Georgios Kolovas is 1.8 seconds behind John Fowle, but this is the other APR car, Michael Jensen, our defending champion. They are not going to defend this championship, but they're going to be looking to see what they can do to finish second if they can in this series.
Michael's just gone to the outside there, and Alexander's going to be looking for a way through here, and he's going to put the nose up.
It's a really tricky place to catch that GT car.
He really breathed it there, did Alexander, because otherwise he was going to pitch Michael off. And smart driving there from Alexander. And then not, just unfortunately.
Another 296 wing mirror bites the dust.
Yes, and that's a classic thing of a P2 car looking to go past a GT car and thinking that the GT car has just sort of like gone, disappeared, but in the end the GT car's still got to be somewhere on the racetrack.
Where is that wing mirror is the next question.
And
so there it is, bang.
So Alexander, he'd gone out of his vision, the 296, but he just pulled across to take his line, but the 296 was still there. Oh dear, tough one.
So gearbox oil leak. We're here with David for the JMR Corvette, and that is the sad sight of the car. Still under repair. What a rotten series of luck they have had.
It has been really tough for these guys, really tough.
54 and the 77. This is the battle for 16th place, but traffic coming.
And everybody's going to the left-hand side of the racetrack. Oh dear. They've all got through okay.
There's the 70 car, Daniel Schneider, involved in that clash with Crichton and Tudis earlier. But his recovery's been quicker than the Nielsen car. He's up into 13th place, 30 seconds off the lead. Roberto Lacorte is now with Murakanotka and looking to make progress up the order. On board now with Phil Fayer, and he's caught Stefan Aust. Stefan enjoying his Asian Le Mans series.
Oh, he's done brilliantly to get back in this car here for Dubai, and then here at Yas Marina he had a really horrible accident at Portimao, which then put him out for Sepang.
He did tell me a little earlier, we were having a chat about his journey back to this, that he has cheered up enormously, and that if I could tell Mrs. Aust that he's a lot more cheerful on his way home, then that should please her greatly. So, Karl Aust, he is coming home and he's got a smile on his face.
Was that the 5 car just running over the wing mirror from that?
Well, you'd say that would be a prized possession for one of these trackside marshals at some point, but let's face it, they've all got one of those, 296 mirror.
Just being plucked off left and right.
As I said yesterday, it is one of the features of the otherwise unclad 296 that has been changed for the Evo version, which makes its debut in ACO rules racing in the FI World Endurance Championship in 5 weeks' time. Already seen the car in action at Daytona for the start of the IMSA WeatherTech series.
Looking back down in the GT battles, we're seeing that the 2 GetSpeed cars are just edging away.
Car 22 will have 5 seconds added to the pit stop. This is the Proton car of Stefan Aust causing a collision.
Was that down at turn 7, turn 6?
I think it might have been. Meantime, in a hurry here, and going well, Alex Matchell with Michael Jensen for 6th place, and good run into and through that corner, put himself back in contention with the Argo Pro Racing team. Good run yesterday from the number 3 car, Nemo, as we like to call that colour scheme.
Yeah, just looking a bit further down in the P2 runners, and Crichton and Tudis has got himself going nicely now, got a bit more up to pace, and he's just holding that that gap to the leader in P2, Giorgio Roda. I'm sure Nielsen are really hoping that Crichton can get to the end of his stint and just stay in that spot to get that that driver lineup that they've got down there at Nielsen Racing the opportunity to really show what the car can do.
Yeah, cheeky chappy there that is Matthias Besch. We'll see him in action a little later. But, for now, 40 minutes more or less gone. Still plenty to play for out in terms of pace. 4 seconds to the good. Giorgio Roda from John Falb in
Alexander's on the inside there. Got past Michael. These two are having a great battle. Real good.
Going to try and come back.
He is, and Alexander's going to drive him all the way to the left-hand side. Whoa. Whoa! Who was that?
That was the 2 cars ahead. Was that the 4 and the 23?
It could well be. It was very close, but these two are hard on the brakes all the way down into turn 7. Michael's just got out of it, and Alexander's gone straight across. Careful of the 296, and there's the 71 and the 29 are wheel to wheel here off of turn 7. Michael's trying to get it all the way around the outside, but Alexander, big shunt, big crash, huge.
Oh, that's an absolutely enormous shunt.
They got tagged.
Red flag immediately, and that's completely correct.
Oh wow.
In close contention there, and it all went horribly wrong. That's 2 cars involved. Was that the 15?
It was the 25
and the 15,
Michael,
I think.
and 15, yes.
Well, immediate red flag, and that is correct. There's debris absolutely everywhere. There will need to be intervention on both those cars for certain. The 25 absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, Mimo's on board the 15. Cool.
Never like to see it.
That's a big one.
So we pause. We wait for confirmation of exactly where things stand. Red flag will mean this race stops for now.
Yeah, then we'll just come round and stop here on the front straight. And the drivers will be instructed what to do once race control has a minute.
So just to recap, if you're just joining us, this race is under red flag after a significant accident involving, we believe, the 15 Ferrari of Mimo Gidley and the 25 Algopro racing car of Michael Jensen. On the exit of the chicane, as the cars were getting back up to speed and coming down towards the bank turn.
Yeah, turn 8.
Yeah. Not a lot the words can say.
Brilliant.
Look at the rear wheel pushed forward in that car. That's Mimo Gidley getting out of that car.
Oh, that's
And
fantastic.
that's, now I can breathe again.
Oh.
It's Michael Jensen walking away and will go to the medical centre. That was an enormous shunt.
Oh. And great to see Mimo out of the car.
Well, rung his bell though. Let's watch
Yeah,
again.
oh, this is big.
To the outside, Michael Jensen. And it was just as he cleared the car.
Yeah, just tagged.
Pitched sharp left into and through part of the barrier.
Yeah, Michael just got across the front of Mimo there and sent both of them in the wall. Oh, we're on board here with the
Terraceau.
Oh, that is
wheel bouncing
wow.
down.
You never want to see that.
No. Well, thank you to everybody involved in the design of modern race cars.
It's amazing to see Mimo walking away. That's
staggering.
Just brilliant.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, watching, is the emotion that that kind of accident brings out, and the people actually involved with the people concerned. Absolute silence. We are going to be under a red flag for quite some time, I'm afraid,
yeah,
because that is a seriously damaged barrier. Watch again here to the left of the screen.
Yeah, they just tagged there. Mimo's right front and Michael's left rear just got in contact, and then he just sent them both sharp left into the barrier, driver's left, or right as we're looking at it on camera. But
not really interested in who moved on who there.
No.
All I'm interested in is we've got two drivers walking at the moment to an ambulance for a checkup, and nothing more serious. That is Sam Cox. As lovely human beings exist in this paddock, and that Michael Jensen has been a part of that family. He's of course the reigning champion here.
Yeah. So one mechanic will be able to go out to each car.
Yeah.
With the red armband on.
That is one absolutely destroyed Orica.
That has taken a huge hit. The impact will be, wow, just many G that would have gone through that chassis, and it stood up extremely well to the impact.
Yeah,
there's going to be an awful lot of clear up to be done.
Well, two very broken race cars, and the barrier badly breached in two separate spots. Initially, I think from the frontal impact from the Orica, and then I think the rear impact from the Ferrari. Well, while we recover our breath, David is hot-footed it to the GT leader Steve Jans. He's with the AMG driver right now.
As Graham's been saying, we are going to have a little while, I think, while barriers are repaired. So, Steve Jans, we spoke on the grid when you were on pole. Now you're leading your class. And, all right, we don't want a red flag, but you're in a good position.
Yeah, that's true. I think we already had a nice gap to the guys behind of us. So it's always a shame not to continue, but for sure safety is the most important. So I didn't show the incident, so I think it happened when I passed already. Yeah, so now we have to wait.
I guess this is kind of one of the perils, though, of multi-class racing. You know, the speed differential is there between a GT car and a prototype.
For sure, I mean it's different than racing with all GT3 guys. But to be honest, so far everybody was doing a good job when they overtook us. So yeah, but it could happen always. Some incident.
Right, let's talk about your car. Everything all right after yesterday's dramas? Find something to touch for good luck?
I think everything seems to be working perfectly. So engine is fine, setup is good. So until so far, quite happy. Yeah, excited to continue.
Well, yeah, and it's an unusual stint where you get a break and get out of the car and cool down. But I suppose now the strategists have a bit of a game to play. They need to work out what happens when we go racing again.
For sure, because everybody has a minimum driving time. So the bronze, the silver and the gold. So we have to check how long does this red flag take.
Sure. Steve, good luck for the resumption of the race. Well done so far. Let's take a walk, shall we? I know a lot of the drivers actually have gone to the pit lane because I think thinking was going to be quite a long break. They've gone for a bit of shade. Let's see whether I can bail for Renat Salikov, who is about to make his way off the grid. A late arrival on the entry list, Renat, but good to have you back. And how were those first few laps?
Thank you. This event was really unpredictable. Not prepared. Really last moment call. I'm happy to join back. Really strong grid, really competitive. You may see the guys is fighting really tough for the result, for everything. So really happy to be here. And was unexpected but nice. Finger crossed how the race will finish, but until now we're happy, I think, and the team is also happy.
You're a GT3 regular. What's the BMW like compared to, say, the Mercedes AMG?
They're same but different at the same time. Yeah. So for sure a lot of small differences, which gives a result. I mean, you have to know it, but I never drove BMW before, so it might. Not only the first weekend, it's just first time in the car. But I'm happy. I already learned all the buttons, so and it's one of the trickiest parts in modern racing cars. And car really well balanced. I like it, and it looks like very strong.
What's the plan for the rest of the season? Asian Le Mans finishes today. What about the rest of the year? Is it WEC? Is it World Challenge Europe? What have you got as a plan?
It's planned WEC or. GTVC, GT World Challenge. Also happy back there, but maybe, hopefully we will join back next season also in LMS. This is a great winter program. I really like it, appreciate it, and luckily we can join next season as well.
I guess for a bronze driver, it's great because you get all of this track time in crammed into here 10 days.
Yes, you're right. This is a really this series is really focused on the bronze driver. Result is really depending on what the bronze driver is doing, how they're driving, how they're preparing the car and everything. So you're right. I mean, this is great for bronze, and this is great that we mandatory have like more than other drivers in the car, and usually it's more than 2 hours in the car. This is really great. And also the tracks are nice, and the weather is nice during the winter, so it's the great place to be.
If the series management need a spokesperson in future to sell the championship, they can come to you. Perfectly said. Renat, well done. Enjoy the rest of the race. Right, let's keep walking. William, my cameraman, has been busy up and down the pit lane already. Lots of cars, though, you will now see are empty because drivers, as I say, have sort of run off to shelter of garages to go and talk to the team and try and take on a little bit of liquid. Let's go and try and grab Roberto Lacorta, who has become a regular face in front of our cameras. We might have to walk with him off the grid, but Roberto, with that early virtual safety car, things have perhaps improved a little bit in terms of a race result at least.
Yeah, first of all, the main thing is that the driver is okay. It was a very mess, impressive, the crash. Yeah, we are in the game now. Yeah.
Good luck for the rest of the race. I'll let you go. Roberto gathering his thoughts, because obviously not only is he sort of midway through his stint, if you like, he's also thinking about the knock-on effect for his colleagues that were in that accident, and as Graham said, it was a nasty-looking accident. Further stroll up the grid, there are 1 or 2 more drivers that have not quite yet managed to dash off the grid. So let's see who else we might be able to grab. Let's see if we can get George Kurtz just quickly. George, we're thinking championship. What does this do for you?
You're thinking championship, I'm thinking finishing the race. It's not, you got to finish the race. We got to get a podium and just stay ahead. That's really, just stay clean and bring the car home.
What was that first bit of your first stint like?
I mean, it wasn't bad. The car was good. We made some changes. It's much better for me today. So, hopefully got something to fight with. And as I said, the 2 guys, they'll jump in, Malt, and our guys are going to do well.
Excellent. We'll let you go, George. Thanks very much. Right, George Kurtz is going to make his way off the grid, and so are we, because it's not just drivers that need to recharge their batteries, so do cameras. So, Graham, Ollie, back to you for a minute, and I'll go to the pits, and we'll see who else we might be able to find.
Yeah, thanks for your efforts, David. And, well, you'd never, ever like to see a scene like that in a motor race.
Really brutal.
And for me, absolutely astonishing to see both drivers step out of those cars. That was as hard a hit with a barrier as I've seen for a P2 car in many a time.
Yeah, and also for a GT car. And you've got to say that the construction of the cars, the safety now, the barriers, everything that was there to protect the drivers and to sort of look after them, it's worked wonders there for both of those guys to be able to sort of step out of their cars. Obviously, after a little bit of time to try and sort of collect their thoughts and understand exactly what's happened when you've had an incident like that, and I'm sure you can come back and say that I've had a few, and I have.
No, I won't in this instance. I mean, look, we do take the mickey.
Yeah,
that's not funny. At the end of the day, that's not funny. And the best news is that Memo Gidley and Michael Jensen have both literally walked away from this
huge,
massive.
I mean, and the way that the Orica goes, the Orica 07 goes in the wall first, the P2 car, and Memo's impact maybe helped a little bit by the fact that he sort of hits the P2 car before going in the barrier, maybe kills some of the energy of it. But yeah, it is a brutal accident.
I mean, it was so brutal. Just if I saw that again, parts of the Orica, I believe, breached the barrier, went through the hole in the barrier. It hit it that hard.
Yeah, they'll be picking stuff up from the other
side
of it.
I'll say it again, I'm lost in admiration for those involved with the design of these modern race cars. I've been privileged to have, been involved with the sport in an era where we almost expect people to walk away from incidents like that. It doesn't always happen, sadly, but
when you look at all of the equipment that the drivers have now, with the hands devices, with the helmets, with the head and neck restraints, the seats, everything there is designed to support the driver in that sort of incident. And it's amazing that they've both been able to walk away.
We breathe again. Both drivers, as we said, walked away from that. It was a brutal crash. We're going to go back down now to pit lane where David Addison has literally recharged his batteries.
Something like that, Graham, yeah. And Stefan Aust is with me. Second weekend in an LMP2 car and enjoying it and getting faster all the time, Stefan.
Yes. To be honest, today is really much better than yesterday. Yesterday was a solid stint. Okay, it was good, but not so fast. Today I'm okay with me. So no, there was a horrible crash. I hope the drivers are good. So yeah, all good now.
And I guess every mile you do in the car, you gain confidence, gain speed.
Yeah. I get more and more confidence in the car. I get more feeling for the car. I like to drive this car. Sure. It's my passion. So it's good to be here.
Excellent. Good luck for the rest of the race, Stefan. Let's just grab Fred Poordad if we can. Let me get William, my cameraman, to turn around. Fred, sorry, I know you're trying to head back to your garage, but we got a bit concerned about you a few laps ago because you had a rattle over the curb and then you seemed to lose time and we thought, oh no, I hope his back's not hurting. Is that the case?
Unfortunately, yeah. Yesterday was good and today not so much. Right. So, but it does show you the difference it makes. If you're distracted a little bit in the car, it's not good. So I'm able to drive safely, just not comfortably. And obviously that's showing a little bit.
Is this stoppage therefore helping or hindering? I mean, helping because you've got out, you can have a stretch and the pain goes, but then hindering in a sense because if you were in the car, you just get used to it and drive around it.
Yeah, no, I think this is helpful for the back. Obviously not for the two cars involved. Hopefully the drivers are okay, but But this will allow me to stretch a little bit, maybe get a quick physio treatment, and then jump back in and resume racing.
Physio treatment mid-race off the life of a bronze driver. Right, get well soon. Fred Podium, then we'll get back in the car when we go racing once more. Let me see. I think the majority of people have now fled to the pit lane. So, William, let's go to the pits. Let's see if we can go and find one or two people that have already made that decision to go back to their teams and look at data and talk to their co-drivers. On the grid, it's very, very quiet. Engines off, one mechanic per car, as Graham was explaining, and really waiting until further news comes from race control as to what they're allowed to do. Just thread our way through mechanics. And first garage up is Manthey, so let's go and invade. Richard Leitz is sort of studying his phone and hoping that I might go away, but let's have a word. Richard, sorry to interrupt you. Yes. You're busy watching. What are you doing? You're watching the footage or playing a game?
Playing a game.
Oh, okay, that's important stuff. Right, let's reflect a little bit, first of all, on yesterday's race.
Well, yesterday I think we didn't do too many mistakes. We had a pretty good car. At the end, we would have needed a bit of a safety car, some race luck, I would say, to be on the podium or to fight for a podium. So I think we had a good balance. We were a bit too slow at the end to fight for a podium. So now with a red flag, thanks God all the drivers are okay. Maybe with some race luck we can finally achieve our first podium in this race season. But so far we are quite happy, to be honest, with the car and with François doing a good job. Now, thanks God, it looks like all drivers are okay, and we hope we can go back racing soon.
The GT class, though, has been really, really competitive this season.
Always, to be honest. It's great racing. I'm happy that there's so many manufacturers coming to this GT racing. I think that it's currently, again, on the top GT3 sport. The last, I would say, 1-2 years, it's really growing like amazing. And I think it's good for all the young drivers to come in this championship, to come to GT racing. There is a good business model behind, a high chance for getting a job. I'm doing it for 20 years now, so we need young drivers and new manufacturers.
Hey, but you're still quick. Richard, good to see you. Let's just go in front of William and talk to Ricky Perra for a moment as well. I guess you're going to echo what the other Richard has been saying, in as much as it's been a tough year.
Yeah, I mean, last year it was good. Now we are here in LMS. Try, also kind of preparation for next year. So far it's been good. Yesterday we finished P7. I think we did a good job at the end. Today, now it's red flag, but we are in a good spot. I think we have a good car. We can achieve, I think, a good result. So let's see later. And then most important thing is that the two drivers are okay. And now we wait until some information, and then we start the race.
One of the things we talk about a lot in this championship is how much time the bronze gets in the car. Is that frustrating for you guys because you don't do quite as much driving as you might like?
Yeah, a bit. Here is a 4-hour race. The bronze has to do 1.5 hours. Normally, for the strategy, they can also go for 2 hours. So me and Richie, we are waiting as all the other drivers, and guessing who is going in the car first. So, but it is what it is. So can't wait to drive, to be honest, now.
And now you're also very much part of the Porsche family, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, last year was good. We won the World Endurance Championship. We won also 24-hour Le Mans. So I'm very happy to be with Manthey Racing. And we will have a good programs this year with WEC again, and also IMSA. So a lot of championship will be very busy. So let's finish Asia Le Mans Series tonight, then we can speak about everything.
Let's hope it finishes on a high. Ricky Perra, thank you very much. Right, does your camera work further into the garage, William? Should we give it a go? Because this is really good. Oh, hello, Antares.
Hello.
Do you want to take over? I'll get another nap.
Just really good at walking into your interview shots. I'm glad. I was on my best behavior to not ruin this interview.
Hang on, I'm just processing this. Antares, our best behaviour. Yeah, I'll get back to you. How was that for you? The first few laps?
Chaotic. I think this is more the Abu Dhabi race we knew over the years. Unfortunately, I'm really glad both of the drivers came out okay. Yeah, I had a front row seat to the entire thing, and it was unfortunate because it was a pack of P cars trying to overtake a struggling GT. I've been in those shoes before, so I can relate. It's just a disaster. And between a half of a chassis, a giant piece of floor, and a bouncing wheel, I think somehow we navigated through all that. I hope the car's okay.
Well, I was going to ask, any damage?
One of the front grills has taken a punch, but aside from that, I guess the wheels seem to be pointing straight. I'll leave it to the boys who know far better about this. But
what are you hearing yet, if anything, about a restart?
None. I saw giant holes in the barrier. I'm not going to surmise anything, but hopefully this turns out to be a better race than yesterday. I want to say thank you to Race Control. After the various incidents yesterday, we looked at the videos, looked at the facts, and we shared our perspective. They were very understanding in listening and explaining what happened. Sometimes folks make wrong calls, especially judges of fact. Unfortunately, in this case, it has cost us not one, but 2 drive-through penalties. And it's unfortunate, but sometimes you win even when sometimes you lose even when you're right. Yeah. But having had that conversation, I'm at peace with it. I'm happy for people who are winning this. Those who are ahead, they did a good job.
Yesterday, when we spoke, you said you were disappointed in yourself. It sounds like you're disappointed in others to a degree, because are you saying overnight that you weren't making those mistakes and the penalties weren't really valid?
I did some track limits, but it's very clear some of the others were not. Okay. And this affected myself. Sure. Crucially caused 2, not 1, but 2 drive-through penalties. It also affected my co-drivers. Klaus and I have been driving together forever here. We've had so many laps. How is it possible that suddenly him and I are the king of track limits? So, again, I applaud the organizers for owning up to what happened. It's not easy. We all make mistakes. I've made plenty of mistakes myself, so accept it, move on.
And Tara, it's always nice to hear from you. Good luck when you get back and running. Right, we are here for this final round of the Asian Le Mans Series, still under red flag conditions. First thing is to make sure that drivers get to the medical centre and checked out. We've seen them get out of the cars. Then Race Control need to sort out the barriers, 2 big holes punched in the Armco over on that back straight. So that needs attending to. And after that, we can start to think about what we do for the resumption of the race. Of course, here we're under the floodlights, but we can't go forever. So Race Control will be doing some number crunching to work out how long the restart will be. So while all that's going on, let's have a look at the highlights of the first part of the first hour.
With the race under a red flag, we're going to take a look back at the first 60 minutes of action. Giorgio Roda getting away cleanly ahead of the 16-car LMP2 pack. And again, for the second day, it was absolutely fine there. Trouble for Alexander Bekantsov, though, spinning out into turn 1, but with no further contact in the 13-car from Inter-Europol competition. Through the all came, bit of a wiggle in the middle there from Alexander Rachel in the DKR car. All together closer with the 19-car GT pack on board with Antares out as he tried to make his way through this tricky turn 1, 2, 3, 4 combination. But again, all done pretty well and with limited incident. Up the inside, Sharma Lacey from the back of the grid. There was an off the curb here, bouncing into the side of the Origin Motorsport car, the Racing Team Turkey Corvette. And then there was drama for the Vector Sport RLR Orica hitting the back of Kreiter Lentudis's Nielsen racing car. Damage to both. It would mean a rear clip for the 64, a front clip for the 70. That virtual safety car for the clear-up did, though, allow Cetala Racing to get Roberto Lacorte aboard the car. We're back to green flag running. There's more bumping and barging, 13-car making progress here on the 94 into Europol ahead of high-class racing. Great moves too in LMP2. George Kurtz battling away with Fred Bordad. Phil Fayer involved here as well. On the exit, watch the number 6 car behind, all 4 off briefly as they recover the track. Big spin, but with no further harm, apart from to the windscreen wiper for the 85 Duquesne, as RSGP got back to action. and this was a position made by Nick Adcock in the 29 car, still in the hunt for the LMP3 battle. And that was side-by-side contact, Alexander Matschel and the Ferrari, and that the result. The 3 and the 25 in traffic, and this was where the drama really took off. Out of the turn for Memo Gidley, and in his attempt to get around the side from Michael Jensen went horribly wrong. An enormous accident for both cars. As you can see to the bottom of the screen, another angle to this. Straight on into the barrier from the number 25 car. Game over for both cars. Both drivers would walk away from this crash. The red flag called instantly by race control. This is Antares' hour's view, coming through a hailstorm of carbon fibre, a wheel bouncing down the track. Not what you want to see. And there is Memo Gidley stepping away from his car, and mercifully Michael Jensen stepping away too. Red flag. This is where we stand in the overall classification with the red flag out. United Autosports lead from Algarve Pro Racing's number 20 car, the 43 from Interior Pole, the 49 from High Class Racing, and then our title leaders, CrowdStrike Racing by APR. We have to go a little further down before we can see where the recovering Cetilar Racing car is. There it is in 13th place. And next up with the earlier virtual safety car, it's the GT cars that lead the LMP3s. GetSpeed's AMG, Steve Jans ahead of 37 AMG, and the title contending 69 WRT BMW third, dominant title leading 74 Kessel car in fifth. Breton Racing lead in LMP3 but have not taken any stops. Paul Lancher has one stop to his name and is up to second place in LMP3. Team Ferrage's number 8, also with one stop, sit third. Trouble with the 66 JMR car, and we're going to take the opportunity to pop back down to David Addison. He's with the man who was on the move at the start and then moving backwards a little later, Giacomo Petrobelli.
Giacomo, it was a really good first lap, and then you came down the pit lane. So it wasn't a very good first lap, but it started off all right.
It started off well. I think the start was quite tight, but the space was there. I got squeezed by the Mercedes. I think the start was a bit borderline because it came across the boxes. But there was space on the inside, so I took it. And I think Jans is always very clean, so you can race alongside with him. So that was all good. And then I got to the back of the P3 grid, and unfortunately going into T12, one of the P3s lost its rear and just sort of hit the front right tyre. So we had a puncture. We had to come in. I think the full course yellow after that helped us a little bit in terms of at least getting us back to the back of the pack. And now we're trying to make our way back. The car is fast, so we should be able to come back a little further, hopefully.
Yesterday was a tough day.
Yesterday was a tough day. I think we had the pace. Clearly, in order to win races, you have to keep it first within the white lines. And if you don't keep it within the white lines rightly, you get penalised. So we take it. We don't do it again. And that's the lesson.
We talk about Giacomo Petrobelli being a really quick bronze in, for example, British GT, and obviously here. But you're in a very different sort of race because now you've got your own battle, but you've also got all of this prototype traffic around.
Yeah, but I've done ELMS, Le Mans, and so on. So it's not a new thing, but clearly it's a lot more variables, right? You have to live with all the traffic coming through. You know that they're in their own race. You have to do your own race. So there's always a little bit of give and take. If you don't do give and take, then sometimes what just happens, unfortunately.
So as you say, the car is good. So once we go racing again, you've got a chance to make out some places.
That's the aim. The aim is obviously to deliver the car back to Johnny and Kobe in a good state, but hopefully a little bit further up.
Excellent. Good luck, Giacomo. Thanks very much. Right, should we go and have a little stroll?
Well, while you're doing that, David, we're going to have a quick chat from the booth because we've been joined, and thanks for coming to our aid as we fill manically to find out just exactly how long this red flag's going to be, by a man who has race wins in this series, race wins in the European Le Mans Series, race wins in the World Endurance Championship, race win at Le Mans in LMP2. all-round smart aleck. Richard Bradley, thanks for joining us. You're here with Nielsen Racing. You'll have seen that incident. Horrifying impact.
Yeah, like it's quite scary to watch it. But again, what you guys were saying, it's amazing how far the safety advances have come along. I've been unfortunate enough to have brake failure at turn 1 at Portimao. I don't know if you remember in 2019. And I hit the wall. I don't know, the failure happened at 190 miles an hour, and I was able to be testing the next day. So the safety advances, it's just incredible. But also what was actually really pleasing to see, you made the point where the debris actually went through the barrier, and the protection that the marshals now have as well, because that was something which happened far too often in the early 2000s when you'd see a crash like that and the marshals would be hurt, but obviously now they're in contained areas and everything. So
yeah, fantastic to see.
It's really, yeah, it makes you feel comfortable.
We had one other incident before that. It was the incident that affected Crichton in the car. You're here with Nielsen Racing. What's the feedback? What happened there? It looked to us as if he just got a bit wide coming onto the back straight. That checked him up a little, and that caught Daniel out.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to speak to Crichton properly or to look at all of the information. But I think it's a combination of that, and as you said, being caught out, and it was just one of those things.
Senior race director, of course, the FIA. This is Eduardo Freitas, the unmistakable figure of Eduardo. He's going to see the damage. He will assess what repairs are required, and will assess as well whether or not he's happy with them before informing Gwen whether he's happy to restart this race.
Yeah, I saw him looking at his watch, looking at his phone, and then looking also at the damage. And obviously this is a big piece of it, just trying to weigh up absolutely everything here and how we can get this race going again. The clock is still ticking.
For the moment.
Yeah.
We would say there's been all sorts of solutions. We're not under a huge amount of time pressure here today. It may very well be that we get some of this time lost added back. We'll wait for them to make that decision. It's theirs, not mine to do that. Richard, you've competed in 2 eras of LMP2, the Orica 05 era with great success.
And the 03.
Oh, the 03, of course.
Yeah, going way back.
Top cars.
Oh, you're that old.
I know, it's scary, isn't it? I'm going to have as many grey hairs as you soon.
No, that'll be a while.
Yeah, it will. Take a while.
But the Orica 05 and great success, of course, with Paul Lipp's team at KCMG, and then into the Orica 07 era. We've not seen competition this deep in this series. We've got used to it in the European Le Mans series, but the evolution of this Asian series has been quite some story.
Yeah, it's I was in that first iteration when it came around in 2013, and that was actually my first ever race in an LMP2 car when I was doing Super Formula. And it always used to be kind of something on the side, but now it's become a main fixation of the calendar for the gentleman drivers. It's almost become essential, because especially in LMP2 now, the level is absolutely ferocious, and the seriousness that the gentleman drivers are taking it, it's really to be admired. Because I can give a prime example with Crichton. He has to fly home tomorrow and he has to go into the office on Tuesday, and a lot of the time he's on his phone, he's having to do work, so he's got many other distractions, and is probably the same for most of the gentleman drivers on this grid. And it's a very positive sign for sports car racing and generally racing in the region. And I know we're in the Middle East now, but the Far East is also in a bit of a boom. So it's really, really good to see.
What is it that around this Orica 07 chassis do you think that really clicks with those gentleman drivers? Because it clearly is a car that ticks a lot of boxes for them, but it's also the same for the pros, and the pros really enjoy driving the car. It's kind of that almost perfect sports car.
Exactly. I think one of the things which I think the gentlemen really enjoy about this was when we were at the 03 period. You probably remember this because I probably annoyed you a few times. But we were only about 10k quicker than you down the straight, so we had to take quite a few risks in overtaking. Whereas the gents now with the P2s, okay, I know this is a bad example now, but with what's happened, but there's been a lot less car-to-car contact with the P2 gentleman drivers and the GTs than there used to be, because the gents feel like they can wait for the straights.
Right.
And so the traffic doesn't become as much of an obstacle as it was. But the car itself is just so, Orica had just done such a great job with the hardware side of it.
And the feel that they get and the signals. It's always, to me as a driver, it's always the signals that the car will give you. And are they consistent? Are they in the right way? Where are they coming from? And clearly that is ticking a lot of the boxes.
Exactly, and you know, and the thing is, it's a missile as well. But I did Super Formula, and to drive, you know, that's as close as you can pretty much get to F1, and to drive that fast
it's quick, super quick,
really, really hard. But bear in mind, I remember when qualifying at Monza in 2020, when we still had open tyres and everything, my qualifying time would have put me second on the grid for F2.
Wow.
The difference is a gentleman driver can get in this, and on the day, he'll be pretty close to a pro. Whereas if he gets into something, as I said, like a Super Formula, he'll be far, far further away. And Orica have done a really good job at designing an incredibly quick race car and a car which is very usable.
That car, the Orica 07 back in the day, was putting in sub 330 times at Le Mans in the order of pre-hybrid Audi LMP1 cars. It's quite a remarkable piece of machinery and at a cost cap for this car. And the number of these cars that have come through and into use, I believe still, I'm prepared to be corrected by Bart Hayden, who looks after the customer side at Orica nowadays, that the newest car we got on this grid is the DKR car, replacing their original 2017 chassis, 05, which, by the way, won the Asian Le Mans Series just a few years ago, with chassis number 140. That is completely ridiculous. Now, I would say it's not 140 cars. There's no chassis 13, for instance, and I think there's another couple for a variety of reasons that may not have ever been in service. It also includes cars that were purposed for the Acura DPI, which were never 07 cars, but a 07 chassis. Put that aside, I believe was 9. That is a phenomenal number of any race car in any formula.
It's got to be, if not the great, it's got to be one of the greatest, if not the greatest customer cars of all time. And you know, I'm incredibly spoiled. I get to drive quite a lot of very, very special stuff, and I do a lot of driving in. You were mentioning the non-hybrid LMP1s. I do a lot in Peugeot 908s, which I'm incredibly spoiled to be able to do. And the difference between, you know, if you go to Silverstone, the lap time is actually very similar between the 2011 car and an 07. The only difference really with the Peugeot is you can tell that it's had 40 million euros a year or whatever they were spending on development back then. And so every little detail is perfect. But the Orica 07, they put everything they could do into the performance and cut back on the stuff which wasn't necessary, which means it's such an accessible platform. It's as I said, I'm going to be very sad to see it go, put it like that.
I think everybody is, and I think that with the greatest respect to what follows it, it's going to be a hell of a act to follow. It will, of course, be Orica again and Ligier are the selected chassis builders for the next generation. A couple more years before we see that car, and it will be Gibson that will come up with whatever powertrain we're going to see. Or Gibson, I apologise, and their partners, because it's a powertrain rather than just an engine that's now been selected for the next LMP2 batch. Grid has gone very quiet. Let's talk a little bit about that incident, that accident. We talked about the performance of this car, but boy oh boy did that car look after Michael Jensen.
It was one of those, I expect you guys were the same. When you see that, you just have your fingers crossed that he's going to come back, and you know, to see that. And also I think the other thing as well was for Memo to walk away as well fairly instantly. It's just absolutely remarkable. And again, referring to Memo, we all remember his shunt at Daytona a few years ago, and
turns the blood cold. That does.
Yeah, it was you know, on a similar scale, and obviously it put him out for a long time. And thank God he's back in a racing car, and great to see. But you see what happened with Michael, and he's able to get straight into the ambulance, and that's such good news.
We'll pause there with Richard. Richard, stay with us for a little while, because I think we're going to have quite a lot of time to talk. Let's go back down to David Allison, who I think has got Nico Lapierre with him. David?
I have, yes. And Nico walked out of the garage and sort of pulled a face that said, wow, because you were looking at those pictures like everybody else, and they weren't nice to see.
Yeah, that was a big one. It's not what we want to see, and very luckily we saw Michael running out of the car, walking, so that was the very most important for sure. It was a big one, to be honest. It was quite impressive, yeah.
You and I were just chatting privately, and you were saying how impressed you were as well with race direction for the immediate red flag call.
Yeah, I mean, when we watched the onboard from the Porsche, I think that was just behind. We saw that the car, they are still moving, spinning, and the red flag was already there, so it was a great call. It's not an easy one, but it was good to calm down the situation at this stage, and yeah, great call from the race direction.
Right, let's talk a bit about your race so far, your season so far, because certainly in qualifying, Paul Longchamp, pole position in LMP3 every time. Just reflect on his performances and reflect on the season as a whole.
Yeah, Paul did a great job. I mean, he's certainly doing a good job as a bronze out there. He's very fast in qualifying, and also on the first 2 stints he's doing is faultless and very fast. So luckily yesterday he did a good start of the race, and then we were fighting for the win. It was a good race without any interruption, safety car, virtual safety car, very enjoyable. Today seems a bit different, I mean, at least for the start. But overall, yeah, great season. We have 2 new drivers with us this season, and they did well. They are very young. We have a very young lineup, and very successful so far. We are leading the championship, and hopefully we try to keep it until tonight.
And what about you? Do you enjoy this life now as a team principal, or do you still sometimes wish you were in the car?
No, I'm very busy, and I don't miss it yet. The only time I missed it really was in Le Mans last year when I was standing on the green start, and I was like, oh, I wish I was going for the start. But anyhow, now I'm very busy with the team. It's going very well. We have a lot of young drivers. It's, for me, very interesting. It's what I always wanted to do, and also I have this job at Alpine as the sporting director, which also keeps me busy. So no, overall, I'm enjoying it very much, and right now, sports car is a great place to be. You know, so many manufacturers, young drivers coming. It's just great. All the championship, the grid are full with good drivers, good teams. So it's very enjoyable to be here at this time.
You've stolen my next point, which was just that. If you're a sports car racer or an engineer or a team principal, you're working, what, 50 weekends out of 52?
Yeah, my wife is very supportive. So. Say thank you to her. It's busy for sure. I mean, we are testing. We are doing Asia Le Mans Series, ELMS, and Le Mans. It's taking a lot of time as well. But you know, you do what you like, and for sure it's for the case for most of the people in this paddock. And we need to enjoy it. You know, it's a great time for motorsport in general, but for endurance racing especially.
Nico, nice to talk to you. Thanks very much. Good luck for the rest of the race. Right, let's go and stroll down the pit lane a little bit more. While I do that, let's go back to the commentary booth. Another absolute zinger of an anecdote from Ollie Gavin is coming up. So buckle in.
He's got so many. What we are going to do is take another view of this horrifying incident. We were talking just while Nico Lapierre was on the air there, just how quickly race control responded to this. Remarkable.
It was. Yeah, it's such. You'll be able to see something interesting in this next shot when we go to the onboard marshalling system, which all the cars, it's now mandatory for them to have, how quickly that goes to red. And we're going to see coming up here, Anta is driving through, and you can already see the marshalling system as he's driving through the debris has gone to red flag on the top left of the corner there. So that is absolutely incredible. I mean, if you look back to, you know, to what was it? It was only 5-10 years ago. We had none of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you know, some of that in-car systems, Ollie, with the two systems that are obvious in there, one of which you and your Corvette racing team were part of the development for with Bosch, as I remember.
Yep, Bosch.
And that was that kind of rear-facing radar.
Yeah, the rear-facing radar system, and that's in all of these cars now, including I think some of the P2 cars have that system on board, and that was something that Pratt & Miller developed after the incident, actually, that my teammate had with a Peugeot, and all the way back in 2010.
Manu Connard.
Yeah, and
with Ant Davidson.
Ant Davidson.
What happened to him?
I don't know. You sometimes you work with him, I think.
Is it? Is that the guy?
Yeah,
Same guy. I must have a chat with him about that.
Yes, and it was the incident. Yes, it was the incident that Manu had with Ant there in the Porsche curves, which resulted in us developing that rear view camera system, and that was over a number of seasons that Bosch and Pratt & Miller wrote the code and all of the software and all of the hardware, and then ended up in every single GT car. And so that was one of the levels of safety.
And just because listeners, viewers will not know the capability of that system, it shows you the car's coming.
Real time, yeah.
It predicts the side it's most likely to pass.
Yeah, it follows and this is the piece that Bosch and Pratt & Miller sat and programmed and worked on the software for a long time to understand when a car's coming up behind you, which side it's looking like it's going to go and then which side it actually goes, and it gives you the arrow so that when the car has gone by and it's in that blind spot, you're actually picking it up.
No doubt about it. This is the Kessel Racing crew, and they'll be watching, I'm sure, that incident. Again, we talked about
there's Mimo there.
Indeed.
On the left.
It's be his first view of this.
Yeah.
We're talking about our admiration for the men and women who've done such magnificent work in the safety systems of these cars. I doff my cap, if I were Vincent Vos, to Gwen Boursier and the team in race control. That was phenomenally quick.
Yeah, it really
and it
was.
needed to be phenomenally quick, as we saw from the debris that Antares was trying to avoid.
I think the other thing, what a lot of people don't realise, when you're in the prototypes especially, you're incredibly low down. So when you're actually behind a GT car, you're obviously trying to stay in their slipstream as much as possible, and then use as much advantage of that as you can. Then pull out, and you're actually incredibly blind when you approach them. So without that onboard marshalling system or the quick action of race control, you would still be just focusing on that car in front, and you can come out and all of a sudden there's a field of debris there.
Which remarkably, we talked a little earlier about Mimo's earlier shunt, was exactly the carbon copy of what happened to him, pulling out from behind another prototype, and a pretty much stopped GT car was right in his path. Catastrophic, and mercifully we're not looking at that today. So Mimo back with the team. He'll have been through.
Fantastic to see that. He's been checked and gone back to see the team, and they were just reviewing that footage, which will be rather chilling.
Complex set of regulations around this, and regulations sounds terribly boring, but essential they are for all sorts of reasons. But after a high G incident, doesn't matter whether or not you tell the guy in the response vehicle that you're feeling fine, you will be going to the We'll be going to the medical centre to look over. Did I hear that David Addison's got another interview with him? Let's go to David, because he's with, remarkably, Mimo Gidley.
Well, the fact that Mimo Gidley is standing in front of me and he's okay is great news. You are okay, aren't you?
Yeah, I am okay. I'm just disappointed, that we didn't, got stopped, obviously, with the accident, because the Kessel Racing Project 4 Motorsports car was working really well, and we were making some positions up. And I was just anxious to, put in a solid stint and hand it off to my teammate to see if we could get that podium that we've been wanting so bad.
Just come and stand over here, because on this television, Mimo, you're probably going to be sick of seeing it, but we'll show the accident so people at home can see it, and you can have a look as well and talk us through it.
Well, there were a couple LMP3s in front of me, and I wasn't racing those guys. I was letting them pass me and just giving them all room. And at least from my standpoint, the LMP2 was trying to go into a spot where there wasn't any room. And he's obviously the fastest car out there. And he didn't get quite around me, and then he pulled back over like he was trying to make another move. And there's just no room at that point, we're only less than half an hour into a race. And, I wasn't racing anybody. I was just trying to put some consistent laps in.
Do you have a feel for what kind of speed that is at that point of the circuit?
It's pretty fast. So you're definitely moving along pretty fast, but the safety in the cars is so great these days. The seats are awesome. The Ferrari is well made, and just everything is. It looked worse for me than it was. So it's unfortunate that our race stopped then.
But as I say, the best news is that you're okay, because with respect, you've had big accidents before, and it can't be good for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the price you pay for having fun. But for me, it's I dedicate my life to being in super strong shape, because I want to get the most out of myself in the car, and that also helps when you crash. But it's not why I prepare myself to crash. I prepare myself to be as fast as possible and strong as possible when I'm driving.
The fact that you can be so lucid after a crash like that, and even crowbar in team name and sponsor name, is very impressive.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. It's, these guys here at Kessel Racing, they've worked so hard, and, we've had it's been a great experience. I've never been to any of these tracks, never worked with Kessel Racing, never driven a 296 GT3 car. And it's just, awesome being teammates with Dylan Medler and also Alessandro Balzan, which is great. And, I just feel disappointed because everybody puts in so much work, and it's just a shame to end it this way.
At least you're okay. Mimo, thanks for your time. Thanks for talking to us.
I'll say it out loud. What a remarkable moment that was after what we've just seen, and to have Mimo that clear about what happened. Chris Bierman there, friend from the paddock. And to be that lucid, like he said, he even gave the sponsor mention. That's a remarkable moment.
It is, and I think actually in that one of those replays there, we did get to sort of see how, as he's going into the barrier, he's actually collected by, or sort of caught up in with the P2 car, and I think that's actually helped to absorb a lot of the impact for Mimo. I mean, it's made it harder for Michael.
Yeah.
You know, it's just amazing just to see Mimo sort of, like you say, stand there, talk it through, be so lucid with it, being able to communicate all of that, and even hitting the sponsors' names and the team and his teammates and everything. You know, you've got to take your hat off to the guy. That was pretty impressive.
It was indeed. I mean, what we saw, we didn't see all of it. We've obviously not heard from Michael Jensen's side of it. Mimo's position was fairly clear. He felt that the Orica turned where there wasn't room to do it. What we don't know is whether or not there was contact, whether he lost grip. We don't know is the straight answer. What we do know is that one remarkable man is fit enough to stand up and talk lucidly to David Addison.
Yeah,
and that's frankly all I care about at this particular point. This is some fluid on the grid by the look of things. Now, where's that come from?
Maybe just David spilt his ice cream.
I wonder. We have a car in the garage, and that car has got a gearbox oil leak.
The 66.
I wonder if that is from the Corvette on the grid.
Yeah, they had to have a gearbox change earlier, and it was directly after warm-up they found that there was a problem, and so they had to switch that out.
We've been told next information, by the way, from race control, and there is Eduardo Freitas still at the site of that incident. New guardrail is being readied, so it's going to be a while. Will come at 18:10. That's in about 8 minutes' time. In fact, next information, 18:05, I'm now hearing, in 3 minutes. With that 3 minutes, let's turn back to Richard Bradley. Thanks again for joining us and helping to fill under red flag. You're with Nielsen Racing here. It's a rebirth for that team. New ownership structure, new feel, new technical director here, and looking to take a big step forward in what is a piranha-filled pool in LMP2.
Yeah, I think piranha-filled pool is a pretty accurate way to describe it. It's so incredibly competitive now. It's certainly as competitive as I can remember it. And yeah, Nielsen Racing have come under new ownership. There's been some changes in personnel and everything, and they've kept quite a few of the personnel. And it's very exciting times for them. My very, very good friend Crichton Lentudis, he's obviously doing Asia Le Mans with them. And
we're just seeing him on the screen here.
There he is.
There you go. He probably can't hear me. I can say all sorts of bad things about him.
Excellent. Go for it.
Just crack on.
And then he's teammates with Jem Bolotbashi, who I've obviously been involved with through my work with Borusan and their motorsport programs. But it's been obviously a rejig for them for the Asia Le Mans series, and it's been really pleasant. Ron Hartfeld's come in and is doing a fantastic job, super easy to work with, and we've been doing lots of good stuff behind the scenes, and it was quite nice yesterday because we've been putting a lot of effort in with the mechanics, and they've been trying really hard, and yesterday they got the fastest 4-tyre and fuel pit stop of any of the LMP2 cars. So fantastic job by everybody involved, and I think that there's teething pains, and as there always is in any new program, but they're going to have a very bright future.
Let's talk about the team aspect of this sport. I always mention, when we're broadcasting, whether or not it's Asia, Europe, or the FI World Endurance Championship, as a team sport, sports car racing really stands up, because everybody, whether or not they're at the back of the garage, inside the garage, on the pit wall, or indeed in the car, on the pit apron indeed as well, has a real part to play in making sure that you get what everybody looks for elite sport. Excellence.
Exactly, and to be honest, it's one reason. I obviously had a single-seater time for quite a while, and had good success in that and everything. But I really enjoyed the aspect of endurance racing because it really wasn't everybody. I mean, for example, if you take Le Mans, you're making, I don't know, off the top of my head, 35 pit stops, say. Each time you come in, everybody is involved in that. All of the mechanics, the engineers, the fuelers. It's far more of a team game, and you can, you've built up a bigger bond with those people. And I feel, I've made some people who I will call friends for the rest of my days, from engineers to mechanics to coordinators, everybody, team managers. And it's something which is nice because, okay, of course we all want to win, but the reality is we want to do motorsport because it's fun, and building friends is part of that fun. So I think that they've got a really lovely group of people at Nielsen. You know, I've really enjoyed my time with them, and I think they're going to have a really bright future.
Something odd going on here. The number 1 being removed from the grid. I'm not quite sure why. They were called to race control. I've got some news for you. And the news is this race will resume behind the safety car at 18:20. That is in just over 15 minutes' time. That's a quite remarkable turnaround.
That is. It really is.
So we'll find out, I'm sure, soon what's going on with the number 1 car. That was a car started from the pit lane. There was a radiator leak, wasn't there? And before we get onto that, we're going to say thank you to Richard. Richard, thanks for your input, thanks for your efforts. Good luck for Nielsen Racing for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's nice to see it on the other side. You know, it's something different. There's quite a lot going on behind me. It's a credit to you guys.
Let's see what other opportunities we can get to get you a part of this. Thanks so much indeed, Rich. It's great to see you.
Cheers,
Have
guys.
a great weekend.
Brilliant.
So the race will resume behind the safety car at 18:20. And I'm sure we'll find out from David soon enough what's going on with the number 1 car from Team Virage. That car, by the way, was down in 44th position of the 45 cars. The 45th car is the 66. Also hearing this race will not be extended.
Wow.
So that will be some drive time changes, which we'll need to unpick as well.
Yeah, that's going to be something that's really going to turn quite a few of these engineers a little bit inside out, trying to understand all of the calculations, and the brains department will be working overtime. What's going on here with the 1 car?
Well, whether or not this is something they've been told to do, whether or not they know they've got a problem, either way, that's dramas for the Team Virage squad. It's going to be 13 minutes till we go back racing, Ollie.
Yeah.
I'm actually quite surprised. I thought we might be at red flag for rather longer.
Eduardo has been working his magic down there.
He's got his magic spanners out again, but it did look quite a lot of damage. But the key to it, as always with the Armco barrier system, is whether or not the supports are damaged.
Yeah.
If they're not, it is a fairly easy replacement, and they've certainly thrown an awful lot of asset at that.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this racetrack over the last number of years has really ratcheted up how well it can deal with an incident like this. Wanting to make sure that they can have that rapid response to these incidents, because they know that all of these big races are on the TV, and that means that they're on the clock. And so, yes, getting things repaired and quickly back into a racing sort of way is super important.
So safety car's just pulling away to give, I think, some room for the teams to get stuck in with these cars. Well, I can tell you 6 teams who'll be very keen to make sure that they understand what the drive time changes are going to be, and that's the 6 teams in title contention still. They're all still in this race. And to remind you, it is the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by EPR team that lead the way. Let's go down, meantime, to the 26 Breton Racing crew. Jacek Zielonka and Breton Racing are with David Addison right now.
So I go strolling up the pit lane, and over my shoulder this voice says, interview us, interview us. Well, Theo McCoris, be careful of what you wish for. But at the moment we can say LMP3 leader.
Yeah, that's the only reason I wanted an interview, to be fair. First of all, I want to say it's really good to see the guys get out of the car after a big accident like that. You know, it really says a lot about the safety at the moment, so that's really good to see. But yeah, we took a gamble with the strategy, and it seems to be paying off a little bit so far. We had a good race yesterday, sort of both of us learning the track and the series for the first time, and we seemed quite quick. So now we're in a good position for it, and should be a lot of fun, shouldn't it?
Yeah, Hayden, just step forward, because first of all, you look like you're going to get in the car soon, and he's still, you know, on the beach or whatever. But it was a late call. How's it all come about, and how easy has it been to prepare with very little notice?
Yeah, it was a little bit manic on the Tuesday when I got the call from the team. Right. Yeah, it's been a bit manic on the Tuesday. Flew out on the Tuesday night, came straight here on Wednesday morning. But yeah, it's going well so far. I'm enjoying the series. It's been an absolute pleasure. The team, I raced with them last year in Le Mans Cup, so I know them very well. And I'm absolute pleasure to be here.
This circuit, new to you?
Yeah, absolutely, fully new. Never raced in Asia or the UAE, only UK and Europe. So yeah, it's good.
Theo, what about you? Have you been here before?
No, never. It's actually my first time leaving Europe. So I'm loving the weather, the views, everything. It's a bit of a holiday for me. So yeah, I'm loving it.
Excellent. Right, good luck for when we get going again. We're not far off. Guys, good to see you. Well done. Hayden Chance and Theo McCouris, who are part of the Breton Racing squad this weekend. Right, we'll let them go because, Graham, Ollie, we're not that far away, are we, from getting things back underway?
We're not. Interesting moment on the grid. Teams are being offered, I think, the opportunity to change tyres. I'm sure, Ollie, that will be because they'll be concerned that a number of these teams will have run through that extensive debris field.
Yeah, absolutely. And that'll be just precautionary. And whether they're going to take them or not, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, drivers getting ready, teams getting ready. They've got stacks of tyres out there, and some have been scrubbed, some are brand new, as we can see here. They've still got the stickers on, those Michelins, CLX cars.
It looks like a set that has been brought out but rejected. Not that one, the one previously. But it's... Yeah, we're going to be getting back underway fairly shortly. But before we do, I think we're going to take another... Yeah, we're going to take a look back once more before we get underway. Remind our viewers of just why we are where we are. They have repaired that barrier. That's remarkable work.
Brilliant.
Astonishing. So let's take a look back at the early running. The 45-car grid led away by Giorgio Roda. He'll be hoping for a win to back up his astonishing qualifying form. It was a clean start at LMP2, not so much at LMP3, with Alexander Bekantsov spinning out in turn 1. That's the reaction from Milton Jakobsen. Giorgio Roda pulling away. So, meantime, in the GT class, as they pass the incident site for Bekantsov, very, very close contention. On board with Andaras out. Giacomo Petrobelli in the early stages, making his way by both AMGs to briefly lead the race, but he would suffer a puncture. Charles Malaysi made his way through the rear row start in LMP2. Tom van Rompuy bouncing off the curbs and into the Origine Porsche, lap 2, and then this incident as coming off the curbs and slowing up. Kreitelen 2, this is collected by Daniel Schneider, and there was significant debris as a result. Damage to both cars. That brought out a virtual safety car. That allowed the 47 car to make the stop they never got to make yesterday under caution. Roberto Lacorte into the car, where they would have preferred he started. Side-by-side action LMP3 between the 13 from Inter Europol and the 94 from High Class Racing. And action 2 between Fred Pordad and George Kurtz. Kurtz going through to the outside, but the exit this turn would see the 30 and the 6, and the 6 airborne. There, just a bit of a bunny hop. Fred Pordad. The 85 Duquesne, a lurid spin into the hotel section. And a change here with the 29 car making up a place in its pursuit of the title race it is still in over the 71. Clash here between the 3 and the 51. The Ferrari losing a mirror as a result. And then it was the lead up to the incident that brought out the red flag, and a horrible incident it was. The number 3 car making its way through, pursued by Michael Jensen. He would go to the outside to get by the traffic, trying to get down to that turn, and a clash with the number 15 Ferrari. That was the utterly horrifying result. Huge damage to both cars and to the barriers. Watch this car, you can see the barrier being pierced by not just the car, but debris coming off the car. And the most astonishing news of all, as the wheel bounced down the curb. Watch the red flag indicator on the top left before he's even cleared the debris field. Oh, astounding stuff. Red flags out from race control. Remember Gidley and Michael Jensen astonishingly able to walk away from that wreck. So this is going to be the order as we await the race to be restarted. It still will be the Giorgio Roda, number 5 United Autosports car, ahead of the surviving Algar Pro car, the 20 car. Interior Poles 43, the 49 from High Class Racing are title leaders. CrowdStrike Racing by APR doing all they need to do at the moment. Their only remaining challengers, meanwhile, down there in 13th place and making up ground, and that the safety car restart will help them. Get Speed, QMMF by Get Speed, and Team WRT, the 1, 2, 3 and 4 for Team WRT. The 69 car needs to win this race and needs to hope there are problems for the car that sits there in 5th, the 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Breton Racing lead in LMP3 but have not yet stopped. Celex Motorsport behind have had a stop, and they're right in the wheel tracks for LMP3. Team Virage's number 8 car, meantime, that car sits 3rd ahead of the 29 for SDA Racing by VPS car. That is the other title challenger on the number 17. And further back, all sorts of tales of woe, including the 66 car, which has been in the garage. I don't think is going to be coming back out anytime soon. And Ollie, you had news of what was befalling the number 1 car.
Yeah, the number 1, I think it's been asked to be pushed off the grid because they've got fluid coming from the underneath of that number 1 car, and one of the other competitors had spotted this, and so they were instructed. The one was instructed to be removed off of the grid and back to the pit box.
That car, remember, joined the race a little late with a radiator problem, so I wonder if that's actually recurred. So we've got some cars underway. Is that effectively a wave-by? I suspect it is.
Yes, it must be, I believe, so they can get the order somewhat back together. And right, we've had cars sort of split left and right on the grid there.
Well, what that's going to mean is that the 5 car is picked up by the safety car. That's where we are at the moment. So it's an initial wave-by. I think we're going to get a full wave-by beyond that.
Why would they have not done it just right now?
I don't know, but it does mean that the 5 car is now at the front of the queue.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I guess because we've still got tyre changes going on, that's probably not the moment.
So we've got 3 minutes to go.
So we're going to get back to green flag racing, and then all sorts of questions about just what happens.
Yeah, we're going to have many a question mark here, how to unpick this race. Drive time is going to be a big part of that, and we're going to have to sort of see, with the ranking of drivers that you have to have in the Asia Le Mans series here, certainly in GT.
How long have we been on the red flag? Does your magic box of tricks tell us that?
Oh, give me a second here.
I'll give you more than that.
Well, it's been 1 hour and 6 minutes roughly.
Have we? That does beg a question.
Thank you, David, for that bit of information. While I was looking it up, you came through with that. Very kind of you. Thank you very much.
It begs the question, we're not going to get an extension to this race. Is it a 70 or 75% rule here?
Cool. Now you're asking. That might be you have to throw that one up to upstairs.
I think we'll do that. So I'm aware that there'll be maximum effort about getting this race underway. We'll come back to that. The rule I'm talking about is what is the point at which we do not award full points.
Yeah.
So we'll wait for that question to be answered, and we can wait a little while yet. They're just inspecting tyres.
Yeah, they just
a smart move there. I mean, we saw from Antara Sau's perspective, he was coming through a hailstorm of carbon fibre, and it doesn't need much of that.
Looking at flat spots on those tyres, and just sort of looking and seeing where the problems are. 1 minute board, and all the cars on that right-hand side
All
are
cars
giving.
will pass around to proceed behind each other to do their best effort to reach the queue as quick as possible.
74 just rejoining there very late to being given the pass around, and that would mean it's dropped a couple of spots. So all of the cars that, as we're looking at it on the left-hand side, they are for the pass around, and all the cars lined up behind the safety car, they're going to be just sat there
30
stationary.
seconds to resume the race behind safety car.
So all of these cars will be allowed to go sort of up to sort of racing speed, but carefully, just building that speed back up so that they can catch back up to the pack, which will be going at the safety car speed.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Race has resumed behind safety car. This is lap 1 of safety car. Pass around cars, make your best effort to increase the pace and reach the queue behind safety car. You cannot overtake each other on the pass around.
So you cannot pass one another on the pass around, but if you are stationary at the start of the pass around...
74 is under investigation for pass around infringement.
Yes, and I think the 74 might have had a bit of an issue there, whether it's a communication issue, but they joined that pass around very, very late, and they were not in the queue on the right-hand side. They came from the left and rejoined, and so...
That's a big penalty if it's coming, and that is our championship leading car.
Yeah.
They might just have got a massive get-out-of-jail-free card. I'm just checking right now, and with the safety car out, the timing is readjusting.
What do you mean by that?
I'm waiting to find out.
Oh, I see, excuse me.
Yep, it's... there is drama to come in this situation.
So you have the hotline to upstairs. The bat phone is red hot.
I'm talking at the moment to Sports Car God.
Almighty.
Yeah.
Car 51, please close the gaps. Close the gaps, 51. 77, close the gaps. All GT cars for pass around, please close the gaps behind.
So to explain what's going on here, pass around, this is behind the safety car. If your class leader is ahead of you in that queue, pass around can take place
51,
at race
the gaps,
directions discretion. That's what they've chosen to do.
51, close the gaps.
So we will get this into one queue of cars.
77 is the same thing.
This is to ensure that your race is not overly affected by a situation, an emergency situation like this, by dint of being caught in a safety car queue.
Yeah, Glenn is...
51, 54, 77, close the gaps.
So he is working hard to just get order into this.
And he's giving those instructions to the teams. So
they've then got to relay it to the
driver. Yeah, exactly. So the teams are listening, and it's their responsibility to relay that information to the driver. It's remarkable they fixed that barrier so quickly.
That was super quick. There was huge damage there. I think there may well have been a little bit in what was a massive misfortune. There may well have been some luck there about damage to the rear of that barrier. It's about the support. You can see them there on the right. That's what we're talking about.
Yep.
And
reminder, this is lap 1 of safety car. This is lap 1 of safety car.
The reason why Gwen is making that clear is because it is 3 laps into the safety car before the pits open.
Yeah.
So at this point, if they have to pit, it's emergency service, and they would have to pit again.
Car 54, close the gaps.
Currently, no one is in risk of an emergency fuel stop. I don't see, because they've had that period at the start
with a virtual safety
car, and then we've had all of this time stationary, and we've only done 18 laps of racing.
Yeah.
And that window is critical around about lap 23, lap 24 for the P2 cars, but they've all taken a stop, and we've had many a slow lap. So, yeah, I don't think we're in danger at the moment. Many emergency stops.
So, the first thing I'm going to call, with thanks to
71, close the gap, 71.
With thanks to the race admin and Jeff Carter in the media room, is we are going to be in half points. The championships are done at this point in all 3 classes, I'm afraid. I say afraid, well done.
Yes.
We'll celebrate those at the end of this race.
This is lap 2 of safety car. This is lap 2 of safety car.
Drive time adjustments will have been handed over to the teams at this point, so they will know what the task is. They'll know what time they've got left, 2 hours and 6 minutes.
And I wonder how many of those teams have also been told about the point situation. Or if all of them have, there'll be a Discord channel that'll all be on. And I wonder if that information has been passed on to them.
The second reason, by the way, I'm saying that, and you heard me say it out loud earlier, the massive get out of jail free card. If Kessel Racing have made that mistake,
I understand.
All cars to close the gap.
It's not going to be a mistake that's going to cost them a championship. So, with only half points awarded, because we had the big points gaps as a result of the way in which yesterday's race finished, we're in a position now where none of the three teams chasing the championship leaders in each class, and the safety car is coming in, they can't catch them.
Yeah, I could see that the safety car picked up its pace in this second lap, and now Giorgio, is he going to do the same thing again, or he backs everybody up at a blind corner? I really hope not.
Well, what it does mean, Ollie, at this point is this is a race for the race, and there's plenty of these teams and drivers that are desperately keen to win this race.
Yes. Sorry, I was just transfixed to this picture of
green flag.
And where is everyone else?
Yeah, there's a big gap, isn't there?
Yeah, there's big concertina effect. I hope that everybody can get going.
It's a P3 car holding up the last gap. Look at the lead over the line for Giorgio Roda. We're back to green flag running. And this is John Falb getting through the LMP3 chat traffic. Couldn't do that before the line.
Completely bottled up there. These two are right behind these P3 cars, and it's taking an age for the 17 and the 26 to get their tyres switched back on again. That was super close around the outside there, coming down into turn 3, turn 4. There's a lot of changing of lanes here, and just as everybody's trying to get things going, just cool heads.
I'm just looking here. I don't think the origin car took the pass around, and it should have done.
Oh.
They're there at the front of the queue, and they are a lap down.
And this is, again, so much about understanding the rules and the regulations and the instructions that are given to you by race control. And if you miss that opportunity, then it's on you. Okay. So just coming through 6 and 7, and seeing the Origin car coming off there. We've got Paul Lancher here lining up the Breton car, coming down into turn 9. He's going to look to go around the outside. This is for the lead. And Paul has been the class act in P3 this year in the Asia Le Mans Series. Or Stefan Aus just getting bottled up behind the 26 Breton car. It's just the easy guys, just get things going again here. Phil Fayer diving through as well. Stefan went in deep. Everybody's just trying to find their feet here again.
Yeah, so Phil Fayer all over the back of Stefan Aust as the LMP3 cars sort themselves out. Positional change is a lead change in LMP3 for CLX Motorsport. Car 1 is 1 minute added to the next pit stop, starting from pit lane. That was already under investigation.
And I think we're going to see a lot of P2 runners come in here now. I think this is the end of the drive time for all of the bronze drivers.
Yeah, they've now had the bulletin around drive time. We'll worry about what that says.
This will be short stop, because this isn't going to be full fuel.
No, this is Grégoire Saucy climbing aboard the car. Is anybody going to be looking here to see whether or not they think they can take advantage of this situation? Not many. Giorgio Skolovos goes through into the lead. Alexander Matchell carries on. So does Fred Bourdad. And that's not the first time that RD Limited have thrown the strategy book at the wall.
It's surprising that Roberto Lacorte's continued. I would have thought they would have pitted immediately. Did he get the memo? Did the radio get plugged back in correctly? It's all those little things.
Absolutely. Drive-through penalties for car 4. That is the championship leading car. 88, that is the Proton competition Feldbermeyer car. The 29, the 37 and the 50. It's drive-through plus 1 penalty point, I think that is.
Starting procedure.
So that, I think, will be the grid hatchings. We've got double yellows at turn 5. That, I'm just checking what that is. That might be the 51 car. Shown as stationary on our tracker. And who's aboard the 51 right now?
Just moving now.
That is, I think that is Charlie Samani. So he is indeed back underway, is he?
54 as well. Seems like he's got an issue down there.
54, and there's damage. There's debris as well. 54 and the 51 involved. Two, of course, are Ferraris.
And more 296 bodywork.
It's not been, with the exception of 74, I think we've just seen now another couple of LMP2s going down pit lane, including the Chetelard car. 43 of Georgios Kolovos is in, as is RD Limited. Roberto Lacorte follows through too. Alexander Matchell, though, carries on and leads the race for the moment. That, I think, is going to put the GT runners second, third, fourth, all the way down to about 10th overall at the moment.
Yeah, it is. And, Romain Wozniak just managed to get his way past the 26 Breton car and taking second in P3. Yeah, we are seeing a lot of the driver changes now. That is it. Bronze driver time is done.
So we know that Alexander Matchell will be in next time around. You can see the debris at the back of the shot there. Team manager car 50 to race control. That is the Amerasian Fragrance by AF Racing car. Greg Bennett, I think, still aboard that car. Nick Adcock in and out in what was the fourth place car in LMP3. It's a crazy race in LMP3.
Yeah. And here in GT, we've got a number of the Porsches. We've got the McLaren looking up the inside, the 59 car, 56 there of Ikuria Kos. Almost 3 wide coming down into turn 6 here. This is 10 and the 92.
It's coming to the battle for 10th overall, by the way, because the LMP2 cars are all behind this battle in real time.
You can see there the McLaren just in the rear view camera of the 92 car. You're seeing that live now, what the driver can see. And look at the pace of the McLaren just up the inside. Just selected another gear and is fully alongside.
Yeah, it was a little bit fast and furious, wasn't it, that?
Yeah. Just, what's that?
Trouble for the
30.
That's the 30?
Yeah.
Is that
Fred? What's happened there?
Well, James Allen just on his way out the pits.
Yeah.
Was that the 30 or the 70?
Let me see.
Let's have a look
Is it
here.
the
There's the 30 coming into shot. Oh!
Big drift. Big brake issue there, it looked like.
And there's something wrong with that 30 car. Here is the number 9 car.
Still moving slowly.
Deco Engineering, Alexander Matchell on pit lane. This is the number 9 of Steve Jans. Where is he? I think he's going to lead this race overall, you know.
Yeah, he is. This is it. He's gone to the lead of the race.
He has indeed gone to lead the race overall. Remarkable moment.
Yeah, and I wonder what's going to happen here with the drive time for all of these bronze drivers in the GT class, because that's going to have to be adjusted.
Yeah, here there's awful scenes down in the Get Speed garage as the PR person tries to get through everybody and get a picture of the timing screen. It's not pretty.
No.
But Steve Jans from Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi, they deserve a better result than they've had in the racing so far. Tony McIntosh, 3rd overall in Team WRT's 69 car, then the 28, then the 74. We did hear from race control. It's odd because he's where he was before this race restarted.
I think the problem is likely to come with the fact that they were not positioned over on the right-hand side. As drivers sit in the car, he wasn't over in that queue for the wave by, and he just joined it as they kind of signalled they were going to get going.
Andy Pilgrim there.
Is this the 30? No.
That's the 49. Big dive up the inside of the 20 for position. That is, I'm looking further down the timing screen than I was comfortable with. That's for a second in LMP2 and into the top 10. Gus Menezes on it again, ahead of Matthias Kaiser. Fastest lap of the race, meanwhile, 1:43.336 goes to Jacob Abel in the Vector Sport RLR car.
Yeah, I think the P2 running order is going to get a little bit turned on its head in a while. So we get some of these sort of faster pros in the car and see how that sort of washes through.
It's sorting itself out, but it's a bit messy at the moment, isn't it? It's P2 cars coming through. There's the 74 car leading GT points battle. It's involving cars 50 and 51 at turn 5 under investigation. So it was the 50 and the 51. We also saw the 54 was running slowly there. So what's happened there, we don't know, but 3 AF Corsa Ferraris caught up in it.
Yeah, what's happened to 30 as well?
He's back running, I believe.
Yeah, James Allen's now at speed. Not sure whether that was just a brake issue initially or just getting everything just up to temp. He just snagged on him, got the car completely sideways into the escape area and just managed to get going again. But that's the lead has now gone back to the United car. Gregoire Sosi has got back into the lead, and I hope he got their picture.
I'm sure they did. There's always the replay, live, or not live, but free to view on YouTube later, of course, featuring me, Graham Goodwin, and him, Ollie Gavin. But with an hour and 55 minutes to go, we're back to pretty much where we started, or exactly where we started, the number 5 car back in the overall lead of this race, making his way through a huge gaggle of traffic, mainly LMP3s at this stage. And this crazy order, the LMP2s making the way back ahead of the GTs, with the LMP3s still behind the GTs.
Yeah, and it will take a couple more laps, I think, for Gregoire to get through all of this traffic, but then once he does, it should be pretty clear track ahead. He should be able to press on.
Yeah, Kessel Racing being called to race control the car 74. There could be a problem ahead for them, but I don't think that's going to stop them taking this title because of the length of the race that remains. It's under 2 hours to go. Gustavo Menezes, by the way, is challenging for the lead here. He's closing down on Gregoire Saucy. Matt Kaiser not far away either.
No.
So it's a different looking trio in this lead battle, but Gus Menezes, who sort of found his form book yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He really it's almost like a light bulb went on, and he really clicked with this car. And great performance yesterday, and looking like trying to reproduce that again today.
I think I can recall, did Gus drive for Penske in a P2 car in a one-off in the US? I think he did, and was lightning fast in it. Petit Le Mans, maybe?
It's possible. 3 car up the inside, getting past Steve Jans.
Yeah, Matthias Besch, he's chasing down Bijou Garg. He's got about 5 seconds to make up.
Yeah, they put that means Matthias is in now, which means they'll close out with Griffin Peebles.
Well, they've shifted that around, haven't they? That shows confidence in the young man, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, really does.
It also shows that they believe they need someone fighty in right now, and if you're looking for the motorsport version of a pub fight, Matthias Besch is probably going to be one of your picks.
Yes.
Through he goes. That's the
no messing with that
LMP2 version of throwing a chair across the room. Ben Hanley, by the way, right with him. Matthias.
He's another no-nonsense man as well.
Well, absolutely. This is going to get fighty and feisty, and that was very close indeed.
Yes, he took a big risk there. That was a low percentage move, but he just about made it work.
Meantime, the Qatari AMG on pit lane from second place, drops back behind Tony McIntosh now, cycles back to second.
Shows the pressure that Matthias is under. Ben Handley, one of the best in the business. Ben will be on full attack here, using that tow from the Orijan car. Then he's up behind in Matthias's tow as well. He's not quite close enough, not yet. But I think that he gets a good run through 6 and 7.
So look, this is
yeah, and he just gets up the inside here at the 85, but the 85's not seeing him, and it's so close.
Oh dear me! I'm amazed there wasn't contact there. That there had been, that could have been
another one, another big one.
But still leapfrogging their way through and almost caught the front end of that.
With the Breton car, the 26 is just
spooked him out of it, didn't it?
Completely spooked. He's going to go and have a lie down in a cold room.
But Ben Hanley, absolutely, Ben Hanley is catching him here. But now in clearer air, can Matthias Besch make good his escape? He's chasing down, meanwhile, the 88 car, which I think is a lapped car. It is. There's Felix Felbermar aboard that car. So the 88 car ahead is a lap down on these two.
Yeah.
The next target then is Bijou Garg.
and Matthias. The DKR car have done a nice job this weekend. Their car is clearly quick, and Matthias is absolutely wringing every last second out of it.
Misidentified, it's not the 88, it's the 20. So it is Matt Kaiser as their next target, but they're...
So you're saying you were wrong?
Again, engrossed in their own battle, is quite right, they should be. It's a cracker. Here comes Kaiser up the inside of the high-class racing. Sorry, that's the Team Virage car. I'll tell you, by the way, the number 1 Team Virage car with that fluid leak and the JMR Corvette are both still in their garage. Under 2 hours to go. Sauti is pulling away from Gustavo Menezes.
Just gone purple in the first sector. And, yeah, clean air and clear track.
Indeed. Chetala Racing, by the way, in the hands of Charles Malaysi, making up ground now. So they are 27 seconds off the lead and down in, what is that, 8th place.
Yeah, the 26 Breton is getting completely schooled out there by everybody else in P3 and plummeting down the order.
13 car here, closing down one of the pair of 23 events cars. It's the 71. And this is the battle for 3rd place. Terence Woodward under attack from Alex Bakantsov here. The Brit and the Russian. Lives here in Dubai, I believe, Alex Bakantsov. Side by side.
Yeah,
would be the 71 and the 26. That's Terence roughing his way through.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Just getting parked off there, right on the outside of turn 6.
17, that is our class leader and championship leader and champion-elect at this moment from CLX Motorsport, just getting his way out the way of this squabbling pack of B2s. 4 or 5 cars, 4 cars coming through here in the pack for the battle for 3rd, led by Bijoy Garg for Inter-Europol competition. Matt Kaiser in the 20 car for Malgar Pro Racing. DKR Engineering's number 3 with Matt Besh and Ben Hanley in the number 6 car for United Autosports. Both United cars in the top 6 at the moment.
Yeah, I think this order's going to get switched up here. I think Besh is going to pounce. He's sizing him up to the inside. Oh, nicely done. Great move. Really surprised him nicely there, really sized him up, used all of that toe, and I would say it's also going to be Ben Hanley coming through on Kaiser as well.
Then changes 2 in GT. Tony McIntosh and Renat Sadikov have leapfrogged the number 9 car, which is falling back into the clutches too of the number 74 car. That runs, though, that could be a moment. That run didn't just run wide, it ran over the debris from the earlier problem with the AF Corsa cars.
Yeah, this is coming down into turn 1. Tony's giving him the flash. I'm coming up the inside. Steve Jans kind of gives him the room. Yeah, recognises. Yep. And has Steve got a problem?
I think he might have, you know, because he's
giving up spots and positions. And have they got a problem again with the Bartone car? Just easy dusting over those curbs there. Just keep your car in the race.
Yeah. Meantime, 43 car comes through. Now, the challenger behind is Matthias Besch.
Yeah, Matthias and Ben Hanley are going to be all over the Inter-Europol car shortly.
This correction, by the way, was not this car number 50 that was involved.
Was it the 54?
51 and 54 is being looked at. Keep an eye on that 74 car. It clattered over the debris on the exit of that turn where that whatever brush happened between the 2 AF Corse cars.
Yeah. And hopefully Jan Maria from Kessel is up there talking very nicely to race control about whatever the 74 car is having to explain away, maybe on that pass around safety car.
Tony McIntosh has lost 2 places here. He's down to 3rd. What happened there? Because the 74 car is ahead. They're both coming into pit lane. So's the 11.
They're running under instruction here. They must be going, okay, this is the end of the bronze drive time.
Right.
Oh, they've reordered. WRT have reordered their cars.
Is that for the pit garages?
And I think that they're driving slowly to make sure that they can get inside the drive time, whatever that might well be.
And look at the teams going to work.
Blake McDonald will be jumping out of the 11, 9. Maybe that's the reason why 69s have to come in on the angle. They have to get that up and turn that car around and get it straight to get it going again. And it's going to impede the other car. Oh, Oh, they didn't reorder because of...
No, they didn't. So something went wrong.
Yeah, see, this is going to hurt Tony's car. Tony's trying to get out. And, this is a surprise. Car up, car down. This is a little unlike WRT.
Yeah, very on WRT. A little messy. We talked about them executing perfectly yesterday. That was anything but. Well, I'm sure we'll hear from Tony and the team a little later as to what was going on there.
There goes the 11. Yeah, this is a surprise here.
Parker Thompson, I presume, aboard the car. Out comes the number 9 car.
I think the 9 was running slow because he was trying to run the clock down so they could get in this lap.
So I wonder whether or not that was just the Get Speed team being ahead of that and WRT realising a little later.
Yeah, they figured out what was going on there. And yeah, this is a little bit fraught and frantic down here now, from having a race where it was all running so cleanly and so nice for WRT.
But they've lost a lot of time to the Get Speed car.
Yeah, and to the 11 as well.
They're going to come out behind, way behind in fact, drop the moment out the top 10. But, of course, there's a big group of cars that have not made it yet to pit lane.
Yeah, so we're just hearing from David that the 9 likely didn't take tyres, and maybe the 11 has done the same.
Well, I'm looking at the time on pit lane. It was only 52 seconds, so David's absolutely right.
Oh my word!
I mean, mate, that's a new column. David being right.
Gee, I'll have to make extra space.
But still working our way through bronze pit stops, and here come more of them, including Dustin Blackmer and the 37 car, but that 37 car's already been in.
Just by the way that they all came in and through and into the pit lane the lap before, I don't know how close they were, and I don't know whether it was too close. That's the thing. I don't know, because we're not seeing what the time was. We're not privy to that information, so I don't know whether it was super tight and too tight.
Well, we're going to find out soon enough, aren't we? And it was the body language. They were looking to save any 10th they could, weren't they?
Yeah, and all of these teams are first class. As we were hearing from Richard Leitz earlier on during that red flag period, and he was sort of saying the level here in the Asia Le Mans Series is just unbelievable, and it's a great place to come if you've got new young teammates coming through, or new staff and new engineers, new mechanics. And the level here this season in particular is just off the scale in every class.
United Autosports lead this race. This, though, is the battle for third place. Gregoire Saucy leads by just over a second and a half. Gustavo Menezes now back in that fight, but they lead by 11.5 seconds from this battle. Bijou Garg trying to bottle up the efforts of Matthias Besch. Ben Hanley is
deep
right
on
there
the brakes.
well.
Whoa, what a move. Fantastic there by Matthias Besch.
He's on the move, isn't he?
He really is.
Ben Hanley will be keen to clear one of his ex-teammates, Bijou Garg, at United Autosports. Matt Kaiser, meanwhile, just dropping a little off this battle. This is the 85, the 94. Battle for 6th place. That's the Qatari crewed 37 car in the middle of that LMP3 chain.
They would have just come out of the pits, I believe.
They have indeed.
Yes.
That is the driver change for the 37. Ganim Sela Amadid, the silver-ranked Qatari driver, now aboard.
Yeah, we're seeing all of the silvers on board the GT cars. Lots of changes.
From the lead, Tom van Rompuy makes his change. He'll climb out of the car. Sally Jolic will get in the car, and Racing Team Turkey coming in from the lead, making that change a little later than some.
Ben Hanley now lining up B-Joy as they come down into turn 6. 290 k's an hour here. I'm sure Ben's quite close enough. He's going to have to do the lunge at turn 9. B-Joy just got in a bit deep there, just giving this opportunity to Ben. Ben just cut the corner a little bit off of turn 7, but is he close enough?
Looking racy, but is it enough here? Pulling closer, closer, closer. Don't think there's the room there to do it. It's going to be about the selection of the line through the bank turn here, and who gets it right. Ben Hanley's closing up, but not enough.
just got a bit too close there. Got the aero wash, the front started to wash out, and he just had to breathe off. Couldn't quite keep that momentum that he had.
Oh dear, Victor Sport RLR into the garage for the 70 car, Jacob Abel.
It's not been a happy Asian Le Mans for these guys, has it? Had some pace, but it's just not quite been there. So there's the 10 going past the 11, coming down into turn 6.
Yeah, the 11 as well may have some trouble coming. James Rowe just aboard that car, under review. Pit exit white line as he just triggered too early.
Yeah.
So Southey leads.
Usually pretty much a slam dunk, isn't it? When that's something like that.
Gus Benitez closing under a second, 10 seconds back now, when the fastest lap of the race last time around to Matthias Besch, 1:42.243. He's going quicker again this time. TF Sports team manager being called to race control. Bijou Garg under attack from Ben Hanley. This is the battle between the 11 and the number 10 car, Lurk Hartog. That is currently for second position in GT.
Interesting to see how this unravels and winds out with cars in GT that took tyres or didn't take tyres. And yeah, Parker Thompson is on.
Well, that was a lock up there for the number 5 car, and that's let Gus Benitez get right there. That was a bit of a stumble into the hotel section from Gregoire Soucy. He's also got traffic ahead. This could be the moment. It's Dustin, sorry, not Dustin Blattner anymore. It's Chris Lunham, isn't it? Goes up the inside of the 74 car, clears that before the apex to start the next lap. And a big slide through that turn from Gustavo Menezes. It's just going to cost him a tenth or two, but he's certainly in the chase now.
Yeah, pressure's on now for Gregoire Soucy, and he's that mistake is just sort of pushed him back into the clutches there of Gustavo, and Gustavo's got through that traffic. He's now got his sights set on the back of the 5 car.
Takes a quick look in the mirror, Soucy. Yes, he's not gone away. So Gregoire heading for the hills, hoping he's got enough to fend off a rampant Gus Menezes at the moment. Soucy, Menezes, Besch, 9.5 seconds back and catching. Bijou Garg under pressure for Ben Hanley. They're the top 5 in LMP3. CLX Motorsport clears the GT leader. Paul Lancher is in 15th overall now, ahead of Roman Wozniak. He sits 2 places back, and what is that, 10 seconds back to the CLX car. Interior pole competition's 30. It's in the hands of Alex Bekantov, sits 3rd. Terence Woodward 4th. In GT, it is still the number 9 car, Anthony Bartone, but they did not take tyres in the last stop. That could prove to be a defining factor. Lurk Hartog is 7 seconds back from the AMG.
Hunting him down.
He is. And James Rowe, but potentially with a problem looming for TF Sports.
Not sure they took tyres either.
Yeah, sits 3rd. They were under a minute on pit lane. If they did, it was lightning fast. And 4th is the United Autosports 59 McLaren. Alexei Nesov leapfrogging through the traffic, and again looks to me as if Soucy's got the better of it there, for the moment at least.
Yeah, I think Gustavo got caught up in a gaggle of P3 cars that are all fighting with one another.
Still hasn't cleared them.
No. And
still, it's a higher risk move he's got to take, but gets the better run down.
Yeah, but he's lost some time there.
But the 5 car stumbling onto the back straight with GTs ahead, side by side there as well. A bit of a kiss between. That's the Racing Team Turkey car and one of the Ferraris.
Trading paint.
I think it's the 21 car. Yeah, the 21 AF Corsa car is in the hands of Alessio Rivera now, so he's not going to be any pushover.
He's having dinner across the restaurant from us.
He was,
on the
indeed.
Table next to us, wasn't he, last night?
Yeah, of course, a family there. Darren Young with his teammates as well. To see people getting a bit of relaxation in what is a a very high pressure couple of weekends.
It's fast and furious.
59 car, by the way, sits third in GT under investigation. Nessa has just gone by James Rowe in that TF Sport car. Pit stop in infringement. There's all sorts of
stuff to unpick here.
Yeah, nips and tucks and all sorts of issues. To remind you, we're just over an hour and a half from the end of this race and this season, after being 70 minutes under red flag. Let's go down to WRT. As Gregoire Saucy makes his way through, David Allison has made his way down to the 69 garage, and it's with Dan Harper.
You know, when things go wrong for governments and they put up a spokesperson, well, Dan Harper is the WRT spokesperson. Tony McIntosh didn't want to come and talk to me. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a strange situation. I think the team found something that if we had slowed down a certain amount, that we would have been able to box a lap early for the stint time of the bronzes. Unfortunately, there was a bit of misunderstanding between the drivers, and yeah, I mean, we ended up losing much more time than we should. But I mean, it's on everybody. There's no one to blame. We tried something, and yeah, it didn't work out. So let's see what we can recover.
Did you take tyres as well? Because obviously that would have lost a bit of time.
Yeah, we did take tyres. Yeah, we sort of needed to, and now we try and find another way to get to the front.
We're not done yet, though. Clock's still ticking down.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're never really out of it in a race like this. I mean, I think whenever a race is delayed so long and shortened, then it can create a bit of chaos. So yeah, let's see what we can do.
Let's wait and see. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, good stuff from Dan Harper there. You could see that did look confused. And I don't know, maybe we were right. Maybe they were responding to the call that Get Speed made. They just haven't quite spotted that opportunity.
Yeah, that's the way I read it. That yes, it was very much this bronze drive time, and if they could slow it down, that they could then make that cut-off point and come into the pit lane just as the clock ticked over for them to enable them to do that bronze driver change.
This is a bit of a battle at the back of the LMP2 field. The 88 car now in the hands of Horst Felix Felbermayr, son of the bronze driver in this effort, Horst Felbermayr Jr., enjoying his LMP2 efforts here this weekend. Had a quick chat with him before we came on air. Being chased by James Allen, who's been mercurial again in this car, but it just has not come together for RD Limited this season.
No, it hasn't, and they've had a couple of podiums, but it's just not been really as clinical as they were that first season, and James is not able to clear the 88. I thought they had a little bit more pace.
Doesn't look as if he took tyres, so it may be that Horst Felix Felbermayr, who's sort of a drive-through by the look of it, and we saw that is the case. I wonder if he's on fresher rubber than the RD Limited man. Meantime, by the way, Bijan Garg has been shuffled back by by Ben Hanley.
Yeah, Ben's finally cleared, and now he's in clear air. He's gone fastest in that first sector of anybody purple, and the second sector looks pretty racy as well. So I think he's going to be joining Matthias Besch, who is some 5 seconds up the road from him.
Yeah. So to remind you where we are, let's have a quick look here. So 14 laps ago, the last pit stop for Felbermayr, 15 for James Allen. He's now lining him up, and I think he's going to have a look up the inside and see whether they can do that on the braking. That's covered off by the youngster. James Allen, though, takes the wider line. We'll look to see what he can do on the exit, the turn here. And he's going to go alongside. That was beautifully teed up by the much more experienced LMP2 racer. Has he got the performance here to do it?
Side draft, looking like he's going to run alongside. It's all going to be about racing on the brakes. And he pushed James out pretty wide there. Didn't really give him the room. But James is still not giving this up all the way around the outside. But he does have to breathe it off there on the exit. I'm sure that Horst Felix Felbermayr is going to be... It was on the limit there, didn't really give him quite enough racing room, but we'll have to see.
Indeed. Battle for, I would say, 13th place at this stage. Just to remind you, if you did leave us during that red flag, barrier repairs. Yes, indeed. Barrier repairs made, and 12.54, by the way, is getting a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. We didn't see that, but we did see the results of it at turn 5. Little pile of Ferrari debris. But back to green flag running.
James Allen will have to reset now and have another crack and just see if he can get himself into position. He's a lot quicker through there, a lot quicker through that section, and he's going to have a lunge here, pretty short. There we go, up the inside, and I think he's not giving it up, and he's racing him very hard, but just about fairly, which, you know, it's what racing's all about, and he's giving him enough road as they're coming down here, but it seems that 88 car is trimmed out.
Yeah, we did talk about this, didn't we, in the lead up to this race, under the brakes. Who's going to be braver this time? This time it's James Allen, he's got that done. Felix Feldbaum still not giving up, but running over the curbs.
There's just a small shake of the head there from Romain, sort of knowing, okay, James is definitely faster, just let us go here. It's both better for both of our races, but you know, he's fighting hard, allowed to do that.
Yeah, Robert Dumas, I sat down with him for a recorded podcast that will be released in the coming days, possibly weeks, depending on what other news breaks. What a fascinating man that man is. This Asian Le Mans Series programme has not delivered what they hoped for this year. Just the odds were against him in a number of ways, not least with the injury for Fred Bourdad. But he's a man that always looks for perfection, always looks for performance. And they've been an impressive addition to this grid the last couple of years in Asia.
They've certainly raised the level.
Well, one on their debut. At Sepang 2 years ago, or a year ago rather. This is the battle for 7th place between the QMMF by Get Speed car. And Chris Lulham closing in. Car 74. Drive-through penalty, pass around infringement. So that will hurt their position here. But if we're correct, and I believe we are, Ollie, they will be champions because there's not enough time to complete the required 75% distance here, and it will be half points awarded for the final round of the Asian Le Mans Series this year. Disappointing way to finish it, but there will be reasons behind that decision. This is Lurk Hartog on, he's just taken, hasn't he, Nesov?
I'm not sure. I think Nesov may have caught him.
You're right, he has caught him.
McLaren is very, very fast.
There's another performance break with BOP for this race as well, haven't they?
Yeah.
So something of a rocket ship.
It is, and lurking there just behind them is Johnny Adam. Some 15 seconds or so back, but he's got time.
Again, just to confirm, we came into this race, Ollie, in all 3 classes with really a mathematical chance of a second car in each class.
Looking to go up the inside.
He goes, and he's had another crack at that and another nibble. And has he got? Wow, well, Hartog, that's traction.
Yeah, it is traction, but Nesov just got the car crossed up a little bit. Traction control would have kicked in, and it would have dragged the torque out. And Luke Hartog just got a better run, but the power of that McLaren is just pulling it up deep on the brakes here. He's trying to go around the outside, and contact. No, the 2 of them are sharing the road. Okay,
and notably, that AMG is just ahead of them. They're both catching him, despite being in this intense battle.
Yeah, the McLaren just switches into overdrive and just drives past the Porsche. And I think it's not going to be too long.
Hartog had to pull out of that. He hadn't seen the Nielsen racing car.
Yeah, and so we're also going to the curb there. I think they could be on Bartone extremely quickly.
Meantime, Michael Thompson looking to find a way by the 37 AMG. I think he's going to do that. Onto the braking.
Deep. It's not going to pay off, I don't think, and he's going to let the 28 onto the back of it.
Yeah, that is Gabriele Piana now on Guidim Salah Al-Hadid in the number 37 car. So he again is in a bit of a WRT sandwich.
There's a light flashing going on. Drivers seem to be frustrated.
It's been a disjointed race, hasn't it? And there will be, I'm sure, a few frustrations here. The order has been reshuffled a couple of times with the
37 just did not see the 88 coming then.
That's going to compromise him to Gabriele Piana now. He's looking up the inside.
Piana's going to be all over him down to turn 1.
This is the 47 car on Mattia Vaziviere, Charles Lacey going up the inside. Is he going to get that position? Just about does. Vaziviere's not giving it up yet. And there's a clash at the end of the bank turn, and that is settled for 7th.
Those two absolute masters in these cars. And that was classy racing from those two. Just a little bit of a touch there, but it always looked like they were in complete control of it. Vaziviere was really trying to almost wall to death. Oh, we've got an incident there at 14.
Yeah, just behind the camera. There's the 50 car on the exit. That's a horrible place to be as well.
No. And backing up there is going to be a big problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd want to do it.
No, definitely not. I don't quite know how he's going to do this, because it is completely blind there.
And quick.
Yeah, it's the fastest of the 3 apexes right there. It's around about 115 k's an hour.
It's Carl Bennett. He's backed it up. He's going to try and give everybody all possible space. Malte Jakobsen, by the way, has caught and now passed Mattia Vaziviere, so that is for 8th. Double yellows are protecting that scene. There's the Chetelaar car ahead. But so these are our 2 prior to this race title contenders. And he's got away with Carl Bennett by the look of things. Still there, Vaziviere. Now that will be a problem. That's not what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, he's going to give that back.
Well, he may get more than that. There is a race director's instruction at that turn.
Yeah, this was he just looped it here, coming through turn 14.
Maybe a bit greedy over the curb.
Yeah, possibly, and it's all off camber there, and it's tricky. 17
from the lead in LMP3 for Longchamp. This will be the.
I believe he's still on board.
Surely he's going to have that car now.
He's on one of their long. Where does it play with their long stops now?
Yeah, that will be their final long stop. I'm absolutely certainly they'd only done one to that point. So, Gregoire Saucy, 2.6 seconds ahead of the high-class racing car of Gustavo Menezes. United Autosports number 5 leads the race. DK Engineering's Matthias Besch is a further 2.7 seconds back for the number 3 car. Ben Hanley up to 4th in the second United car, the number 6. Just a quick look here. This is
Bartone.
This is Nesov going to the lead in GT, and does so with a clang side by side. And Bartone, I think, is going to be dropping back to 3rd. He has. Though Kartog is through.
Yeah, just
the undercut there.
Yeah, just gotten a bit too deep there. He would have been spooked by what happened down at turn 2.
Johnny Adam, meanwhile, is pushing hard in 4th place to catch this battle, and he is, what is that, 9.5 seconds back, but he's closed that gap rapidly. He's got performance in that Aston Martin at the moment.
He really has.
Behind Ben Hanley, by the way, Bijan Karg is now 8 seconds back under the pressure from Matt Kaiser in the number 20.
We're going to be expecting some pit stops here very shortly in P2.
Full course yellow coming.
Wow.
What is that? 40 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that is going to be for debris.
So the action is coming thick and fast. Ooh. The 8 car there just keeping out the way of the 44, coming under the hotel. The 8, it looks like the 8's got a problem, just not really at racing speed. Expect this car to come in the pits, I think, this lap.
So we are full course caution in about 15 seconds.
No, it's continued. The 8's continued. Just doesn't look very comfortable or very happy.
Well, anybody that needed to come in, that would have been the ideal moment, because they could come in until full course yellow is called, then the pit entry is closed. They were down to full course yellow, and that was a contact as they came into full course yellow between the 34 and the back of the United Autosports car. I'm pretty certain he collected the rear of the Orica.
That was definitely bodywork flying.
And there's definitely more debris to clear now. Let's have another look at this.
Yeah, coming down into, and there's 69s in there with the 34.
He did, clattered the car, and the damage, I think, is mainly to the Corvette.
Yeah, and I think, but there will be some stuff that's missing off the back of the 5.
Well, that is our race leader.
He's recovered nicely, Greg Rassosi, after that sort of slip as he came into turn 12 there by the hotel.
It's not huge visual damage there, but fair collection of carbon fibre and other components. Here's another replay. Is this another incident as they came into full course yellow, or that is an overtake? That is the 13 on the 8. That is for the lead of LMP3. Enrique Bides and Ajita Patel. 17, by the way. Kevin Rabin now has dropped to 4th, and there's bits and pieces all over the place.
Yeah, it's certainly last race of the season, and people at 29.
That's the 29 car. That was our championship contending car. That's in the garage. That's more recent. Nick Hancock was still aboard that car. They've made the driver change in the garage. But again, yeah, shake of the head, rotten way to finish the season. To remind anybody that wasn't with us when we went back to green flag running, as we understand it right now, with the race not being extended and the length of the red flag period, we will not make the required distance to award full points. And in all 3 classes, there was a full points finish needed to overhaul the class leaders coming into tonight's race, which means, as things stand, we'll see again this incident coming. That was quite a clunk, wasn't it?
It was. Saving his money.
Absolutely. But that means, as things stand and as we understand it, the champions will be the number 4 car, the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car, with the 47, even if it gets the lead, would at this stage only earn half points, and they needed all 25. It'd be a similar situation in LMP3 with the 17 car. It was 20 points ahead the 29 car, which, by the way, is already in the garage anyway, and is dropping back rather than going forwards. And as things stand at present, the 74 car.
T6, we have Marshall's Expo.
Marshall's exposed at P6, I think is what Gwen Borsio was trying to say. The 74 car, having served that drive-through, is out of the points at the moment in the hands of Chris Lullum. But with their gap being 22 points, the maximum that could be awarded with half points going is 13. They are effectively champions-elect.
This doesn't start to create a problem for...
At 19, 13, 45, we will be removing full course yellow in 30 seconds.
Oh boy.
We have a spinner at T6.
That's the 26 car.
They're having an extraordinary season.
Gio Mercurius has just got aboard that car. And what's happened there?
Well, he spun.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
We will be removing full course yellow in 10.
It's this
9,
sort of expert analysis that gets you the
7,
big bucks, isn't it?
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow is removed. We have double yellow flag, single yellow flag at T6, T7. We have a car in the runoff.
It's Ollie Gavin with
expert analysis.
Astonishing analysis.
I'm here all week.
Unpick that and earning his champagne and business class seats. 69 by side, that is a change. 69 and 34. And that is a position recovered by Parker Thompson on Sally Jolic. That's another spinner, isn't it? Maybe fluid down there. Was that the 30 or the 70? And the 26 has not got back up to speed. So Theo Mercurius is really struggling here.
Maybe he spun with a problem.
Maybe the fluid is his, yes.
Yeah. If that's the case, then it would be good if it just... Yeah.
You know, that expert analysis of yours, it's just layered, isn't it?
I know, brilliant.
Honestly, effortless.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, like I say.
Yellow removed turn 6 because the car has gone, but it's not gone very far.
Oh, it's getting back up to racing speed again. The right rear.
Yeah, not quite there yet, is he? On pace. Into the pits from the number 4 car.
This will be the first. Or here we go. The 5's on board.
Southie
yeah.
from the lead. DKR take the lead at the moment. That will work its way around as we're into another round of pit stops for the leading group. Trouble for the 44
Has he run out of fuel? Has he run out of fuel? He's on 24 laps. Yeah, this could be out of fuel here.
There's another one. We saw this last night, didn't we, with the 25 car, hoping that the full course yellow would stay on. And they thought they could get around and miscalculated.
Oh, the 70 got turned around by...
I think he just dropped the curb. I think he was just over the curb.
No, I think he got hit. Is that your expert analysis?
I will see. Through this round of pit stops, incident involving car 70 at turn 6 under review. We saw them running on the...
Yeah, the 24 laps here for the 44, and I think that is out of fuel.
Well, that is going to require an intervention, and that's not going to impress race control. Running out of fuel.
Yeah, there's a few here that really are very, very close. Cembolo Bassi in the Nielsen car, same as Jonas Reed in the 22.
Well, High Class Racing, both the United cars have been through. And by the way, High Class Racing have turned the 49 car around and have leapfrogged the 5. So Theo Jensen is ahead of Mikkel Jensen. That's not going to be confusing, is it? Paul Di Resta. They are the trio that have been through the pits most recently. They're now running 4th, 5th, 6th. Leading the race at the moment, Matthias Besch. He owes us a stop, so does Bijor Garg, who pits, as I say, that. Charles Malaysi running 3rd. But again, I think a pit stop is owed there. But we're going to get another intervention here.
Yeah, we are.
And if you're close to it and you're smart, I'd be on pit lane right now. Because if this is a full course yellow...
You'd be in for a emergency service. Here's the 11 and the 74 racing. This is for 13th and 14th.
We are going to go to virtual safety car in, what is that, 25 seconds. That could be very good news for Matthias Besch if he pits right now.
See a number of these cars coming on pit lane.
Who else could profit from this? So there is the 49 ahead of the 5. That's the point we were making a little earlier. Theo Jensen. Virtual safety car comes out now. So
to recover the 44 that was just rolling to a halt.
It'll be a quick recovery.
But it will mean we have to go to full safety car, don't we?
We will have to go to full safety car. Shaping up to quite the finish here, you know.
Yeah, we're just hearing the 44 is out of fuel.
Gutted. Plucky little team, but it's a big mistake, isn't it?
Well, if you've it was that full course yellow that really scuppered them, didn't it? Because you can't come in into the pits during that period. And
I think I'm right. I'm just looking at the timing screens here. Exiting turn 14, we might want to take a look at that. There's a bear on the right-hand side. Oh, bear right, that's what that means. It's not a bear
awful.
right side.
Please stop. Please stop.
So double yellows to protect the recovery of this car. Now, is there a gap in the barrier that they can get it to, or is that going to have to go all the way around to the pit entry? I think that there's that's a fire point, isn't it? So there will be a gap in the barrier. Is it a big enough one to fit Norica in? That's another story. So DK Engineering's Matthias Besch, he does head for pit lane and will serve, therefore, this pit stop under yellow flag speeds. That's going to be a mighty advantage to DK Engineering. They obviously, this field is going to close back up on the safety car, but they should rejoin still in the lead here.
They should. He's done a great job. 25 laps on this tank, and quick as well. And one more lap than Vaxivier managed to do.
That car is going behind the barrier. So Terje Jensen, Mikkel Jensen next up. So it's DKR, still a pit lane at the moment. From High Class Racing, from United Autosports number 5. Chetelaar Racing in and out with Antonio Fuoco now at the wheel. Nolan Siegel behind him in the interior pole car. Then Paul Di Resta. Sami Mikatuni. Sami Mikatuni in the 20 car. Remember, these are all going to restart pretty much nose to tail.
Yeah, and full of fuel, tyres, full of fuel.
Well, DKR did exactly that, didn't they? They've made the right call. They've got effectively a free pit stop. They've fueled it, put the tyres on, installed Griffin Peebles.
Just over an hour to go, hour and 10 minutes, so they'll do one more stop.
Indeed, this is the stint that they're going to be looking to make the difference. Behind them, I'm not sure that half of those teams have put the tyres on the car. Well, that's the end of the Asian Le Mans Series for the 44 car. They've been in the mix here and there. They've had some good battles. Had a long chat with Mirko Nopka a couple of evenings ago. He was quite happy with his efforts. But they'll be disappointed in the way that that's finished. This is the 5 car coming in again. Yes, it is.
Who's coming to top off?
Well, actually, I bet I'll tell you what they're going to do. They're going to put new tyres on this car because they didn't last time.
Right.
So they can do that effectively with a free stop. They'll top it off, yes, but they'll take the opportunity.
Relaying that pit stop time, isn't it?
That's the long stop for the 13. Now, 5 car.
Just
fuel. 29 seconds. Not sure why they'd do that, but unless they don't have the tyres, but they must have the tyres because we've had the red flag.
Yep.
So virtual safety car still will be for just a little while longer. Then the safety car will be scrambled and this field will bunch up. Griffin Peebles leads the race for DK Engineering, the number 3 car. Here's the United Autosports 59, pitting from the lead in GT.
Wayne Boyd getting into the finish.
Yeah. Kartog is on pit lane for the second place Montai car. Get Speed's number 9, Anthony Bartone on pit lane. The Career Cross Blackthorn, Johnny Adam is on pit lane, as is the 21 car of Alessio Rivera. They're the top 5. 6 cars now with Parker Thompson, the only car on that top 6. He's just pitted.
McLaren guy, United guys just doing that tyre change. There goes the Manthey car through and into the lead.
I would say, by the way, with this field being bunched up at the end, there's the 9 car who got away there. That was quite tight for a release for the United car. Who's going to come through that little group first? Stick with a shot, we'd find out. We're going to have about an hour and change when we go back to green flag running. It's going to be nose to tail in LMP2 with some very quick guys aboard the cars.
Yep.
It's going to be nose to tail in GT.
And they might not have to make another stop. This might be it.
Yes, if we stay under the safety car for a while longer, that's going to help them enormously. LMP3, CLX Motorsport lead the race at the moment and have just burned a long stop. That may well be the defining factor for this race, but certainly in LMP2 and GT, yes, in terms of a spectacle for the championship, I'm afraid we've been rather robbed by the incidents that have come along earlier today. But as a race, this could be very exciting indeed at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So we just saw the onboard camera shot there of the 69 car coming through, out through the tunnel, out through the pit lane, and he's at 60 k's an hour as he comes through there. Then he can release that pit lane speed limit, and then he can go up to 80 k's here, virtual safety car. Just the driver has to toggle between those two speed limits and make sure he gets the right one for the right spot on the track. Here's the 74 in pit lane, and they are just going with tyres. Kessel Racing, they've just gone right side tyres. Just going to go down to David and talk to somebody down there in the pit lane. I think it's a driver of the number 3 car, Matthias Besch.
So DKR Engineering, very much a major player now in this race, and a great stint by Matthias Besch, but you're not smiling. What's up?
No, honestly, the car was really good, and I didn't drive it to its best. I get a COVID since Daytona, and I'm fighting against that, and I was feeling really bad in the car, a lot of vertigo and feeling sick, so yeah, just try to hold on, survive. The pace was good, but I think it's just the good work we've done with the car, and I'm pretty sure people will make the best out of it because I'm pretty confident today we have what it needs to fight for a win.
It felt like it was a long stint as well in the car for you.
Yeah, honestly, again, like when you have COVID and you can't recover, and every day it's another difficult day at the track, so yeah, I need a bit of holidays now. But I'm glad I could make it to that point and bring the car safely, didn't do any mistake, and stay strong for a team result.
And this virtual safety car we have now, has that been a big help for the position of the car?
I think it's quite good because, as I said, you know, I was aiming to finish my driving time, not feeling well, and give people a double stint at the end, so yeah, it's good.
It's worked out well. Go and get some water. Thanks, Matthias.
Well, there you go. So recovering from COVID, no less. And he looked like he'd been through a workout, didn't he? Safety car has now been called. Pit entry is now closed. And the Chevy Camaro waits to emerge from the barrier at pit exit. This is our race leader, and it's Griffin Peebles, who is at the wheel of the number 3 car, Nemo, from DKR Engineering. As I said, this team took the championship win in the Asian Le Mans Series just a few seasons ago with a very different driver group than that's fielded tonight.
Yeah, well, Matthias was pretty hard on himself there, but I think he did a very good job. He was quick in the car. He kept Ben Hanley behind him, who's exceptional talent in a P2 car, and he also did extremely well on managing his fuel. He managed to do 25 laps and got the car back to the pit lane and kept the car in the race. P1 and handing it over to his teammate Griffin Peebles. So he definitely did his job and did it well.
Certainly did. So DKR Engineering lead the race. Safety car will pick up the field as they start this next lap. From United Autosports, Mikkel Jensen now ahead of Theo Jensen, who's just pitted before the safety car was scrambled. So the Jensens have switched positions with those two changes, and I think that might mean that Theo Jensen may have taken tyres. There goes the Camaro. Glorious rumble, the V8 there. We're just under 2 minutes from the final hour here in Abu Dhabi. At the end of what has been, well, a fascinating, at times absolutely dramatic, at times frustrating, at times glorious Asian Le Mans Series. Sam Cox there, the team principal of Algarve Pro Racing, looks set to celebrate a championship win. We're just waiting to confirm one other source on this enigma about points.
29 car, yeah, it's got
still
one of the
with rear
cheeses.
damage.
Yeah.
It's out of the garage at least.
Yeah.
But that car is not in a position to win this race in LMP3.
7 laps.
And that's, whatever the point
Also
situation, was the least they needed to do. And they're not going to do that. That does look as if it's CLX Motorsport. As we under the safety car, let's take a look back at the first 3 hours of this final race of the season at the Yas Marina circuit. 45 cars on the grid, and it's led away by Giorgio Roda, the number 5 United Autosports car. 16 LMP2 cars, all coming through safely. Not so much in LMP3. Alex Makantsov has a lurid half spin out from the lead row. Melty Jakobsen reacts to that. It's no less busy on board. The whole grid comes through without a problem once again. It's a bit more bump and grind in the GT class. 34 car getting through on Anterasau at that moment. Number 10 car coming down the hill. That's Giacomo Petrobelli going to war with the 2 AMGs and briefly taking the lead in the class before a puncture. Tom van Rompuy bouncing off the curb, bouncing off the Porsche and continuing. First major incident, this was Dan Schneider caught out by Kraiten Tudis coming off the curb and slowing up. And it was damage to the rear of the 64 to the front of the 70. That would bring out the virtual safety car, which allowed Cetilar Racing to get Roberto Lacorte into the car. Battle in LMP3, High Class Racing and Inter Europol. A great battle too between Fred Pordat and George Kurtz. The 3 and the 25 battling into the chicane. And this was the start of the incident that would bring out the red flag for a horrifying crash involving the 15 and the 25. It doesn't get any easier to watch it the more you see it. Big impact with the barrier from both cars, in particular for the 25 of Michael Jensen. This was the view of Anterasau coming through the debris field. Red flag on his marshal's system before he'd even cleared it, as he went past the bouncing wheel of the Oreca. Utterly remarkably, out and walking away from the wreckage came both Mimo Gidley and Michael Jensen. We got back to green flag running after 70 minutes on the red flag. All sorts of battles on track still to be sorted. 3 wide here. The 49 on the 20. Still leading the race at this stage, the number 5 car from United Autosports. Battle for the lead in GT would go the way of the 59 McLaren. And it did so with a clang in the side of Anthony Bartone's number 9 Get Speed AMG. Lurk Hartog putting a move as well on the silver AMG. 13 and the 8 battling for position in LMP3. The Interpol car out of the championship contention. His car started the night in championship contention but spent too long in the garage and would not be taking the title tonight. Griffin Peoples leads the race. Still under the safety car then, this is the order. DK Engineering lead the race. The number 3 car from the 5 United Autosports car, Mikkel Jensen, ahead of Theo Jensen in the 49 High Class Racing car. Into Europol, Cetilar Racing, United Autosports and CrowdStrike Racing by APR. The Cetilar and the CrowdStrike car, the title contenders coming into tonight's race. Then it's the GT lead group. The 10 Montai car takes the lead coming into the safety car from Anthony Bartone's Get Speed AMG, and Wayne Boyd now aboard the 59 United Autosports McLaren in the mix. Kobe Powell's in the challenging Icuriacos Blackthorn Aston Martin, and Simon Mann in the first of the Ferraris, the 21 from AF Corsa. Parker Thompson sits 6th in the Team WRT car that was a title contender coming into tonight. LMP3 CLX Motorsport lead the race and the championship. R-Race GP, and there Duquesne sits 2nd. Into Europol's number 13 in the hands of Chunting Chu sits 3rd. Team Verage is number 8 4th. Then the 23 events cars, the 23 ahead of the 71. The 94 from High Class Racing And we have to go all the way down to 9th for the Forestier Racing by VPS car. And that car out of race contention. And that was the title challenger to the 17 coming into tonight. Cars in trouble. The 66 JMR car has not emerged from the garage, but the number 1 Team Virage car has. Obviously, the 15 Kessel Racing Ferrari and the 25 Argyle Pro Racing car, they're both out as a result of that huge incident earlier in the race. And more recently, coming into the virtual safety car, ARC Bratislava's 44 car in the hands of Mathieu Vazevier, that car running out of fuel and forcing this caution. The safety car is coming in right now, and we, Ollie Gavin, are about to go racing with Griffin Peebles under pressure from behind.
He is. I was just looking back through some stuff there on the GT, but we'll come back to that after this got this start done. Griffin is going to be under massive pressure.
The 30 car right behind him, that's Tristan Vautier down in 12th place, looking to unlap himself.
Yeah, it's the United car, it's like 4 or 5 cars back. So Griffin Peebles has got a bit of breathing space here.
Yep, it's the 6 ahead of the 5.
They'll be switched around very shortly, surely.
Is that right? That must be, there can't be, that must be the 70 car.
Yeah, 70. Very deep there from the CLX car.
That's the 17 car just trying to bail out of this. Yeah. And the Stettler Racing car in a hurry to get into this group. And Paul Di Resta right behind the Stettler Racing car. So it is DKR from United, high class, into Europol, Stettler, United's number 6 car, then the number 4 from CrowdStrike Racing by APR. Sammy Megatunif, Jim McGuire there in the United Autosports Gary. Nielsen Racing's Alex Quinn will be looking to get in amongst this. Disappointing night last night. 49 and 43 battling away here. This is for 3rd place. Theo Jensen under pressure from Nolan Siegel. Siegel's already won an LMP2 race. Theo Jensen, this is his first season in the class after European Le Mans Series victory, championship victory in 2025. A future start. Siegel takes the inside line. I think he's got that done. He does indeed. Neatly done. Takes the position for Inter-Europol competition.
Yeah, I'm just looking back here in the GT category, and nearly all of the runners have kept their silver drivers on board, and they've still yet to switch to their pros. Well, and so they're going to have to do that, and I think that's down to max drive time, and that max drive time has dropped right down because we've got a shortened race. And the only one I think that's sitting here in the box seat is a Kyrgios 56 car.
Because they've had all 3 drivers in.
Because this is their 3rd driver, and they ran Johnny Adam in that middle stint. And I think United might be in trouble here because they put Wayne Boyd in the car, and they might have done that too soon.
And they've got a 5-second penalty to come for a pit stop infringement as well. So United, having looked very strong, that might just start to unravel. Yeah. And we've got more debris on this race course.
Oh,
there is Wayne Boyd up the inside.
There's Bartone in the 9. Because I was confused because Bartone was still on board, and I would have thought they would have made the switch at that last stop, but it got to be because they can't put the gold in the car. This because of the drive time, max drive time for these gold and platinum drivers will be around that sort of hour mark.
This is where that started, way back. This is Wayne Boyd trying to get the up the inside of Anthony Bartone. Then he just has a wiggle under braking. Bartone takes the apex.
Both did really well there, gave each other room, and they didn't end up in too much contact. But that 59 car, there's contact there. Whatever that was in the middle of the racetrack, the 8 car has collected it, and it's now in the front of that.
There it goes.
There it goes. And the 8 is battling with the 13.
There's something. Yeah. Something's broken on that car.
No, it's the piece that was caught underneath it. It collected that piece, and it's now. I'm not sure what that is, but it is now rubbing. It's got a puncture. I think that right front could have gone down. I think it's going to have an issue here.
Well, boys and girls, that's why we go to a caution when there's debris. Yeah. Dramatic effects on the number 8 car. That car had been up in, what was that, 3rd place?
I think all.
No. There's a hit with a 71 car.
Yeah. The 8 was trying to stay out the way, or it's got this problem that it collected that bodywork or whatever it was, the debris.
There's damage to the rear now of that car as well.
Yeah, the 71 was trying to get through there at 13, never really enough room there. And and has cleaned up the 8 car, and the 71's got damage on that left front corner.
And the right rear. Not catastrophic yet on the right rear. Meantime, Car Engineering's Griffin Peoples has put the fastest lap of the race. Still this position being contested between the McLaren and the MG, and Kobe Powell's is right there now.
Yeah, if you're Kobe Powell's, I'm sure Johnny is on the radio. Just tell him, hey, I think we've got this.
The MG's sparking for the front as well. I think he's got some debris up the front of that car. It keeps on.
I think it's the skid plates. I think it's just the tiny pieces of skid plate they've got there. Wayne Boyd looking at the inside there, and I think that's it. Job done. He's just sort of slid slightly wide there. Just sort of giving the message there to Anthony Bartone, who's driven very, very well today. Yes. Andy Pilgrim will be very, very pleased with his progress.
So Griffin Peoples leads the race. Fastest lap of the race at 1:41.866. You keep an eye here on the LMP3 battles.
Yeah, pretty hard to do that.
And there we go. This is Kobe Powell's now looking to put a move on
Anthony Bartone. Yeah,
increasingly defensive Anthony Bartone, it's got to be said. Yeah. And I think Peoples is going to extend that. He has. It's a 1:41.666 now. 6 seconds up on Mikkel Jensen. And they've used that opportunity to get the new tyres on with no delay under that virtual safety car well at Car Engineering.
Yeah, they have. And this is the point where the 8 car collects that bodywork. Boom. And that's 260 k's an hour he hits that.
He'll have felt that.
He will have. I thought that was a tyre going down, but it's just actually something rubbing on the block underneath the car, I feel. And then here's the contact with the 71. 8 just opens up a little bit, and the 71 just sticks his nose in there, and it wasn't really anywhere for that to go. Big damage there.
Yeah, the 8 car is in significant trouble there, and will drop away from podium positions, already has done. DKR United, number 5. Is there a win finally for Giorgio Roda in prospect at the moment? Griffin Peoples is driving away from them into Europol. Nolan Siegel, Theo Jensen, high class. Chettilar Racing making their way to the front.
Yeah, Anthony Fuoco really putting the hammer down, looking to see if he can make some progress. And Chettilar, full course yellow here. Full course yellow. 43 spotted that first, and more bodywork and debris on the racetrack that the marshals are going to run out and pick up.
Right, a dramatic change, okay, after checking with the timekeepers and with race organisers. Well, right up until this point, if this had gone green to the end, it would have been full points. We're now going to have to check again. It is that tight.
Wow.
So we will check again after this. We might be back to a full points position. So let's recast this. What does that mean? In LMP3, it's pretty much CLX Motorsports title, with the 29 having been so far delayed. It will not win this race, and it needed to do that. In GT3, that was the 69 would need to win with the 74 out of the points. 74 has just gone into the points, but the 69 is only 4th. But that's as close as we've got to a major drama in prospect tonight. For the overall, with 47 minutes to go, Chettilar Racing are 5th, but CrowdStrike Racing are in the points, with Louis Delatraz now aboard the car.
Only 2 spots back, aren't they?
Only 2 spots back. Points scored means it's CrowdStrike Racing's title. That's Ajit Kumar.
It's been a tough race for those guys.
It has. So we need to keep an eye, whatever happens at the moment, an eye on what's going on in GT, because that's the closest to it. With apologies, it really is that tight.
The 9 car has just come in and made a stop, and they've just got Fab Schiller in the car, and I'm not sure how they managed to do that. Wow.
Let's get down to the Get Speed pit. They've had dramas, most of them good, some of them really bad. Anthony Bartone is with David Addison.
Another yellow, another caution period, time to catch breath, and Anthony Bartone is doing just that. That was a busy stint and a really hectic last few laps.
Yeah, in this championship it always is, whether it's a yellow, whether it's the most competitive people in the world. racing in every category, brown, silver, gold. It's just honestly always hectic, and from my first 2 years doing this, it proves that, and now we're trying to be able to deal with the hecticness more often and try to be at the front of races like this.
Car all good?
Yeah, just really unlucky yesterday with a technical issue, but all 6 races we've done in the series, car is unbelievable. Being able to drive with people like Steve Jans and Fabian Schiller and with a team like GetSpeed is honestly one of the great blessings of my life, to be able to work with people like this. So when the car gives up on us like that, it's quite hard to swallow because of how much preparation, leaving families, doing how much hard work everybody puts in. We hate to see that.
That's it. Thanks. Graham, more drama on track.
Yeah,
huge drama.
Huge drama on track, and that's the championship leader getting tangled up with the 85 RHGP Duquesne.
Yeah,
Ollie, how did you see that?
Breaking into turn 5. Looks like the 85 was looking to get by the 17, and they just got in each other's lanes, and the 85 got in the back of the 17 and pitched them both into the wall. That could have a significant effect.
They both got moving from that side, but with what damage? The 17 certainly hit the wall and is badly damaged on the rear left rather.
Yeah, here we go, as they're coming down, and they're just looking for the ways through here, and the 85 switches lanes last minute.
Oh, no.
Wow. Just clears up the 17, takes them both out, and,
I'm sorry. That
all
was
the 85 right there.
Yeah, Pierre-Alexandre Provost taking out Kevin Rabin, and CLX Motorsport, I think, are going to take this title come what may. I don't think they can be caught at the moment by the 29 car, which is laps on laps down, 6 laps down. But that is a rotten way to finish what has been an absolutely classic championship run for the CLX Motorsport team.
Yeah.
Meantime, look at this.
It is nose to tail in P2, and we're just trying to pick out who it is. It's the 4, it's the 88, it's the 20, and it's the 64 with Alex Quinn on board.
47 involved in this as well, somewhere. And that's Alex Quinn side by side with the 20. Oh dear.
Sam McTaneef will be on in the 20, and these two together. Oh yes, let's go.
43 minutes to go. Car 85 and 17 under review. Really? I think so. I think that's going to be the easiest task of the night in what's been a tough old gig in race control. It was just a total miscalculation there.
Yeah, it was. It really was. And Alex Quinn's got the bit between his teeth here in the 64 car. There's the 17 just running around, just trying to get back to the pits, and that's going to be a little bit of a fix to get that right. It's crabbing.
Yeah, it's the bodywork's not the problem. The rear corner's a problem, and whatever's attached to the wheel is the problem. There is the 85, the other car involved in it, and that's the impact point. The rear of the Ligier. Mistake. Simple as that.
Just got caught out. And
off comes the needle nose. Well, there's no needle left on that nose, I'm afraid. This is the one Duquesne in the race. Comes to a stop with the CLX crew. See again. Goes to the outside and then tries to cut back to take the apex, and it's just late. Just too late.
Just way too late. That was never on, and took the 17 clean out of the race. To the 85. Yeah. Paul on shit. There you go.
Yeah, right, yes.
That sums it up.
So both crews go to work, and they're going to use brute force to get the dolly underneath that car.
Not sure we're going to see the 17 again.
I'd be surprised if we do.
Yeah, 40 minutes.
But I think
that left rear is not pointing in the right direction.
I think we're going to be seeing this team celebrate a championship. This is not the way they want to do it.
No. 85, just going with tyres. Change that nose.
I would say, by the way, while this is all going on, the new leaders in LMP3 are 23 events, both of them 23 from 71. Matteo Quintarelli for Matheus Rieber, who was the star last time around. And what we're going to see here, was this the move for second? I think it was. Rieber on the 13 car, and another bit of contact.
Yeah, these guys are just
taking
lumps out of one another. Nico Lapierre will be there. Frustration, on pit lane, and that'll be their final stop.
That's Chris Lunham getting out the car, and that will be Dennis Marshall for the final 40 minutes or so.
Just waiting to see how this all unfolds here, because there's going to be quite a lot of confusion as the 20 goes up the inside of the 88.
Well, the 85 is back out.
Yeah, it is. And it's rain lights on.
Griffin Peoples, another fastest lap of the race, 1:41.331. There's Merrick speed from him.
6.5 seconds up the road from Mikkel Jensen.
Well, this season an LMP2 debutant, Griffin Peoples. We spotted last year this kid's got a lot of talent, helping Breton Racing to the title. But he at the moment is pulling away from Mikkel Jensen, an ex-Peugeot, and soon to, well, in fact now named as a McLaren hypercar driver. That's the quality we're talking about. Behind Jensen, Nolan Siegel, 4.9 seconds, with Theo Jensen in the high-class racing car, further 3.5 seconds under pressure from Antonio Fuoco, who's under pressure from Paul di Resta. Louis Delatraz is not far away from
pressure
that.
from Alex Quinn.
Yes. The top, what is that, 8 cars under 20 seconds with 40 minutes to go.
Yeah, they'll be coming in for those final stops very shortly.
They're all now in the window.
Yeah, they are. And we're just watching Luke Hartog and Wayne Boyd. And David is going to be wondering, where's my interview?
Yeah,
Luke's still out on track.
He loves talking to Luke Hartog. They really do see eye to eye.
Yeah, when he's standing in a massive box.
It's a decent battle. Is there a problem looming for the United car?
I don't know, just going to have to sort of see how this all shakes out with drive time. We're not privy to what those times are, so United could be sitting here and working the system brilliantly, or all of these other teams have, and then all of the other teams have kind of misread it. Let's see what's happened.
This is the CLX crew. I think they want to get this car out and finish their championship on track, is what you see. There is Nico Lapierre watching on.
Yeah,
this is the virtual points.
His reaction is just sums up everything here. They know that they're just trying to sort of find a way to get this back out on track, but Nico's body language was like, yeah, come on, yeah, we're not sure this is really going to work.
David Ellison in the back of the garage there, waiting, I'm sure, to speak to the driver. Car 85, a stop and go penalty causing a collision. Yeah, I think they're looking to get that, I'll be honest with you. It was a mistake.
Well, it was rude.
It was a huge mistake.
It was really rude.
This is another issue. That's the 5.
Oh, Mikkel Jensen, and that's the second time that car's done that into that corner. But
they're on pit lane. They're on pit lane now. It's old tyres on that car. They didn't change tyres, did they? We're surprised they didn't. So maybe the tyre's just gone. Mikkel Jensen is the first of the lead group on pit lane.
I think this car, the 9 car, is going to start marching up the order here as these guys in GT. We saw it happen that somehow the 9 car got into the pits before the full course yellow.
Yes.
They kind of like read the future with their magic crystal ball.
But did they call it right on driver time? That's the point, because they're in and out quickly. Here comes Wayne Boyd to the side of Lurk Hartog, side by side now, and this is going to be the position going the way of the McLaren. Up the inside goes the RD Limited car. Just leans a little on the Porsche coming into the turn.
Yeah, Luke's going to try and duke it out, and he's gone up the inside, and he's got to drive him through and off. That's that sort of tighter line there at turn 9. It's that bank corner, really presents different options, and this is brilliant stuff coming through and into the hotel section. And Wayne's just using an alternate line there, coming into turn 12, but he's all over the back of that Porsche, and it's only a matter of laps, I think, before Wayne manages to find a way through. And brilliant racing by these two. Big respect. And Wayne's just going to sit there, breathe it, and go again. I think he'll be looking to set him up coming through turn 5 and down that back straight into turn 6, that biggest point. And there in the background is Kobe Powles in the Aston Martin. And just watching this, just going, okay, guys, we think we know where we stand with this race, and let's just see how it all unfolds. But many different strategies being employed. Yeah, as Wayne is just trying to get himself back in contention with the 10 car, just getting into that toe, but he's just lost a little bit of ground.
Yes, he has, just a little. 35 minutes to go. This is another engaging battle in GT. It's been fantastic all season. Deep into the order. Here is the 49 car going under pressure. Theo Jensen from Antonio Fuoco, half a second back. They'll want to try and get this car to the lead if they possibly can in the next 35 minutes.
It's going to be tough to do. I think there's going to be a lot that's going to shuffle through here.
Oh yes. Kobe Powles, by the way, as they go by, sitting in 3rd place in this GT battle, and he'll be watching with interest what's going on ahead, because that's getting quite physical again, isn't it?
Wayne was right on him again. And he's just catching him just at the wrong spots and the wrong points, and Luke can put it himself in the right spot to block him, and up the inside, that's De Resta.
In the other United car.
Yeah, just somebody rang him up and said, Paul's coming, find out.
So this battle for 3rd place is becoming a 3-car battle. Theo Jensen from Antonio Fuoco and Paul De Resta. They're going to be nose to tail, I think, this time around. De Resta is catching them. And also in that fight, Alex Quinn has caught them too.
Yeah, he has.
Well, this could be fireworks, couldn't it?
Yeah, Quinn is on a charge. They all are. Let's just see how this all shakes out. We've got one more stop to go. They just must be choosing the point. Picking their point.
Tyre advantage you may have had, but this is a very impressive stint from Griffin Peoples in the lead of this race.
Yeah. Nolan Siegel's also done a nice job, but I think he's going to get caught here.
They are indeed just catching Nolan Siegel. Cars 88 and 49 under review. Overtake under full course yellow. That is the 3rd place car, the leader in this battle. Hard on the brakes, Fuoco closes right up there. Almost caused his problems to the 50 Ferrari in doing so.
I would say everybody's going to go new tyre.
De Resta is being caught by Quinn before De Resta could catch this pair. They're the two battling for 3rd. A bit of a gap before we get to Paul De Resta. Coming through underneath the GT car behind is Alex Quinn, 92 and 37. Just a bit wide and squirrely for the 92. Through goes the number 37 car.
It's Lucas Hour, isn't it?
That is for 6th place. Lucas Hour on it on Ricky Berra.
Yeah. So has Richard Lee still got to get in that 92 car?
I think he possibly does.
Let me see. Yeah, he does. He does.
4-car meantime. David Delatraz trying to do what he can do to get on the terms. He's almost 4 seconds back though from Alex Quinn, with Sammy Migatuni just half a second back, and that position is done. 32 minutes to go. Peoples still extending the lead. They are catching Theo Jensen.
Yeah, there's a number of cars here in GT that we know are going to have to stop again, and it's going to be painful for some of them. Just have to wait and see how this all shakes out. Some guys have taken that pain. Just seeing where the 69 car is, and there's still Parker Thompson on board there, and they've got to get Dan Harper in the car. Seeing this battle here between the 10 and the 59, it still rages on. This is for the lead in GT, and Wayne is still trying to find a way past Luke, as they come down into turn 9.
Yeah, remember too, though, there is that 5-second penalty in the pit stop coming for United and this McLaren. So it's not just getting by, it's got to be 5 seconds up the road.
I'm not sure they've got to stop again, though.
But in which case they'll be added on to time.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they have got to stop again. It's going to be very,
this
very
was one of the cars you were concerned about, whether or not they put Wayne in too early.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of mishmash of possibilities. We can only call these things as we see them. There's the nervy knee. Montai, drivers ready to get in both cars.
Yes. It's 31 laps is what we think that they can do. Between 31 and 34 laps in GT.
We have had another full course yellow, remember, in the middle of that, so that will extend it a little. Here we go. This is Alex Quinn around the outside of the number 6 car. Paul Di Resta.
Yeah, they're beside us all the way down here into 6. And looking for that side draft.
4 car right there as well. Louis Delatraz has closed that gap.
290 Ks, these two.
These two are warriors.
First.
And they've got traffic on the exit as well.
Yeah, and maybe that's what Quinn saw. I was talking to Bob Berridge about Alex earlier on in the week and just sort of saying his capacity to think in the car and process stuff at high speed. Well, he's up against one of the very best in the world here with Paul Di Resta. Puts his car just in the right spot.
I think we're going to be talking about Alex Quinn in that company. Well, he already is. He's the test driver for Paul Di Resta's day job, isn't he?
Yeah.
At Peugeot now, test and development driver. It's not going to be long before we're talking about Alex Quinn in that company, because his rise over the last couple of seasons has been amazing. I can recall that here last year, the drive he put together for Algarve Pro Racing was absolutely amazing.
The 85 car just been done or being investigated for unsafe release.
Yeah, 47 right with Theo Jensen looking for a way by, but still 20 seconds away from the lead. Chetelaar Racing, it's been a much better run tonight for them. Next target is Theo Jensen. Griffin Peebles leads. Nolan Siegel second for Inter Europol. Deco Engineering lead the way from Inter Europol competition, and then high class racing, and then we get into the battles that we've been lapping up over the last 5, 10, 15 minutes into the final half hour of this race and the season.
Yeah, I think Wayne can go to the end on this. I don't think he has to stop again.
But he will then
Wayne
take
Boyd
the 5 seconds.
The 59, yeah, and if Kobe Powers just stays within those 2 seconds, he's got it.
Yeah, right now, on adjusted time, Wayne Boyd is third. Car 4, 5 seconds added to the next pit stop, forcing off track. And what is that going to do? That would drop, if the flag fell now, the 4 car down to 8th place. Not enough for Chetelaar Racing, who are still 4 places from the lead that they need to take this to count back, with the 4 not scoring. A couple of nerves there. Malte Jakobsen on the radio, on the pit wall at the moment. Nervy moments.
Yeah, and all of these P2 runners are going to have to stop again. Nobody can get to the end without another stop. So yeah, it's going to be pretty nip and tuck. I think Wayne Boyd's just sitting here waiting now, because he knows that the 10's got to make another stop. They've got to get their 3rd driver in. They've got to get Richard Leitz in that car, and so Wayne's just sat there. But when that car peels off into the pits, is Wayne going to be able to make enough of an impression on the 56 car and get away?
That's the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
At the moment, if this race stays green, is it going to be a battle between the 2 British makes?
And is there a problem there also for Wayne and his drive time?
That's the other issue, isn't it?
I think that he's been in the car now. Let me see for his drive time.
So, tearing out of the chicane, number 1, Team Virage. Ligier ducks out of this fight. Swoko still trying to get onto terms with Theo Jensen. It's a good spell from Jensen here, fending off the Ferrari factory hypercar driver and Le Mans winner, remember, Antonio Fuoco. Time ticking down. Peoples, meanwhile, still edging away in the lead of this race. Now 12.5 seconds to the good.
Yeah, I think Wayne's done 40 minutes in the car, and so by the end he's going to be an hour and 5. And I think with the adjusted times,
it's so on the edge here in terms of the time. Yeah, we're going to call this, until we're told different, as full points.
Yeah, yeah.
And that means, as things stand right now, Antonio Fuoco is 22.5 seconds, 4 positions away from the lead that he needs to gain, and hope that there's a problem for the 4 car that is currently down in 7th position, but with a time penalty to come.
Fuoco just going personal best in that first sector. The same for Theodore Jensen. And, the high-class car really has come on strong, hasn't it?
It most certainly has.
This is the 17 we're seeing here.
I think that's
done.
it. That's a really sad way to finish what's been a spectacular season from them. Well, it was Kevin Rubin at the wheel of the CLX Motorsport car when it came in with that damage from the clash down the bottom of the circuit, and David Addison has caught up with Kevin. Bringing that to you right now.
Kevin Rama, what a massive disappointment. I mean, you did absolutely nothing wrong.
Honestly, I have no words. I've been talked about fair racing over my last 2 years of car racing. I mean, now it's not a clear evidence that this is clean racing, but you know, it happens.
Up to that point, you'd been going well, car had been going well, everything looked good for the title.
Well, everything was perfect. I mean, I tried to improve my driving since last race, and I think I did quite well. But game is game, and something that happens. We'll see at the end of the race where this road will get to us.
How bad is the damage, and can the car go back out just for a lap or two at the end?
Honestly, I don't have any info for the moment. Of course, as you see in the image, the repairs will be massive. The car is really, really damaged. But about going out, I don't really know for the moment.
Kevin, thanks for talking to us.
Bitterly disappointed. I'm sure that at the end of this race, because they are going to win the championship, that disappointment will dull, but
it will fade.
You're a pro driver in an incident like that where, you know, it's not down to you. It's a bitter pill to swallow.
It is, and it's a big frustration, and you certainly win a championship like this where you're in sort of that position to be able to drive to the victory and seal that championship, because that's what you want. That's what you want, to be able to stand on the top step of that podium, or on that podium, and celebrate not only your performance that day but also of the whole championship. And it will sour it slightly, but that'll pass, and they'll be able to look back and go, okay, this has been a really solid performance by everybody in the 17 car.
Yeah, quick change as we take a look at this battle between the 3 cars now, because the Aston Martin has caught this battling pair. It's a change for 7th position. Sami Megatunif has gone by Louis Delatraz, shuffles the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car down another position. But just to put into context the situation there, what has that left us? It is Proton Competition just behind. That's 20 seconds behind. What has happened to the number 5 car, Mikkel Jensen? Because that car's dropped way back.
Yeah, it had a stop, didn't it? They took their stop. They took their stop.
At 42 seconds back.
Yeah, and I think there's some stuff here to unravel in GT, because I'm just looking at the drive times as well, and that Wayne Boyd is well up there in that drive time. 44 minutes he's had so far, but so is Lucas Auer. 46 minutes of drive time, and just depending on that figure, what is that max drive time that the pro driver can do? It's usually an hour and 15 minutes, but because of the shorter race, because of the red flag, I think that hour and 15 minutes is going to come down. What is that? What is that figure then? Because that was something that we could be doing with to understand who's got this right and who's got this wrong. This is the 37, Lucas Auer on the 21 with a brand new door on that 21 car.
So I can tell you, 3 drivers in that car. The minimum for the bronze in the 3 driver, so it's a gold, a silver and a bronze in that car, isn't it? Wayne is a gold.
Yeah, so he had the maximum he could do is an hour and 15, isn't it, in GT?
And in his, at the moment, the maximum he can do is 53 minutes and 7. And Boyd is in the pits now. 53 minutes is the maximum he can do.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to get out the car.
Yeah, he is. And that is the reason why they've got the silver ready to go to jump back in. And this
Wayne, did he go? He doesn't.
5 seconds. 5 seconds,
That's
wasn't
the
he?
5 seconds.
Yeah, it was the 5 seconds.
So that's what it was. It was indeed, as you spotted straight away, Ollie. It was the drive time issue. So they are going to drop back in this order quite considerably.
And Lucas Auer is going to be in the same problem in the 37 then. So they're going to drop.
So with a bronze, just looking here, any gold, the maximum they can do is 53 minutes and 7 seconds. And the adjusted time.
And I think that still hands this, I think, to Kobe Powell's in the 56 car.
So we've not yet seen, are we right, in the number 10 Montai?
Yes, because they've got to make a driver change, because they've got to have in the 10 car, that's going to be Backler, yes.
I thought Backler had been in that car.
No, hang on one sec. No Backler.
All right, so they've got to come in. Car 64, 5 seconds added to the next pit stop. That is for the currently 4th place Nielsen Racing team. They're trying to hunt down a podium position, and that's not going to help them. That's going to drop them back at the moment to, well, 1 position. CrowdStrike Racing, meanwhile, as we get through some of the latest pit stops, 19 minutes to go. Well, we'll wait until they get through these this pit stop cycle.
Cool.
59 of United Autosports, by the way, battling away with a driver. You know what? We've barely mentioned
Harry King.
Yep, great to see him aboard this car. Battling away, he's in the points at the moment, 10th place for Harry King, and now in a battle with Wayne Boyd, not Wayne Boyd, with Alexei Nesov in the McLaren. Jetalo Racing's Antonio Fuoco is on pit lane now for the final pit stop, planned pit stop of that campaign. It's not gone the way they hoped here in Abu Dhabi. And he is dropping back down the order. Now, is he going to drop below Nolan Siegel? I think he will. What is it that Jetalo Racing can throw at this?
Yeah, we've got a number of teams here that have all got to put their pro drivers in the car, and this is going to reshuffle the deck here. And I think the 56 is the car furthest up, that's clearly with pace, that doesn't
in
have
the window.
Yeah, and I think they're going to come away here.
Yeah, I can tell you, Antonio Fuoco has filtered out behind Nolan Siegel. And 10 seconds behind him. 17 minutes to go. 20 seconds to the good, Griffin Peoples. We do need to see that car on pit lane again.
All of them we do.
Also Theo Jensen,
except for Nolan Siegel, yeah.
Alex Quinn and some Megatuni. Louis Delatras needs to come in. Tristan Vautier in for his final stop, and the final stop for RD Limited's campaign.
Got to be getting close here with the 64, the 20, 49, the 3. Here's the 3. From Peebles trying to go around the outside, 3 wide there.
Yeah, needs to just be careful here. Does so. Kept himself out of trouble. That will have.
He's done an excellent job.
Hasn't he just?
Excellent job. His average has been good. Almost a second quicker than Theodore Jensen.
Wow.
Yeah.
On pit lane now, Alex Quinn from 3rd. 5 seconds to add, remember, to that pit stop. Sam Megatuni from 4th. Louis Delatras from 5th. These are the important moments. Could we be seeing this car marching its way towards a win here. So there's the 4. Closing in
20's gone.
A possible title needs to be error-free on pit lane again. This is delay in firing up. No tyres taken there. 16 minutes to go through the tunnel. The pit exit they go. Theo Jensen still needs to pit. All sorts of cars under review, and I'm trying to see if there's any critical ones there. 85, 28, 9, 45, 22, 64, 49, 9 and 43 under review for full course yellow infringement.
Wow.
We'll worry about them later, shall we? Griffin Peoples and Theo Jensen, I think, are the last 2 that need to pit.
Yeah.
We're big lock up there from Antonio Fuoco, 4th place.
First time he's done that.
Theo Jensen on pit lane now. 11 seconds to make up on Nolan Siegel from Antonio Fuoco. We wait for Griffin Peoples.
He's gone one more lap.
How many laps on his stint?
This is for 26.
Wow. We've had a full course yellow.
Yeah, but everyone else has been in after 24 or 25. But I suppose
if he's made that pace and save fuel,
yeah,
he's not real.
But we just don't know what the what's the range really after all of those full course yellow laps.
Here comes Fuoco. He's pushing hard. He's got a P3 car where he didn't need it. Out comes Theo Jensen. Where will he shuffle back to? Looking good at the moment for Europol, Nolan Siegel. Here comes Fuoco. He will certainly be behind the high-class racing car. Nolan Siegel does indeed go through into 2nd place. And there is Antonio Fuoco.
It's going to be close, but
closing in on the high-class racing man.
Only 13, just under 14 minutes to go. And, let's see where Fab Schiller is on his
Griffin
drive
Peoples
time.
is in the pits for the leader. 14 minutes to go. So this is the critical pit stop for this race. Deco Engineering's Griffin Peoples, trusted with the final couple of stints here, and he has delivered in terms of the pace.
Phenomenal performance from him. Fab Schiller's going to be fine on his drive time, so the 9 car's looking all okay. But, yeah, there's still stuff to be unravelled here and unpicked in GT.
As you're watching on track, tell you Griffin Peoples is making his way to pit exit. Where is the chasing 43 car from Europol competition? And that car,
out of last turn, isn't it?
It is, so he's going to be comfortably ahead here. Here he comes.
Keeping inside those white lines, he's done that nicely.
There is the 43, a couple of turns behind. Theo Jensen 10 seconds back from Nolan Siegel. Antonio Fuoco trying to close the gap to the high-class car in pursuit of at least a podium to finish. Semi Megdenif is right there, so too is Paul de Resta. And it's Quinn, 4 seconds to make up, but he's ahead of Mikkel Jensen. And dropping to 9th place, Louis Talatras at this stage.
I don't think anybody's going to be able to catch that charge of the 3 car, DKR and Griffin Peoples. He's been super impressive today, and he was yesterday. And things have just gone a little bit more differently for them yesterday. I think they could have been on that podium, but today it looks like they're going to get themselves into the spot to take the victory.
12 minutes to go. Loic Hartog still in the lead, under a second ahead of Kobe Powell's, but if we're right, and I think we are, the 10 Montai car will have to pit to put the pro driver in. Team WRT's Gabriele Piana sitting in 3rd place at the moment in a non-point scoring car, remember, and the best result of the season, I think, appearing here, if Simon Mann can take this to the finish for the 21 squad. boy, have they been through the ringer. Meantime, 59 from Alexei Nesov is driving away from Harry King.
Yeah, that 59 car has been extremely quick all day.
There might be a position to be made up here because the car ahead, the number 9 AMG, under investigation for full course yellow infringement. That was over an hour ago.
So the cars in GT that I think still need to stop, the 10,
yeah,
28.
Oh, we've not seen Augusta Farfus yet.
Yeah, 69. And I think that's it at the moment.
Okay, so it could be an Aston Martin win, as you were saying a little while ago, in prospect.
It's the engineering group there at DKR.
Yeah, it's been just, they threw the dice, didn't they? Switched it around, put in off-collar Matthias Besch in the middle stints for this.
What a job he did.
He did.
Kept the car right up there, in contention, drove it smart, drove it well, kept it clean.
Meanwhile, the Luxembourg team took Griffin Peebles out the back, slapped him around a bit. Up the ante. Showed him pictures of his nearest dearest and his pets, and threatened all sorts of things before they put him in the car.
Is this the sort of thing that motivates you, Gigi?
No.
Okay.
But I believe that's what they do in Luxembourg. And away he's gone for what has been a absolutely stellar stint.
Impressive.
Nolan Siegel, a few years back, I can recall going into battle with the 99 racing car of none other than Neil Jarney at the time, and Neil passed Nolan and did not drop him.
Yeah.
And he was good enough to say later, a huge surprise with the speed of Nolan Siegel. And the reason I mentioned that is Alex Bachel and Matthias Besch, keeping their fingers crossed. Alex here with his dad, by the way, great to meet him earlier.
Great stuff.
It is, and
37, I think. Oh, 28's on pit lane. So's 51.
Sean Galale.
Yeah, but did Sean? Maybe they would. I don't know why they've come back in.
Oh,
Rigon's done his driving.
So why is that? Is that a problem, perhaps? This is the battle for the lead in GT, but again, we expect at the moment the 10 car will have to pit. Through goes the 47 car, still trying to chase down Gio Jensen, still though 2 seconds behind. So yeah, drive through the pit lane.
51 just drove through.
Is that resetting stint time? 65 minutes, the maximum.
Yes, it is the max. It is the max.
Car 71, meanwhile, that is the second place car in LMP3, gets a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. Now that should not affect their position in this race. Aston Martin, meanwhile, in the hands of Kobe Pals, trying to keep with the programme, waiting. Is that the Aston Martin pitting? I think it is.
I think that's...
Oh, there's that stint length as well.
Yeah, it could well be. Could be stint length.
Yep, the Aston Martin is on pit lane.
Yeah, 56, we're just hearing he's just driving through.
Yep, resetting stint length for the car 56.
Well, this is all gonna...
Well, that will still be, of course, a shorter stop than a driver change for the car 10.
Indeed.
It's a matter of how close is the next car along, and the answer is Simon Mann's on pit lane as well.
Yeah, 69's on pit lane.
Well, that should be for the driver change.
Yeah, that will be. Dan Harper will be jumping in.
So, despite the drama for Ecuriacos Blackthorn,
I still think they're in the best
I think
spot.
they're still going to win, because they've driven through. The 10 car will have to stop to put the pro driver in, and it takes longer to put a pro driver in than it does to drive through the pit lane.
It certainly
And
does.
they were right on the boot lid of the number 10 car when they came in for their drive through to reset stint time. Away goes the 69 car. That will be Dan Harper in for the first time. This all because, of course, that long red flag. And the important thing at that stage was to stick with the established strategy for all of these cars, and it's left some of these pro drivers doing embarrassingly little money for the massive bag of cash they'll all be taking home at the end of the day.
They've the dollars per lap.
Yes.
We're right up there, and this is Klaus Bachler. Yeah,
this is the leader
on pit lane.
This is the critical pit stop.
Where's the 56? 56 just coming through 13, 14. Yeah. David will be down there, poised, ready to go for that interview. The one that he's been waiting for all day.
15 now, 56 through 15 now. Now into the start-finish straight. Away they go. And I think that Aston Martin is going to hold a clear lead.
Yes, it's going to be a decent lead for it. Comes through, takes that position.
Next question is, where is the Get Speed car going to be in relation to the 10? It's going to be close, and indeed it's gone through into second place.
Yeah. And, Simon Mann is
too far back.
Yes, too far back, isn't he?
There he goes. There is the number 10. 4 minutes to go. GT changes, and for the first time in the race, to the lead of the race, Ikuri Akos Blackthorn, the 70th anniversary of Ikuri Akos. And Johnny Adam does another rendition of his famous Gromit impression.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, these guys have worked away at this, and they reset after the battle scars of yesterday, where it really did not go their way, and they had many a penalty, track limits and all kinds of other bits and pieces. Dubai really didn't go their way either. Lots of contact, lots of damage, and finally the 56 Ikuri Akos by Blackthorn is getting it together, and they've got 3.5 minutes here, and they've got a 6-second lead over the 9 car. And,
trouble, and that is 2. It's the 85 again.
There's a Settler there involved as well. 47, 29 is stationary. What happened here?
This is the 49 coming down. Right, it's a bit of a dive bomb in from the 47. Fuoco catches the 29. I think he dear me, the recovery was fairly spectacular from Fuoco, but he certainly caused the incident.
He did, and the 85 was sort of involved in it as well.
85 was an innocent victim, but the 29 car, what a wretched evening they've had.
They have, haven't they? I'm not sure they can get that. Oh, is it going? Great.
Luciano Morano it is who's got that car going.
Finally reset it.
Luciano Morano will go home thinking, what have I got to do in the final couple of laps of any race? It's completely bonkers. 3 out of the last 4 have seen him involved in massive dramas.
Huge.
But the 47 car, that has cost them very dearly indeed. Dropped to 7th place.
Yeah, there's a final roll of the dice for them, and it's just not going to happen, is it?
Griffin Peebles, meanwhile, we're at 2.5 minutes to go. He's 11 seconds to good on Nolan Siegel for inter-Europol competition. Theo Jensen is 10 seconds further back for high-class racing. What a completely different podium we've got tonight.
It is, and it's been a massive mix-up here, but great to see these teams coming to the fore. And, it's really impressive to sort of see how DKR have really worked with their worked to their strengths, really, and their fast car. We knew they had a fast car, but they've just managed to really make it work and click today. Excellent stints from all of their drivers.
Yeah, meantime, in GT, with 1.5 minutes to go, it is Ikuri Akos Blackthorn. Kobe Powell's being closed in a little by Fab Schiller, but the clock is ticking down too quickly. Klaus Bachler is 14 seconds back. LMP3, meanwhile, looks like it's going to be a 1-2 for the 23 Events Racing team. Just looking to see whether or not the penalty that's coming will make a difference. I don't think it will. Into Europol competition, closing in, but not quickly enough. So 23 Events Racing look like they will make it a 1-2. The 23 from the 71 car, and then the 13-inch Europol car that was disqualified last night. 29 making its way back, I think, to pit lane.
Coming on to the last lap here.
1 minute on the clock, and it is indeed a last lap for Griffin Peebles for Deco Engineering. Alex Matchell starting that race, and off colour but on form, Matthias Besch in the middle order, handing the car over to this young man who's been absolutely lightning fast.
He has been on fire. He's certainly been one of the fastest drivers this whole race. His averages have been right up there, and yeah, quickest on track. He will be, as all drivers look for the one thing after a race. Where are they at in the B pillar?
Yes, indeed.
And, this chap here, Griffin Peebles, I think will be right at the top of the tree.
I think he's going to catch and pass, by the way, the Aston Martin before the end of this race, and there's trouble down at turn 4.
That's never a good spot.
That's withdrawn, so someone's had a bit of a moment, but looking for where the Aston Martin might be. He's not that far ahead of the race leader. Will he catch him before the end of the race?
He's past the Mercedes that's in second.
Yeah.
So there it is.
There it is.
Surely the team are going to be on the radio to Kobe Powell's.
So champions just a few seasons ago from Deco Engineering. They're not going to be champions here tonight, but they are going to be race winners. Griffin Peebles brings home the number 3 car, their brand new car for this season in the Asian Le Mans Series. They will finish the 2025-2026 season as he overtakes the GT winner. They'll take the flag now too to take the win for Luxembourg and for DK Engineering. And behind the GT winning car, a Kurikos Blackthorn, Kobe Powell's, Johnny Adam and Giacomo Petrobelli for Aston Martin. That's a cracking result as well. We wait for the race winner in LMP3, finishing second in Europol competitions 43. There is the race winner in LMP3, the 23 Events Racing squad. Matteo Quintarelli taking the flag, and that's how that feels. Finishing, completing the podium, a great run from High Class Racing. They've had a good season of progression too, but it is going to be the championship win for CrowdStrike Racing with APR, the number 4 crew, George Kurtz, Milton Jacobsen and Louis Delatraz. Boy, have they delivered in the UAE. Heartbreak for Jetolar Racing. And championship winners too, Kessel Racing.
Oh, some emotion there.
Isn't there just? The big guys with big emotions.
Oh, yeah.
On board with Dennis Marshall. He's not done a lot of the heavy lifting tonight, but boy, has he done it through the season. Dustin Plattner, one of the stars of the season as a bronze, and Chris Lonham as well. And
really fantastic. Great for them at Kessel Racing.
Indeed, we're not going to be able to see on track the championship winners in LMP3, but that is going to be CLX Motorsport and the 17 crew. After being taken out rather rudely in a clumsy move down at turn 5, they will still have scored enough points to take the championship win tonight. But great result for 23 Events Racing. A 1-2 always feels good. The 71 second in this race, and the 13 from its Europol competition. Championship contenders until last night. Fairly impassive at the moment, George Kurtz, but the smile will be there. It's coming. Yeah,
there it
is. That is the pressure washed away. Milton Jacobsen goes to the perch.
Yeah,
and
this will be big for these guys.
Yeah,
huge. George Kurtz back at Le Mans,
and that's the point. This car back at Le Mans this year in June, as will be Kessel Racing. A really valuable result for the Swiss team.
It's huge for them. Massive result for Kessel Racing.
There you go. There is Sam Cox, the young lady on the left of the picture briefly. Sydney Cox, her daughter. CLX Motorsport now can relax and celebrate a championship. That's not the way they'd want to do it.
No.
But they've done it.
Nico there. He's proud of his team, proud of his drivers. And shame to see this car sat here in the pit box. But it was not through their own fault.
No.
Rudely taken out by the 85.
No, would have been a good point scoring result had they not been. And as for the challengers tonight, as we wait for the race winners to come beneath the podium, the 47 car came home 7th. Brave run from them. Slightly clumsy at the end there for Antonio Fuoco. It was last throw of the dice,
yeah,
really.
It was really. He was just trying to anything really to get that positions or spots or time on track, but yeah, unravelled.
Car 9, by the way, will have 5 seconds added for a full course yellow infringement. That car is the second place car in GT. That will not affect their finishing position. No. So they will finish second here. As for the title contenders in the other classes, 69 car finished in the points at the end. Dan Harper salvaging 10th. That's how it feels with the Aston Martin guys. And in LMP3, the 29 car just had a rotten stretch of luck. Long period in the garage and then collected by the Cetilar racing car. I'm reminded, by the way, by Jeff Carter, that means that Louis Delatraz, with this win, has won every ACO LMP2 title there is to win.
Cool. It's pretty remarkable, isn't it? He is a class act.
But let's celebrate for the moment. Alexander Matschall, Griffin Peebles and Matthias Besch, the number 3 car, Nemo from Luxembourg. It's a team that made a habit of winning in LMP3 back in the day. One LMP2 title so far has been here in the Asian Le Mans Series just a few years ago.
I get the feeling there's some popular winners tonight.
Well, we did say at the start, didn't we, that there were titles up for grabs. They were all mathematical, but there were an awful lot of teams that wanted to take a win. And we've got 3 new winners tonight.
Exactly, and that's a great thing. All of these guys here, DKR, all played their part.
Yeah.
That guy in the middle with his helmet on did a spectacular job, and he is a star of the future.
We're going to be hearing an awful lot about him.
Yeah, we are. And he did it.
Alexander Matschall, rightly delighted with that race win.
Yeah, he's definitely off colour, wasn't he, in Dubai, just surviving. But he's really pulled it all together here, and great team effort. Fantastic job.
Well, David Addison's done a fine job through the red flag and through the racing this season. What delight he's been to have on pit lane and in the Belgian bar. He's with our race winners, I think. We'll find out in just a moment. But David is trying to gather the crew. You can see him there, centre of the picture, just above the rear wing of the Porsche. And he's not quite got them with him yet. We'll wait for that call, but he'll be there soon enough. That is the W Hotel, iconic site here at the As Marina circuit. And in just a few moments, we're going to have the LMP2 winners down with David under the podium right now.
Right, there's a little bit of time in this because we need Griffin to take his helmet off. But Alexander Matschall, first of all, well done, brilliant win.
Yeah, super happy. I must say it was a really tough 10 days. Dubai was really disappointing for us because we were a little bit sick. I had a tough qualifying. I was not really happy at all. Started at 8 today, so I gave the car, I think, at 6 or 5. And Matthias did an amazing job to bring the car in front. And then Griffin was amazing. I mean, he was pulling off 10 seconds of the whole field. So I think everything went well today.
Fantastic. Matthias, we spoke in the race. You did a good stint in it, obviously set up Griffin for the win.
Yeah, no, coming here in Asia, the target was to bring DKR to another level and try to share the experience, and I think that's what we managed to do at the end. We had an amazing car, and first of all, thanks to the team for giving us that car today, because it was just amazing. Personally, it was a hard Asian Le Mans, fighting with a bit of illness, but happy to bring the car in first position. And I knew Griffin had a lot of pace, and he showed it. He drove brilliantly and just drove away from the field, and that's an amazing result for the whole team and for us. On a, let's say, quite a small team and a new lineup. So really happy regarding the lineups here and the level in Asian Le Mans.
And Griffin, step forward. I mean, wow.
Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, the restart, I knew I had whoever it was in the RD behind me, so I had a small buffer, and I tried to bolt as soon as possible just to get a gap so I can relax and maybe do a bit fuel saving and save tires for the end. But man, the pace was mega in this car today. I have to thank the whole team. We really got the setup right today. I was super comfortable the whole stint, and it was very enjoyable.
Very worthy winners, all three. Well done.
Thanks, David. Let's take a look back now at, well, a very different 4 hours here at Yas Marina in Abu Dhabi. Well, it seems a long time ago, but it was just 4 hours when we got racing for the final race in the 2025-26 Asia Le Mans Series. Giorgio Roda getting away and leading again. A fault-free LMP2 grid. Not so much at the front of LMP3 with Alex McCansoff having trouble. Reaction there from Malte Jakobsen. Another clean start to the race for all but the 13 car. The GT battle from the start. Very close indeed, 19 cars into one, does just about go. This was Giacomo Petrobelli making his way to the front of the field. That would be repeated later. Drama between the 64 and the 70. Kreitl Tudis taking a hit from Daniel Schneider and a bit of a mix-up down at turn 5. Virtual safety car would result from that. And we get brilliant battling up and down the field, but it would be this incident that would define this race. Michael Jensen and Memo Gidley getting tangled up with a sickening accident on the exit turn 7. Huge energy involved in that accident. That would bring out an immediate safety car. Watch on board with Antero Sau and watch the red flag indicator before he's even cleared the debris field. Excellent work from race control. And it was anxious moments for Sam Cox in the Algar Pro Racing garage, but Michael Jensen and Memo Gidley would climb out unaided. Back to green flag racing after 70 minutes under red flag conditions. The 17 CLX Motorsport car pushing on in a battle to secure the title. The 49 car, Gustavo Menezes, having a cracking go at this. Wayne Boyd going side to side with Anthony Bartone as he tried to get the McLaren into contention. The Hartog 2 pushing for a good finishing position for the Monti Racing number 10. And all sorts of battles, this one including the number 8 from Virage and the 13 from Intereuropol. Bitter luck for the 29 car. Title contenders coming into tonight. And trouble all the way through, I'm afraid. Counted them out. Late. A driver change is required for a number of the GT runners. This was another Wayne Boyd move, and then a clumsy move from the 85 Duquesne, taking out the 17. They'd make it back to the pits, but to retirement. Mercifully, though, it would not stop them from winning the title tonight. 71 and 13. This was an important move, putting the 71 with a bit of a clash there from the Polish entered car. The 71 was thrown into second place. This was the moment that put Klaus Bachler in the car, 10 car, right at the end of the race, allowing Kobe Powles to power through to take the lead in the Aston Martin. And a slightly clumsy move, but a balletic rejoin from Antonio Fuoco would mean that the stage was open for the D-Car Engineering car, Griffin Peebles, at the end of the race to take the win. And just behind was the Icarios Blackthorn Aston Martin. The 23 Ligier would lead home a 23 events 1-2, but it would be the 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari leading it home an emotional win in the championship. There's our race result. DKR Engineering, 83 laps completed, 11 seconds clear of Intereuropol competition. High class racing under pressure for the Algar Pro Racing car right to the flag. Chetlar Racing would finish 7th, not good enough to stop the CrowdStrike Racing by APR crew from taking the title. Icarios Blackthorn take their first win in the final race, just ahead of Get Speed and their AMG, the Aston Martin taking the win. The 10 Monti car recovered to 3rd for the the title defending, or attempted defence title, Montype Porsche. 23 events racing's 23 car would finish 16th overall in amongst the GT pack, and on adjusted time we're now seeing Inter-Europol competition will take second place, not a 1-2 for the 23 events racing squad. It will be the 71 coming home third place, but it will be CLX Motorsport that take the title and Kessel racing the title in GT. Well, all sorts of dramas on it, Gavin. At times a frustrating race.
Yeah, a little.
But ultimately, here's how the championship finishes. It was 21 points to the good. CrowdStrike Racing by APR from Chetalar Racing. The 47 crew did all they could. They got the one thing they needed at the start of the race, which was a virtual safety car. But it wasn't enough.
No, they could never quite make their way back through, could they?
Yeah, the CrowdStrike guys, they basically just ran the race they needed to do to secure the points they needed to get that one home. Yeah. It's a stop-and-go penalty, by the way, converted to 30-second time penalty for the 47, which will drop more points off. So it will be a bigger points gap than we've just seen there for causing that collision at the end of the race with the 29 car.
These guys must be happy, though. It's been a strong Abu Dhabi Yas Marina for these guys here with the high-class racing, and well-deserved.
Yeah, that podium finish. Yeah, I mean, they had a strong run yesterday, didn't they? And you said it well. Gustavo Menezes just found his form just here in the last couple of days. It is Jens Groenemoller, a pole sitter at Sepang, with Gustavo Menezes, and another new star, Theo Jensen, completing the squad for the 49 high-class racing Orica. Be good to see them back in full season competition outside of the Asian Le Mans Series. Georgios Kolovos will celebrate with Bijoy Garg and Nolan Siegel, a second place finish for the Racing Bakers.
Yeah, Nolan Siegel was very impressive, actually.
But
in that first stint of his.
Ultimately not good enough tonight, because it will be Griffin Peebles with Alex Maxwell and Matthias Besch. Kendi Jenklas will celebrate from the top step of the podium with them.
Great to see Kendi up there.
Isn't he? Got the knees out as well, which is always a quite disturbing thing to see on the podium.
Yes, completely unnecessary.
But it is going to be the national anthem of Luxembourg.
For DKR Engineering.
So once again, DKR Engineering making headlines back in Luxembourg. Tiny nation, big hearts for DKR Engineering, and Kendi and his loyal band of boys and girls yet again produce a great result, and that will launch them into the brand new season in Europe to come in just a few weeks' time.
So Matthew Bonadel from Michelin is one of the very best people I ever worked with at Michelin. An exceptional,
lovely guy as well,
engineer.
Disappointment on the faces, a couple of the faces there. I think in particular Inter-Europol, I think they thought there might have been a win here. I think they counted without the pace of that young man.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a bit of a coming of age party for him tonight. Alexander Matschel, utterly delighted.
He is. That's great. Great to see. Lots of happy faces.
Excellent stuff from all three crews tonight, in a very different podium than any we've seen before. No APR cars on the podium tonight after a podium sweep in Dubai.
The No United.
Indeed. Peter May back in again.
There he is.
Buffet can't be open yet.
No, absolutely not.
Alex, can you get back on the subject, please?
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go.
Kendi, yeah.
Good job.
Good job, Pedro.
Well done.
And it'll be the same message. Go on, back up there. Go on. Let's go back down beneath the podium. This time it's going to be the race winners in LMP3 from 23 Events Racing. Louis Stern is going to be with David Ellison right now.
LMP3 winners, let's talk to Louis Stern. I mean, the emotion when the car crossed the line just illustrated how important that was.
Yeah, amazing. We had a tough season, ending on a high, and couldn't be prouder of the team and my teammates. Really nice victory.
And after a tough Dubai, this is a great way to bounce back.
Yeah, totally agreed. Everybody bounced back very well, and these guys were super fast, and yeah, we're super happy.
Fantastic, guys, well done. Go to the podium.
Yeah, great to see Louis Stern and smiling. That was a big impact he had there at Dubai. He's bounced back brilliantly.
He did indeed. So it is going to be the 71 crew looking disappointed with what was eventually a third place finish. 71 crew race winners, of course, in Dubai. Ibrahim Badawi from Egypt, Matis Griba from Slovakia, and Terence Woodward. Second place for the 13 crew. Again, race winners, but disappointed, I think, with the end of their season. Alexander Bekantsov, Chunting Chu, and Henri Kabida Salate. And the winners tonight is the 23 crew. And delighted to be there, Isaac Barashi, Matteo Quintarelli, and Louis Stern we heard from. 23 Events Racing, 2 cars out of 3 on that podium. They'll be delighted with that result. Team allied with AF Corsa. But it will not be the Italian national anthem we'll be hearing. It will be the national anthem of France. So LMP3 doles out all sorts of entertainment, some of it the wrong sort tonight, unfortunately. There's a bit too much contact, some of it self-inflicted, some of it inflicted upon them, but it produces, again, a different looking podium tonight, Ollie Gavin.
Yeah, it does, and I'm sure the 13 cars, the 13 car crew will be sitting there going, oh, that DQ that they had yesterday's race, if something different had happened during that race, could they be stood here?
Well, the answer is yes.
Yeah.
Because obviously we had the 17 car with a DNF. We've had the 29 car way down the order. Did they finish eventually, the 29 car?
It did.
Further down.
It did, and it finished 8th.
Yeah. So yes, it very well could have been on. So there will be a degree of coulda, woulda, shoulda. But it was a protest post-race, and that was upheld after a significant investigation into that bodywork being lost, replaced and lost again.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see Peter. There we go.
Like a young gazelle.
He is poised, just waiting to slay the buffet one more time.
He will. You'll find out when it's open because he'll be rushing to the left. There is the team's trophy. It was just 10 points in it at the end. CLX Motorsport 20 Europe All Competition. 23 Events number 71 car would finish third, and Forestier Racing via VPS coming into this race second place, dropped to fourth. The 23 car with that win in fifth, with High Class Racing in sixth place. Let's go back down under the podium, and with the final interview of the Asia Le Mans season, it's going to be Kobe Powell's from the Kurikos Aston Martin team.
GT winners, Giacomo Petrobelli, spoken to you. Johnny Adam, we've spoken to you. Kobe Powell's, well done. What a mega last stint.
Yeah, it was been super tough. Honestly, I need to thank the guys at Black Door, and the strategy was on point.
those two legends did a mega stint, and I only had to finish it. So I had a great team behind me, supporting me since I got in the car. I just had to brought it home. I pushed till the end, and now we are Asian Le Mans race winner.
From lap 1 and a puncture to class winners, it shows you never give up.
No, exactly. Well done to Giacomo. It's been a very tough season for us, and coming back through it with a puncture and still showing mega pace, overtaking cars. Then Johnny picking up a few places, and I just had to settle in, do my laps, and that's how we won.
Guys, well done, fantastic.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what adrenaline does for you. As is the number
plugged
10.
in.
Absolutely. The Mansai crew, they're looking disappointed. It just didn't quite go their way with the way that panned out. That is Antares out, our defending champion from last year, of course, Luke Hartog, Klaus Bachler. You can see the Ikuriakos Blackthorn team on the podium. Let's recognise the Get Speed number 9 crew as well, by the way, with Anthony Bartone, Fab Schiller and Steve Jans, but it is going to be Giacomo Petrobelli, Johnny Adam and an on-point Kobe Powell's Claude Beauvais from the team is going to join them for what will be the first time in this championship we've heard the British national anthem.
Congratulations to Ikuriakos.
So Aston Martin take the win. Ikuriakos in the 70th anniversary take the win, and Blackthorn being given great credit there by Kobe Powell's for their efforts. And it's going to be Stefan Mattel, the founder of SRO, that's going to be giving out the trophies for GT. As it's an appropriate thing. What a servant he's been to GT racing for, what is it now? 30 years, 30 plus years.
It is.
Certainly the whole of my career and beyond. And this, I'll say it one more time, this joint venture now between SRO and the ACO, LMBM, has really lit up the Asian Le Mans Series in our time together. Ollie?
Yeah, it has been brilliant. Great to see these guys on the top step as well. And Ikuriakos Blackthorn did a mega job, and they called that strategy brilliantly. And also good to see the 9 car, Bartone car, also up there on the podium. They've had a tough season after so much pace.
Absolutely.
So much pace, and it's great to see them get that reward of at least a podium.
One more picture on the podium, and away they'll go. So race winners and podium sitters honoured. Championship winners will be honoured a little later, I believe. Here is the GT Teams Trophy. It will go to Kessel Racing by 24 points at the end from the 69 from Team WRT, on equal points to the Monte car in their title defence, finishing joint second. Get Speed 1 point behind, so tight behind that dominant performance from Kessel Racing. That's the difference that excellence and perfection can make still, even in, listen boys and girls, a balance of performance class. Down towards the bottom, there's other tales of, well, more woe perhaps. Delight there for the podium finish. Well, that's pretty much the end of the Asian Le Mans Series 2025-26. It's been a delight. Ollie, last couple of points from you about just this season and moving forward into 2026.
Oh, it's been fantastic. It's been great to see so many teams out there who've really developed and come on through the season. You know, it's just seeing from tonight's result, all those different winners that we've had in all the different classes. That's been fantastic. But it's also been great today just to sort of see the two drivers, Michael Jensen and Mimo Gidley, to step away from those two huge accidents that they had. That's fantastic to see. All of that safety work that's been done over the last 20, 30, 40 years is really culminated in them being able to walk away today. But yeah, brilliant to celebrate the victories from whether that's DKR, whether that's coming through with 23 events, or Ikuriakos Blackthorn, all deserving winners today in all three classes. And once again, Asian Le Mans Series has just gone from strength to strength. Really phenomenal performances. The pit lane is packed through, full of talent. And it's been brilliant to be able to commentate on. And thank you, Graham, to have me alongside you. And David, been brilliant down in the pit lane. Really got to thank you guys for that.
Thank you for that. It's been an extraordinary 6 races, an extraordinary 3 racing weekends in 2 different countries, in 1 continent. It is another expansion of the United Nations of Sports Car Racing. It's a fabulous thing to be part of. Thanks so much to everybody who's watched and listened and given comment back for us over this Asia Le Mans series. Thanks to the guys and girls who put together this broadcast. It's not easy.
To them. Huge
Absolutely. Thanks. Everybody down in pit lane, extraordinary stuff from the teams, the drivers, and everybody that supports them. Thanks very much. You're quite right, to an extraordinary performance from David Addison down on pit lane. Thanks to you, Ollie, for your professionalism and for your insights. We'll be back with a calendar yet to be announced at the end of 2026 for the 2026-2027 season of the Asian Le Mans Series. Hypercars. That's a thought from us at the Asian Le Mans Series for this season. Good night.
Good night.